I have exactly enough signs because I like to be, I don't want to say stupid. Hello there, this is Fred with Monotonous Minecraft, episode 24? I don't remember. Oh, we'll say 24. 24 sounds good. Who is ready? Who is ready to build a guardian farm? Huh? Me? I am, yay! Let's build that guardian farm. Drown farm? I don't know. Maybe. But definitely the guardian farm. Let's go. Alright, let's get this started. Why did I create all these snowmen in here? Christmas specials. Okay, so here's what I got started so far. This is the collection. You know, I really don't like the new system here. These stupid split chests. Yes, whatever. They're confusing. They're ugly. Just make them work like they used to. Anyway, so I've got a line of chests. And I believe in this version you can actually place like regular chests next to each other. Of course, I forgot that. But trap chest, alternating with regular chest. Maybe that's why it's doing that. I don't know. And then sorry about spinning. Each one of these hoppers just kind of goes into one. So these two will feed that one. These two will feed that one. The cool part about this is you should see a nice curve develop of all the drops. So all the good stuff will mostly be in the middle, and then less and less will get out to the edges, just because that's how statistics works. And here's going to be the build for pretty much all the way up to, and we're going to go all the way to the top. So it'll be brick wall in the back, or stone wall in the back. There'll actually be a stone wall in the front. I just put glass here, you know, so I can open the chests. And then glass on the sides. You have to do solid blocks on these big walls to get the guardians to, is it spawn, slide? I think it's to get them to move down more. The ends aren't that big of a deal. We could put them solid blocks. I'm just going to do glass so we can see them and just make it look cool. I am using a design that I saw on Tango Tech. Is it Tango Tech? Yeah, it's Tango Tech's Hermitcraft. As always, link will be in the description. I just have to remember it was episode 737 off the top of my head. Hermitcraft 6. Because he has a Guardian base. And it looked really cool, and I'm going to steal his design because it's not one of those crazy El Mango ones or Nemon ones, but it'll be useful. And like I said before, I'll build a whoops, what are those things called? Drowned. I'll build a drowned farm underneath too. Okay, so now we need a whole bunch of signs. Because what we're gonna do, that was embarrassing. So it's the fact that I just jumped down there without thinking about it. Okay. I need that back. Remember how I have poor planning? So what we're gonna do? We need we're gonna kill them with a lava blade. So this will collect all the stuff for guardians. They'll spawn in a couple of water columns all the way up here in this box. There'll be a lava blade 2 blocks, well technically 3 blocks up to kill them, so they can bounce around on here. And above that will be just something holding the water. So obviously the lava doesn't turn into, you know, cobblestone or obsidian or anything. So that means we need a bunch of signs. And I'm going to do it this. I wonder how many of those I'm going to end up throwing in there. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot. So I'm going very fast. Oh, by the way, this is, since this temple was based on a center point, I was going to do this like the gap 32 blocks wide, but I did 31. just so it's centered, even though you probably can't really tell. Boy, I'm really hitting the wrong buttons every time here. So yeah, that was 31, because remember I threw one of those away. Yeah, pro. I'm pro here. Pro Minecraft player. So what we're going to do is we're going to... oh, nice. That was quick. Throw down all these signs. Throw away a bunch of signs. Dang it. Try to be all quick about it. I've thrown away so many of them that there's not enough left. This will be how I get up and down, because I'm not going to have all the materials I need. Let me just get my signs back. Oops. Oh, hey, two in the same spot. And here's my chest. That was my chest with everything. Oh, no, wait, that was it. The center. Okay, this is going to be one of those days. I might have to cry at the end of this. Let me get some more of this, some more of this. A little bit of that. And that. And let me go ahead and do that. And then maybe a little this. So I think I've got all my signs. So let's build the next level. Oops. I also expect to hear oops a lot here. It's going to be one of those oopsies kind of days. So then, I really hope I don't crash and die during this. Or if I do, I hope I at least fall into the the hopper side so it collects all my stuff. No big deal there. Oh wait, if I die now, well, in a minute, it'll be really bad. Wow, really? Really, me? So what's the best way to place this lava? I'm gonna try 4 out. Where does that flow? Not far enough. Okay. Do I have enough lava? Probably not. That's how my life works. Looks like I'm like 1 or 2 short. Well, everything's burning up down there. One, 2, 3. One short. Wouldn't you just know it? Wouldn't you just know it? That's dramatic. Is that okay? Like, is that normal? Are my hoppers gonna burn? Did I put them out? Nope, nope. Someone keep lighting, not lighting. Let me go get one more bucket of lava. I'll continue this. Okay, so I ended up getting two just in case. So I've got a spare. Because I've played that game before. Oh, wait, I'll just get one. Oh, no. Alright, so let me do the next... Ooh, let's not fall into the lava. That would be bad. Anyway, let me do the next thing above it where I put the, let's see. Doop. Dang it. You know what, that's going to be my way. So now we're back to these. Boy, if I drop these, they're just going to burn. Okay, I might be doing this slower. So what we're going to do here is we put another line of signs to hold the water that the guardians will spawn in above the lava. Hopefully. I swear it works the way I saw it. If it just doesn't work here, I'm not sure what we're gonna do. But it's all standard mechanics. It should be fine. We should be fine. Fine. It's all fine. I'm gonna crouch here. I'm gonna run out of signs here. Yeah, I have exactly enough signs because I'd like to be, I don't want to say stupid, but sometimes, you know, some of these things, it's not like signs are expensive, they're just annoying to craft. So I didn't want to do any extra, have extra signs hanging around. But yeah, I probably should have, let's be fair. Because, you know, right before I get to the end, I'm going to throw one of these stupid things straight into the lava and it's going to burn up and I'm going to be like, oh no! And then have to go make some signs. Oh, that one got close. Try to make this shift to the right. Hit, place the sign. Okay, I made it. Yay, I made it. So yeah, so now we're, just going to repeat this pattern till we get to the very top. And what I'll do at the top is I'll just break through, if I could speak, some of this glass, no doubt losing most of it into the lava. So I can place the ice blocks I got to turn into water up there. And oh, you know what? Maybe I could place them first. Yeah, I bet I could place those ice blocks first. As I'm building the walls. No, they'll definitely melt and drown me. Something stupid. Push me into the lava. I'll do it safely. So anyway, I'll get to the top. Break the glass. Finish this up. Get back to you then. I'll pop on if I, happen to kill myself somehow. As I run trying to place blocks. I'm sure it'll be fine. Has anything gone wrong before? Mostly not. Plenty of things. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. Alright, so now I'm just waiting for the ice to melt, and once we're done with that, we'll cap it off with ice and be done. I hope. Maybe it'll work. We'll see. Been playing a little bit actual on hard, and boom. Got my first trident. Sweet! Alright, so this is the part underneath our Our platform here was the bottom. Was it the bottom? Oh, this was actually underneath the ocean monument. And I had nice and put down all the prismarine bricks and everything, and came down here and saw my snowman in a giant battle with slimes. Apparently, at least one or two of the chunks this takes up as a slime chunk, and since we're at level 37, slimes are just spawn in here all the time. So I put down buttons everywhere. No more snow. Snowmen are still hanging around. I am slowly replacing the torches with my what are those things called? Lights. Those lights. I put doors in here because little slimes could come up here and bother. All these snowmen up here are now dead. Anyway, I'm back in peaceful, so you're not going to see anything die here. But I've been slowly collecting the drops from our guardians. See, there's a fish right there. I've used up all of the other drops of prismarine shards, and I forget what the other one is, to make those lanterns down. I had lanterns. See, that was it's a lantern. Sea lanterns. Sea lanterns. Anyway, whatever the heck they're called. I made a bunch of those, put them downstairs. As more and more of these fall in, we're gonna do more of that. But what I want to do now, while I'm in peaceful, oh yeah. And speaking of peaceful and not being peaceful before, I got my trident. I put mending on it. I haven't mended it yet, but that's awesome. I did not know that drowned who weren't carrying them would drop them sometimes too. Luckily, I had my looting 3 sword. Anyway, so now comes the time where I want to tear down these sand walls. Boy, I hope this works. So what I got here is I got some trapdoors. We're going to go outside into the water. And trapdoors will break them, so you can't put torches on the water. So we're going to go around and starting with the shallow ends where we can actually get to it. I kind of want to explain it before I get down there so I don't drown. Because I have them going down here. So what I have here, if you notice, is all these corners have columns of 3 bricks. And that is so that the when we break the sand away, the water won't make an infinite water supply of all of them and just flood us in. Now it is, because I do not want to empty out this again, all this water out again. It is possible to do it and leave them water columns all the way up, and I saw a video on it, and they look more complicated. I think it's just easier to keep these things here. So anyway, we're down at 34. I can't remember what the bottom level is. Let me go over here and check. Yeah. So 33. Is there any lower? I'm trying to remember how low I did these. Let's just do one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And with luck, nothing's flooded. Perfect. I mean, I knew that would work. So I'm going to go around and do this on all the other ones using only 11 trapdoors. This ought to take 100 years. Originally I talked about building a drowned farm while I was out here, and I still want to do a drowned farm. I think I want to do it, let's go outside and let's go drown a bit. I want to do it kind of out here somewhere, and I'm thinking about doing it like actually around this area here. That way I can have a tunnel going down and into the space, the lower space here. So that I have a spot so I can, my AFK spot for this is about halfway through, and I could do some AFK or whatever for drowned, or while I'm over here collecting drowned, that'll be AFK on the Guardian farm. But my point is that if I do it low, I can dig down here someone and do a little tunnel over there to get into it. I don't actually know what design I want to use yet, though. There's a couple of simple ones out there I want to do, but I need to look at some more. Drowned mechanics especially, I know they are attracted to the user. If you've got if you're standing in water, they'll come get you. I know that. Oh, cool. Underneath. Whee! Maybe I'll do it straight down there. Though they always come for villagers. They always come for, because they're zombies. They also always come for what are those things? Turtle eggs. Remember we talked about turtle eggs before? I don't know why they're attracted to turtle eggs. It still makes no sense to me. But hey, there you are. You know what occurs to me? I could have probably just swum up here. Yeah, that's gonna look real cool. So what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do outside this is in this section out here. Wow, this is really weird. I'm going to once I'm done with all this, I'm gonna get some bone meal and bone meal up around here, so it'll be nice and pretty looking. And if I do want to do some AFKing around this, I'll build a little hut essentially in the middle here. It's just so I can stand there and be protected from drown coming in, because this is open water, so they should be able to come in from here. And this looks cool. Now I'll probably put some more sea lanterns out there too to light it up, because all that sky we see now will be gone once I flatten that area. So, you know, don't get used to it. It's going bye-bye. So we can do these real quick, and then I'll come back and pick them up. I should probably go into that side and just make sure. Whoa. Okay, that was freaky. Not really sure what happened there, but I didn't like it. I'll tell you that much. Alright, let me grab that. Go up here. Breathe. Alright, I'm going to keep on doing this, and I'll check in with you a little bit later. Well, that took about an hour or so. And I messed up once. Like, right after I stopped recording. Accidentally, well, I messed up, and so a tower of water fell here, and I had to put a dirt column all the way up to get rid of it and then break it, and then I was fine. So yeah, there we have it. We've got our Guardian farm. It gives us very few, but enough of the drops so we can create more sea lanterns. We got nice walls of water, which aren't protected at all by anything. So what's funny about this, and this, I want to say that Mumbo Jumbo figured this out in Hermitcraft Season 3. Is that when he had the underwater base? He did something like this, the falling water, and found out that, yes, like this, it's an accidental ink farm. And so he had this whole rail line set up to collect all the ink and everything. I've just been wandering around. See, I've got 24 of it. Oh yeah, and tons of sand. So there's that much sand, and then we go all the way to the end of this line. Complete double chest there, and some extra. So I'll be moving a bunch of sand back. We used a lot for glass, obviously, up here and down below. So let's see what's cool down below. Let's look in here. Yay! Hi, happy snowman. So yeah, this worked out well. I was quite nervous about most of this part, or most of the stuff, and it was good, and much less annoying than it was to clear out this ocean monument to begin with. So that's something going for you. Like I said before, though, I just do not want to empty out another one of these things. Oh boy. There's a lot of farms now. People are building these Guardian farms where like, don't drain them. Sounds great idea. I might do that from now on. If I keep playing Minecraft like this, I can't imagine I'll fly in another world. I was thinking after this series is done, how many ever years, months, years. It'll be years. However many months or years it takes to flatten this. I think after that, maybe I'll play Minecraft properly. Well, that'd be a fun show, wouldn't it? How many times I could rack up the deaths? Probably a lot. All right. Well, anyway, I think I'll wrap it up here. Let's get I don't know why those things are always on fire. I don't want the fire. Let's just do water. Oh, the moon's gone too. I was going to do a nice little moonscape behind me. Anyway, You know the drill. Like, comment, subscribe. This has been Fred. I'll talk to y'all later. I swear, for a second, I thought those were drowned feet. I really don't know anything about this game, do I? Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft. I'm not even pretending to remember what the episode is. 25, right? It feels like it's been weeks since I've recorded. I don't know. I think it's only been days. Oh, well, whatever. Today, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Let me look at my piece of paper here. Let's see. I think we're gonna build a couple of small farms and maybe do a little of exploring. I think that's right. That sounds right. Sounds right for you? Yeah, sounds good. All right, let's get to it. Boom. Oh, no jump cup. Huh. Well, that's not the door I meant to go out. As you can see here, I actually did finally turn this off. I filled up my chest full of pumpkins and melons. Realized why I wasn't growing so many melons is when I was fixing things, I replaced so much of it with yeah, pumpkins. That'll do it for you. So, mini farms today. Well, let's see. So this is my beginning of a. This is the beginning of a. I can't remember the name. What is it called? Snow farm. This is a snow farm. At least it will be. Do I want to do it this way? Yeah, let's do it this way. So, let's throw down a chest. Let me accidentally click the wrong button. Standard thing, this is going to be set up much like the slime farm was. So a ring of chests, and I got some cyan carpeting once again for no real reason. In fact, the chest, the chest, those aren't chests, those are hoppers. Anyway, the chest and the hoppers are both kind of superfluous because who really cares? No one, that's who. Let me get some dirt up in here. Okay. Huh. Apparently fortune don't work on snow. Live and learn. That's alright. I got plenty of snow in here. So what have I been doing? I just got done. I'll just throw a bunch of that in on the very real chance that I'll screw it up again. You know, I built the Guardian farm. I'd sat out there for a few hours to get more drops and stuff, and it wasn't really working well. So I built another one, as in, I just kind of went 90 degrees to the first one. Does this work like an iron golems don't work? Yeah, snowmen don't have any armpits. This should be fine. Right? That's how it works, right? No armpits? Be fine? Okay. So anyway, I built in my drained, let's see, do glass on top so it doesn't die in the rain. Boom. What was I saying? Guardian farm, trained, thingy. Right there. One snow farm. All you do is you kind of aim away from the thing. You just go to town. Whoa! Look at all the snow. There's other ways to build this. A more efficient one actually uses 2 blocks. You see how I'm kind of aiming over to here too? I'd hit both blocks. Some goes in my inventory. Most goes in my inventory. Like I said, this whole hopper chest setup probably not necessary, but whatever. It's fun. And we'll see if he dies in the rain. If he dies in the rain, I'll just do glass. You know what? How about I just do glass all around now? I got glass. I got tons of glass. So anyway, I built another guardian farm over because after hours I wasn't getting the drops I wanted. I could build 4. I could expand them out. I probably won't. I'll just stick with the 2. I'm getting enough drops from it. There's just not a lot. And what I'll do is when I'm flattening over there, I've been playing more and more actually in hard, not just peaceful like I am now. So hopefully that will get more. That's not what I want to start with. Hopefully that'll help out. So what I was saying is I go over there for the guardian farms when I'm what's the word? Over there flattening and putting down because it's still surrounded by water. I'll do that in hard, and that way they'll be loaded and I'll get lots of stuff. I still haven't done the drown farm. I'm still not exactly sure how I'm going to do it. Okay, so anyway, that was one farm done. Another farm. Let's see, I don't want it too close to that, but I want it kind of close to this. Not in the middle of there, though. Oh, you know what I don't have? I don't have water. I put in a infinite water source up here. It's always good to have one of these things around. I have them a few places. 5 buckets. That should be plenty. So what are we going to build next? We're going to build a squid farm. Do I need a squid farm? No. Am I going to build a squid farm? Yes. I just said that. Where you're not listening, I wish you would listen to me. It aggravates me when you don't listen. How am I going to do this? I think I might have the wrong blocks. I could do carts. I don't really have a lot of things. I'm going to do this wrong. Let's plan on that. And then I'll come back and do it right later. How's that sound? Does that sound good? All right, let's plan that. Not too close to there, though. And this idea was just Skillsman. I built one on one of the episodes of the latest Naked and Scared. And I just thought it was kind of a funny idea. Even if I have absolutely no use for it, because of course my guardian farms incidentally produce a lot of squid. Every time I'm AFK fishing over here, I get squid ink. But it's kind of a neat little farm to have, it looks like. Let's do it this way. Oh no. Oh no. I'm trying to split this up a little bit at least. Okay, so then get rid of these, pop in these. That's right, I'm showing off mostly what I've been doing with my guardian farms is words. Is making lanterns, because I want to use those lanterns a lot of places, not just on top of my roof. You can kind of see one right there in the center. Okay. I've almost replaced. So when I did my crazy build, when I stripped out the underwater, the ocean monument, and I got like almost 2 stacks of lanterns, I put all of those and more back in to that space. Because I have lanterns on 2 different levels, so it's a lot of lanterns. I used a lot of lanterns. How far up am I? 72. That should be good. Let's not do what I was about to do, because that would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Stupid? A little bit of planning, folks. All it takes is a little bit of planning. I should try it sometime. It is not my my forte. We all know this. So basically the way this works is I'll flood these stones, and then squid just like to appear in water. And so they'll just appear, they'll drown and die. And then we'll collect all the cool stuff. Sounds good? I have a feeling I was in the middle of saying something. I got distracted. I don't know why I do this. And by this, I mean, like, try to record and talk at the same time. It is not what I'm good at. We all know this. I get distracted. I'm like, what am I doing? And then I try to figure out what I'm doing, and I do it wrong. I take long breaks, long pauses. Whee! Okay. So they'll spawn there, they'll land on here, they'll die, and all their stuff will stay on here, and it won't collect in there at all. But let's pretend it will. Okay? Okay. Sounds good. Let's go sleep, because it'll be dark. Alright, so quick squid ink farm, quick snow farm. Here's my... How is this one doing? Ooh, almost time to harvest all this again. Not bad. I hate this one. I can never get it. Look at me. There it is. I like these little farms. These little farms work. Even this one probably could have just been 2 levels high. Let's not talk about the animals right now. They're still upsetting to me. My egg farm, that's nice and small, and I've already got almost 2 double chests full of eggs. I have literally no use for all those eggs. None whatsoever. Sometimes I just grab some and just throw them around for no apparent reason. Sleeping. So the last thing I wanted to do today was I was out exploring, and I found something... I'm going to call it interesting. Let's call it interesting. I think it was interesting. Let's see what's what. So let's go way over here. I've been doing some flattening over here. I don't think I've showed much of this on camera. You know what? I know technically it's faster to run and jump at the same time, but it gives me a headache to do. And quite frankly, when I see people do it on videos, it annoys me. So I'm not going to bother doing that. We'll just do this. Anyway, I don't think I've shown a lot of this part in video since I've done some of this flattening here. I've started a lot of flattening projects, and I've just kind of let them go. So what happens is I kind of find them again. I'm like, oh, that looks like fun. Let's flatten that for a little bit. And I'll flatten it for a little bit, then I'll move on to the next thing. I've still got most of the what's the thing do? The Woodland Mansion to take down. I didn't bother finishing that yet. You can still see it up there. It's kind of like the sand is encroaching on it. I'm not sure why. Probably because I took part of the roof down. But that was that's not as fun as mountains, quite frankly, because you know what mountains don't have? I mean, mountains will have caves here and there. They don't have just giant 3-story empty spaces to fall into. And a bunch of, 6-wide walls that are hard to get down because you're afraid of falling, once again. So yeah, that's what they don't have. So in case you haven't figured it out yet, what I have found is not pandas. Is that what you're thinking? There's jungle cats everywhere. And I don't know if they'll turn. I don't think these. I think the last update means they don't turn into cats. And then the infamous jungle duck or jungle chicken. If I had a nickel for every time I saw a jungle chicken. What is that thing doing here? Are there parrots around now? Jungle sheep. This is quite the overgrown jungle even. This is like jungle. It's not a fake jungle. Fully lost, by the way. I've got coordinates written down. Still lost. That's why I keep stopping. Trees. I guess this is a mountain. You know what? Here's what I like to do. When I come across these things, I just take down the point. It's pointless. I'm not ashamed of that at all. I'm going the wrong direction. That's good. Okay, now I'm going the right direction. Yeah, those silly, like, portions of mountaintops. And of course, the right direction sends me someplace that I can't get through. There we go. That's what I found. A lovely jungle temple. I swear that I didn't see this before when I was searching out things. Now, does anyone remember how to do these safely? Because guess what? I don't remember. Oh, there's switches and there's doodads. There's probably an entrance around here somewhere. Oh, here's an entrance. Let's throw some lights up. Let's go up high. And let's go down to the dangerous part. Woo, doggy. Let's see, this is... Here's the part with the switches. And I know you can do... Where's the string? There's the string. Dang it, I still got hit. Where's the other string? Because there's the other thing. Heh, sucker. Let's see what I found. Some iron, some emeralds, and some rotten flesh. I'll be honest, I was hoping for more. I'll take some arrows. It's not poisoned or anything. A little bit of redstone dust. Oh, pistons. What's in that chest? Ha-ha! That's what I was looking for. Oh, good. Bamboo. So, the reason I was out in the jungle before, and a bunch of other junk I don't really need. The reason I was out in the jungle before was so that I could... Really? There's so many vines around here, I can't even open this stupid thing. So I could fish for bamboo. You have to, if you want to fish for bamboo, you have to be out in the jungle fishing, which I fished for a long time. Not in the jungle, not realizing this until I looked it up. But then I found, so the other ways of getting bamboo, of course, are finding it, which it wasn't going to spawn naturally in my world because, you know, as we've talked about before, it's already been ruined because I've mapped everything out. So I'm surprised I didn't see this jungle temple before. And also killing a panda, which I had no interest in doing. So it was either find something in a jungle temple, which I just did, thankfully. So bamboo's a big deal, you know. Now we're talking about infinite supply of furnace material, easily done, since I also don't have kelp. And yeah, I mean, there's all these trees, but we all know that's not efficient. With a with bamboo, you can do it, I think, I'm pretty sure, right? You can build them so that they produce enough to keep your giant smelter, which I still haven't built yet, running, and also keep growing more. I think so. Anyway, we've got that, so we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to do scaffolding for some of the builds I may or may not be doing. I don't know about how much more height I need. So yeah, I guess one of the next things we need to do then is a bamboo farm. Better put that on the list. Because I won't remember. Well, let's go. There's my tower. I will say one thing nice about having the mob farm in the center of the world is these chunks, you know, on this, for some reason the chunks really load far. Like the distance I see is far. It's a good beacon. In lieu of, you know, an actual useful beacon. Which, let's face it, with my skill level will probably never happen. But we'll give it a whirl at some point. It's on my list, I'm telling you. I just gotta do all the things I need to do to get all the stuff to make a beacon. And you know the hard. Whoa, God! There's caves everywhere in this world. This world is very holy. I prefer more solid world. Less chance of falling and dying. Less stuff to look through. Okay. Have we gotten any? What is this called? Squids? Squiddy? Nothing. Let's work around here. I honestly have no idea this will work. I mean, this used to be water. No, this should work. This... Yeah, pretty sure this used to be water. Yeah, see, it's what? Look, there's a squid right there. You were supposed to be up here, you pal. You pal. You butthead. You ready then? So anyway, yeah, we'll set up some sort of bamboo farm. Let's do a quick test. I mean, it should be easy, right? I got some bone meal. I got some dirt. That's all I need, right? Is that how it works? Boom. Yeah. Cool. Ooh, maybe I'll do one of those flying machine ones. That'd be cool. Nice. Already increased it by 11. Sweet. I swear for a second I thought those were drowned feet. I really don't know anything about this game, do I? Anyway, let's stare blissfully at our supposed squid farm as the sun sets behind it and think about the great work we've done here and great work we'll do in the future. As always, like, comment, subscribe, and just have fun. Take care of yourself. Be cool. Alright, I'll talk to everybody later. Bye. I feel like I've already screwed this up. Have I already screwed this up? I've probably already screwed this up. Is that too tall? Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 26. I'm going to get right into this. Did I do this right? I'm going to get right into not doing this. Okay, what we're doing today. Iron Golem Farm. Woot! I decided to build it in here because that way when I'm AFKing for my Guardian Farm, I can get some iron and some poppies too. Yum yum yum. So I'm building it out here so that I'm far enough away from the door over there in that house, so that it won't break the fake village we'll be setting up for this farm. The door for down there I actually replaced with a couple of gates, so that won't be a problem there. And yeah, I'm choosing bone blocks because I've got a lot of them from my well, actually from a lot of things. The AFK mob farm, That's by the fish farm and the XP farm with a skeleton spawner. I've got tons in there still. So here's my center point. These two. I'll get rid of this one because it keeps confusing me. And this is a standard design. I've seen a bunch of people do it. At first I was going to do Waddle's design. But that's 3x3, and I kind of like a 2x2 middle. Not only does it fit well in here, but also less resources. So I'm going to stick with pretty much what Skippy6 Gaming had. I was going to say recently, but I have no idea how recently it is. Anyway, so this needs to be 8 out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wall. Okay. I have no idea if I have enough resources for this. The thing about the one, and I'll link both of those videos that I'm talking about down in the description. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bam. Counting. Hopefully correctly. I don't have to do this. I assume. Whatever. I'm trying to get it all upright so it looks cool. Leave it to me to leave 2 of them over here. Anyway, one of the nice things about the design that the latest design I watched, let's put it that way, that Skippy came up with was that you dig it into the ground so it's right there and it doesn't take up so much room. You know, so many resources, because if you're building in the ground you don't use extra resources. Because I'm building it on top of this glass thing, I can't just dig down into it, obviously. It'll make it look cooler, but we're going to use more of these than what he called for. He called for 4 stacks. I've got just under 5, and this probably won't be enough. Okay, also, big difference. I'm actually in hard right now, because I figure where I'm building this, I should collect some of these guardians anyway. So I'll be taking naps in the middle of this. Let me run over here. Am I running? Jesus, seems slow. Just so you know, I don't die. I'm still going for that. Still don't want to die right now. I almost got blown up by a creeper the other day. I was playing and we were looking for a place to go out to eat, and I put my controller down, I was looking at my phone, and my son pops up all of a sudden. He's like, "Hey, creeper." I'm like, "What? Oh, I thought I was in peaceful." I was not. Oh, whoops. Okay, so let's go back and do the second layer. This could actually be harder to build when it's not in the ground. I'm going to climb up and over, blah, 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 multiple layers. I probably have things wrong. It'll be fun. You know, not like real fun, but fun. Not proper fun. Oh. So anyway, how's it been going? Good? Yeah, nice. School's going well. Work? Yeah. How's your family? That's good to hear. I can tell I'm gonna run out of bone blocks before I even get this thing started. Good thing I have pretty much an infinite supply of bones. So basically what I'm doing is getting this water. It's gonna flow all the way to that center spot there. How did he do it? This way? No, he did it a different way. But I can't do it. I need another layer of bone. Sorry, as I try to figure out, try to convert the design that I remember him doing into the design I want to do in my head on the fly. Because why would I build this in a testing world? Ha, that's no fun. I know the concept of these. I've seen these before. And it's one of these things where, yeah, I probably won't get it exactly right, but I'll get it close enough. It'll be fine. I hope. The key is so we'll be using a bunch of doors, which you've probably already seen in my inventory, to kind of fake it so that you know, that thinks there's villages here, and kind of like the when I finally got the villagers spawning going on in my villages, where I put a bunch of doors in a giant line just to pretend like there's a giant village there because of the way Minecraft works. Same concept. Okay. Now let's do the classic Credo. Doo-doo-doo. Source. Pick up all the torches. Then we do source. Doo-doo-doo. You know, I really wish I had learned this trick, you know, years before. This is how it always works. I've been talking about this forever. I wish I learned these tricks years ago when I'd been playing otherwise, but I didn't. Oh well. What are you going to do about time lost? Nothing. Move on with your life. Well, that was just wrong. Oh, well, that worked out well. Out there. Doo-doo-doo, missed. Okay, I may have to cut out some of this not talking parts. And then pick up those things. We get up here. We throw this one here, which does a super push, but leaves that thing blank. Okay, cool. Break these blocks. Neat. Yes, I'm enjoying myself. Thank you for asking. Just yeah. And then, oops, one more. All this does is make sure that the golems get pushed fast enough to the middle where they'll drop down here, and I'll just create a collection system under there. And what I'll probably do with these guardian farms now is, instead of having this row of chests, I'll replace them pretty much all with a hopper line going over to these last few chests and just work it from there. That way I can have kind of a center location where I can pick up all the good stuff here. Make it easier on myself. You know, that's how I like it. Whoa! Don't accidentally swim. It messes me up. There's that one. I want to leave that one so I can climb out. Doot, doot, doot. Okay. So for right now, whee! Ah, I left dirt down there. Let's write it down. Whee! You gotta have fun everywhere. Now, what was the next step? He built... I feel like I've already screwed this up. Have I already screwed this up? I've probably already screwed this up. Is that too tall? Yeah, it's one too tall, isn't it? Let me go review the videotape and I'll be right back. Okay, so I've made the necessary corrections. Basically, I had stacked 4 here, like the 3 and then the 1 up, and I only needed the 3 at the bottom. So let's fix that, and I knocked some holes back in here so I could put the doors in. So let's finish these walls. Now, I don't think I'll be able to put in the walls properly across the door tops. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Maybe I'll have to resort to sideways or some sort of trickery. I'd rather not place, you know, all the... Wait, you know, I can put it on top of the doors, can't I? Well, that would be pretty sweet, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let's get some doors. Hey, look at that. Fancy. That's how you place some doors right there, son. Doo doo doo. Wee 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 wee. Walk over here, do the same thing. And so what we'll have is so there'll be the doors here to make it pretend like it's a village, and then we'll have some villagers on the outside walls, not by the doors themselves, but we'll make some pens over here for them. And I'll bring them over from the villages over there. I'll probably only bring over like maybe a couple of them and just breed them up real quick. And by real quick, I mean however long it takes in order to fill out the spaces we'll make. So let's see, how many bones do I have left? Oh, there's a full stack of it I didn't see. Yeah, we're gonna be light. So we're gonna do 2 layers here. Yeah, I could do this. Cool. I keep saying but I can't think of what I'm saying afterwards. Oh well, just that just wasn't right at all. Here, you go away. I'll pick you up later. Oh yeah, we're totally running out of bone here because we also have to do a floor. Oh, and walls for the villagers. I think I was short. I got an extra stack and I'm still short by like 3 stacks. So yeah, if you do watch Skippy's video and you see how many things he has, but you decided to build it on top of a flat spot like this rather than dig it in, plan on like twice as many blocks, FYI. And of course I had to make it like all specific and artistic and a pain in the butt. Oh well. It happens. So let's finish this up. Should have enough to get over here. Cool. And let me jump in here. And I can do that because I've got doors. Hi. And my dirt block right there. So speaking of dirt blocks, let me get those back. I was going to climb up here. One more. So let's throw down some of our slabs. We're slabbing the edges here not only to hold in the second layer of water, but also to mob proof it. You could do full blocks and then, you know, put lights and everything everywhere, but I do kind of like the efficiency of using these slabs. That's why I've been using it on my roofs lately on some builds. Now he did say only 2 stacks of these, but I have a feeling I'm gonna need more than that too. That's okay. I'm using dark oak because that's what I happen to have down in my little cubby down there. Yeah, I'm calling it my cubby. Do and do. Now, maybe I'll have enough. Now the question is, can I... Two questions. Did I build this in the wrong spot? No. Second question. If I get close to the edge like this, can I put it upright? No. I'm not doing anything fancy. We're just going to have... The floor will be bones across. We'll survive. Until we run out of bones. Let me get more bones. Okay, so I got more bones. Used them all up. Had to go back and get more because I can't count, apparently. And I realized I couldn't actually reach down here to break the glass. You can see what I did. I jumped down there, broke a couple. I'm going to drop some gravel. So now I can see down there where I have to build up. Thank you, dog, for shaking ridiculously. So let me go snag a little rest. And yeah, let's continue this. We'll grab the water back in. What we'll do is we'll tower up with some glass blocks. That way we can see the iron golems fall. It'll be cool. And well, you'll see what I do. I've got a plan. I've got a plan not to die. I mean, I've got feather falling into the drop is only like 24, so I should survive anyway. But you know, better safe than sorry. Especially since I need to eat. Okay. So let's get back in here. Let's get some water placed. Run. Also, I've marked off where these will be where the villagers are standing. I'll probably use a boat to get the couple I need. So we'll figure out how to get them up there. Good thing about flattening your world is a boat will work on land and water. I think it's a straight shot from over there, from a village over here. So it'll be nice and easy. Sometimes planning ahead works. So let's see. How do I want to do this without dying? Oh, I should be able to do it all from up here, huh? Yep, okay. That's how I want to do it without dying. Yay, me. Boop. 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 Missed my boop. Here. Okay, so what I need to do now is let's build some villager enclosures. Let's do that, shall we? Yes, yes. Hopefully have enough blocks for that now. No. These are slabs in the bottom half. That way the villagers can survive without needing extra lighting. But I need it. I'm gonna have to do dirt all the way around to the bottom, aren't I? Just so I can get the cool effect. Oh, you know what else? We need to put corners on here. Here's the thing about these free corners. Bad stuff can get into those free corners and kill, like, oh, I don't know, hapless villagers that happen to be wandering in. Being also, I don't have enough blocks. I can already tell. Because I think I only planned for for 2, not 3. Because I forgot that the things would be too tall. Oh well. Pro Minecrafter right here. I'm not pro unless I get paid. I'm not getting paid, so I've retained my amateur status, and as such, I also retain the right to mess up as often as I want. In fact, I demand to mess up. You know what? I also didn't really want to put the ends on yet. I need someplace to get those villagers in. Okay, so let's slab the top of these. Do 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 ah. Kill myself there. Break that and that and that, and then when I bring the villagers back in, I can easily clear that up. So cool. Okay. Try to pick up as much as the dirt as possible. So how many blocks do I have? Besides, not enough. Approximately not enough. I think they'll be happy in here. Forever and ever and ever. Oh, lighting. You know what? I should be able to put a block on top of those lights. I was just thinking I don't want to get rid of them and try to remember where I had to put them. Skills right there. Probably skills I didn't know about. Didn't know I could have done years ago. Hey, I might have enough of these. Did I accidentally plan right for a change? The third, fourth time? You know, I would have had enough inventory space to carry these blocks anyway. That was about the most, or at least efficient way I could have done that at all. Do better, friends. Do better. Hey, look at that. Plenty. Okay, let's try to do this without falling off. It's about to come night again. Oh yeah, let me put my dirt block there. Oh yeah, let me put my wood slab there. Okay, cool. Now all we need to do is build up the thing from down there up here, grab some villagers, shove it in, and we'll be done. Is that all? Alright, while it's turning night, it's a good time to go down and start our build. Grab my sword for my giant open elevator. I haven't really seen it drowned around here, but just in case. I also need to replace those doors with some of these things, some fence gates. See, fancy. It's like a saloon, old time saloon. Why am I down here? Okay, so what we're gonna do? There's a drop spot. Oh, here's a bunch of stuff I dropped. I could hear it dying. Throw some blocks up here, so yeah. Make sure it stays lit down here. Talk about infinite water supply. Nothing works like like water walls. That's how you get an infinite water supply, my friends. Okay, don't need dirt. So what we'll do, see, is okay. So when we're done, we'll actually have these be hoppers leading into probably a couple of chests to collect extra stuff. We'll have a glass tube all the way up to there. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to build a glass tube, break away those last few blocks, jump down into the water, get out, and finish the rest of the pieces, or finish the rest of this build, this part of it. So now I have to think of, I'll probably end up with glass all around, won't I? But I don't want a lot of glass yet because I want to be able to get out. So let's leave those openings for the lights, or those things for the lights. That's fine. And we'll leave a double opening here, just in case I'm not feeling up to getting through a normal opening. And then much like we did with our guardian farms over here, we're just cranking through. So yeah, let's do a jump cut, shall we? Yeah, good jump cut. No fades, jump cut. Okay, so now we've got our tower all the way to the top. I'm pretty certain. Clean up all this mess down here. Let's start putting some stuff in. So the hoppers are going to go there, which means we want signs here and here and here and here. Let me throw down a couple of chests. Crouch hopper hopper. How do I do this? Not that way. There's all sorts of ways I could do it. I do it that way. I get the other hopper out of here. I can crouch here and put that in. Okay. So then, crouch, glass, 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 glass. So all we need to do now is put our lava. Where's my dirt? Give me my dirt. What happened to all the other dirt? I had more dirt. I lost some up there. I think I forgot some up there too. Anyway, enough about dirt. So we need to put our lava right above that. It'll be a lava blade. And honestly, all I'm going to do is I'm going to break some glass, throw it through there, and put the glass back. That's the right level. It is the right level. Put it there. And then these can be opened. Cool. I don't know why these hoppers set on fire. It's so weird. Just like over here. How much stuff are we getting? Ooh, good stuff. Alright. So now all I need to do is grab a bunch of villagers, throw them in there, and this iron farm is up and ready to go. I think that'll be a later type thing. It's already been a little bit longer than I wanted to be. That's okay. And you know what? It's fun. And it's a giant crazy monolith. I like the water that we can see underneath. Oh, does it affect spawn rates? It probably will. Oh, I'll be upset if I have to go out there and try to replace all that with dirt. Or with blocks, solid blocks. Whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh well. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. There's that dancing horse. That horse has been there for a long time because I don't really keep these chunks loaded that often. So it just stays there and dances. Sometimes there's another horse, sometimes there's a donkey. Hello everyone! Welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 27. Here I am resplendent in my throne. I saw them on Hermitcraft server. I think they said, no wait, is that right? I think False Symmetry built them. I don't remember. I didn't see the actual video. I just saw how the technique was done and stole it. I'm on a pig. I'm on a pig. It's fun. So, episode 27. That means today... I can't zoom in when I'm on a pig. That's a little too far in. That means today... last week... So, this is week. Hold on. Back to 27. Episode 27. Last week's episode 26. I publish once a week, which means... 6-month mark. This series has been around for 6 months and I've barely gotten any flat land to show for it. So, you know, that's good. So what we're going to do today... Oh, look there. Now we can look at the map. See? I mean, almost the middle ninth has the water covered, but still plenty of mountains all around me. Not that I can see much here. Not that direction. Ah, there we go. Back. Oh, here we go. So... today what we're going to do is we're actually going to do just a bit of a world tour. We'll start where spawn point-ish was. I still have the bonus chest there. And we'll just kind of walk around and see what we've done in 6 months. And maybe we'll talk about plans for the next 6. You know, actually get some work done here. Instead of just building fun stuff and, you know, thrones that don't have a throne. Oh, there's my close-up. Thrones that don't have a throne room. Meh. Let's get this tour started. Okay, so here we are, near enough to spawn. Another one of those scumpi around scumpuses. I'll be honest, I thought spawn was further away. I didn't realize it was that close to my XP farm there. Let's see, what do I have still in here? Oh, nothing. I cleared it out, but I left the chest here just so I'd remember where this was. So yeah, let's see. The first thing we did was kind of mapped around. Let's see, how should we do this tour? We spent a lot of time there. Let's just circle around into the middle? No. It's getting dark. Let's go over here. And I say that because I have a shed? Hut. I have a hut over here with a bed. So yeah, right here we've got our zombie spawner based XP farm, which was, you know, built down here. I somehow stumbled across a zombie spawner fairly high up, which is cool, because I definitely wanted one of that. I mean, I had the skeleton XP farm we'll look at a little bit later, but the zombie one drops a little bit better stuff, although bone meal's nice for the skeletons. So that's a cool little build here, glass over top so we can still see what's going on. And I left the ladder in just in case we didn't get down there. And my little hut here for when I was building. So from this point on, we can... There's that dancing horse. That horse has been there for a long time because I don't really keep these chunks loaded that often. So it just stays there and dances. Sometimes there's another horse, sometimes there's a donkey. So let's swim around here. Go to the latest projects. I say projects. Yeah, there's more than one. Coming around to the cleared out ocean monument with the thank you for the speed up there, Dolphin. Cleared out ocean monument where I built the 2 guardian farms, and then I put the iron farm on top, and then once again there's another little working hut. Now this one has, well, actually I guess the last one did too, 4 furnaces in. I tend to put 4 furnaces in when it's going to be something that I need a lot of furnaces for. In this case it's for all this glass I had to make. In the case of the other hut, it was to melt down tools I get and armor I get from the zombies. I did switch back to peaceful for this tour because I had no idea what was going on. This iron farm, which should still be working even when peaceful, is made out of bone blocks from all the bones I got from not only the skeleton XP farm, but also my general mob grinder, my mob farm. So yeah, those are kind of nice to have. You want to use those for building blocks. So let's see, next part on our tour. Let's go to the get above water. There we go. Let's go to the double village over here. What am I swimming around? I should go this way. I got lost. There's a turtle over here. I remember early on when I didn't think I saw one turtle spawn. I didn't know what was going on. Oh, now here's a couple of them. Oh, there's 4 of them just hanging out. Hey, turtles, how's it going? Oh, I knew there was lava around here. Where is this? I'm going to take all these lava and put it in the buckets because lava's useful. I keep using them from farms and stuff. And it's better to get it from the surface because I'm going to get rid of it anyway than it is to, you know, go into the nether or down into the bowels of the world. So over here you can still see I haven't really done a lot of work on tearing down the rest of that mansion after the first part. I still have the 3rd level up. I think I've gotten a couple of rooms down, but the main room is still there. I'll get to it again. It's not very fun. I know it sounds weird to think that tearing down mountains is more fun than a mansion, but it really is. A lot less thinking involved in tearing down mountains. So here we have a fairly large village that I've expanded out, both with, new huts and the fake village mechanic over here, so I could really load up the villagers. This is this where I got? Yeah, this is also where I got my my villagers for my. Oh, there's 2 iron golems here. Must be lots of villagers, and a pair of pants that I obviously threw out here. I was trying to get villager to put on a pair of pants. He wouldn't do it. That's where I got the villagers from my iron farm. What I'd done is I grabbed a couple of these nitwits, thrown them in a boat, and slowly worked the boat over here, break through the fence to get through it, and took them over there. It was kind of annoying, and I lost the first one by accidentally popping them out or putting the boat underneath an overhang, so our heads were in the stone. I almost died too, but I survived. Oh, here's a little village. Hi, little villager. Yeah, and so I mean, I haven't really been out here in a while. Well, I mean, I was out here to get the villagers, but after that, not really doing much. Because I've been working on that silly pile of farms in the middle of the ocean. So let's go over here. I hate running around this space because there's all this dark and stormy, spooky stuff. Yeah, while I'm here, I'm also light some stuff up. I think this is like the entrance to a major... I see a skeleton has died here recently. Oh, we don't need that many. Oh, some iron. I could take that. Don't need to. Iron farm. I thought... this is the worst tour ever. I'm way underground. And this keeps going. I'm pretty sure there's a ravine somewhere around here, but whatever. We'll just light this bit up for right now, and I'll explore it later. Okay. I don't like running around the savannah because you can't see anything in the grass. Creepers are one thing, but, in peaceful, I'm also worried about giant holes because you can't really see them. So then, yeah, here's our mansion. We went through and we tried to sneak our way into grabbing, the illagers without having to go through and fighting them proper, and that didn't work at all, so I'm just tearing it down. But if you remember early days, down here in the mining, let's go visit this for a minute. Oh, it's going to be really annoying to get back up. I'm not going to run the whole thing because this actually goes through, I think, under about half the world now. So, it goes a fair ways that way. Put a little jump to the nether here. Yeah, see, this keeps going. I put that in there so you can see how I'm stealing lava from here too. I put this here so I could get nether quartz without having to climb down from my my main perch. Then we go here into the back corner. This goes all the way down. You know what? I've done this in the wrong order because this would be a perfect way to get to the next stop. But let's visit the desert village first. Then we'll come back down here. If I'd done the desert village then this, it'd have been perfect. I could have run down there, no problem. I do kind of plan on finishing out that tunnel that'll circle the world, including doing maybe some decorating and some sort of quick path down there, whether or not that'll be, what's the word I'm looking for, rails or some sort of, ice and boat thing, I don't know. So these chests are the stuff I've been pulling out of the mansion. They should be empty, yeah. So this is just, stuff I've been pulling out, lots of glass. I took down one of the cats, which is why we got lime wool for the eyes. And just lots of dark oak. So as I'm filling it up, I'll fill those up and start moving them over to where I want the goodies. But for right now, it's no big deal. And then go over here, overlook our desert village, which, much like the last village we looked at, has been expanded out with houses and the fake houses. So I've got a nice little hut out here. Then this row, nice iron golem and a bunch of villagers. And this is really the first one I was kind of doing stuff with. So there's still, you know, I've got my little hut in here with just chest full of junk around. I also remember that cobblestone's here in case I want to use a bunch of it. Oh yeah, and all this stupid emeralds. I did so much trading and then realized that it was kind of useless. What are you trading? Huh? What do you got here? Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, what's not useless? I like glowstone, and even the bottles of enchanting. Even though it's kind of pointless now, I've got XP farms, but 2 glowstone blocks for 1 emerald. That's pretty good, especially when you got a paper farm. And then, yeah, I had so many emeralds I was using to fill in holes. Alright, well, whenever this village isn't even done yet, because I have to take down this mansion in order to finish it out. But that's going to take a while. Let's see. You know what? I was going to sleep, but if we're going to run through the tunnels anyway, it's a perfect time to leave it dark. So let's get back to the underground. And carry on from there. Okay, so here's our long tunnel. That just goes a long way, but at the bottom here I'll stop so you can see me on the map up in the top left. Yeah, this goes straight down, and at the next corner is actually where our XP farm, the first one, was with the skeleton spawner. Now, the main reason I had done this tunnel to begin with, I mean, yeah, you can get some resources out of it, and I'm down low, so I'm at diamond level and everything like that. But, hold on. I saw a really dark cave over here. Yeah. I am trying to keep all these things lit when I'm down here. Or in any caves. Anyway. So yeah, I was able to get diamonds and some of the other gems, and you know, definitely obsidian and stuff. But mainly I was looking for spawners. Now spawners are going to generate all over the place. I've said before, I've seen one at level 65 or 64. Hey, look at that problem. Lighting update problem. But they're definitely more common when you come down here and you start exploring the side caves and everything. You know, and I had found the abandoned mine shaft down here somewhere too that had the cave spawner. But the skeleton one, I was looking for either a skeleton or a zombie so I could make that XP grinder. I found a skeleton fairly right away. I was happy to, like I said before, to stumble upon the zombie one. But definitely the XP from the skeleton one really helped me kind of branch out and start the process of getting all my enchanted gear, because without an XP farm, having a bunch of mending stuff doesn't really matter much. So here's my walled off thing. And yeah, it's still dark. I didn't ran far. So this one's much deeper. Boy, this hole was a pain in the butt to dig. But it worked out fine. Probably need to move this stuff under here. I just still don't really know how the, you know, getting that chunk affects things. Yeah, I also left a bunch of stuff here. Last time I was down here, I just kind of like ran away. Here, let's dump off these pants and all this bows. And let's see. That stuff we found. Here's another bow. Okay. Yeah, I actually burned through quite a bit of bones here. There's even bone meal here. That's kind of weird. I think I was built. No. I was about to say I was building the bricks, but I don't have a. What I don't have down here, and I should, besides maybe a bed, is a crafting table. So maybe what I'll do in the future is I'll build a bed and a crafting table, just shove them down here next to the furnace array, just to have essentially a giant weird open hut. And then, yeah, we'll go through this door, and you can see the tunnel continues down there. And this is also where I've been stealing lava. So let's go up to the water elevator. It's the first one I built on this level, or on this world, I should say. I think. Was this one? Or was the XP, or was the mob farm one? Huh. Interesting. I don't know. Anyway, so it's kind of cool. I never really thought about it until today. My giant tunnel connects my 3 villages in a manner of speaking. You know, fairly close to all 3. So we'll stop here, take a spell. So in this one, this is the first one I really try to expand out. I put all these huts in here, and there's a bunch of them already here, until I gave up and just did the fake thing, just like I did everywhere else. And we've talked about it before when I first did it. You know, it's, yeah, you can do it naturally. You can build all these huts, and it's kind of cool, but who cares? I wanted a bunch of villagers. Here's my sugarcane farm. I don't remember why I put that in there, just to have it, I guess. Oh, because there's clerics here. Did I just put another... How many torches? I think I just put a torch there. I should not hold these in my hand. Here, let's go to the empty one. So what do we have left on our tour? Let's check the map. Basically nothing. I haven't. We'll go back to the center because I really haven't toured that one yet. I haven't done anything in the Nether at all yet. I want to go in there and build some blaze farms. Well, actually, one blaze farm with the 2 blaze spawners I found that are right next to each other, and we'll use that souped up design. I believe it was Nembon created. That should, you know, hopefully work out and be fairly easy to build. And I also want to do a wither skeleton farm. Just to, well, I kind of want a beacon, and so that you don't have to do the wither thing and whatnot. These turtles have been here for so long. Every time I run through here, I just jump over them. So I'm not going to bother going to the Nether. There's, you know, we really lucked out when I built another, what's it called? Portal? When I built another portal, by the home base in the center, because, like, instead of searching for a fortress, which, granted, is easier when you're on this classic size world, because the Nether is much smaller. It's only 1/8 of the size of this, and this world, you know, doesn't take that much time to traverse. Spawning right into, having another portal, you know, populate or spawn right on there, that's really handy. Can't really ask for a better one. I was super excited when it happened. I remember that. So here we are back to the main spot, the central locale. Boy, and the stuff we've done here. Let's start with the first one. Walk you past all this other cool stuff, which is cooler than the first thing I'm looking at, because the first thing I'm looking at is a big rectangular or square building where I left the door open. So we found center, which is going to be right here, 0064. I left all sorts of doors open in here. Oh, draft, I'm gonna catch a cold. And yeah, I just kind of designed the floor and worked from there and built this up and got a bunch of chests and whatnot, and I've been building ever since. And since this is kind of my hub at the center, so shortest travel time to all the other places, I just built a bunch of stuff here. There's the duplicator that I will probably never use again. We've got enough stuff, and anything I really want, well, let's face it, iron and trees. Iron, I already got a iron farm, and I'll have a little bit of a tree farm, but quite frankly, you don't really need a tree farm. You see this grass? You can plant a tree right there. Grow a tree. Easy peasy. One of the next things that I built was this first AFK fish farm, which should be empty now. And that was so I can get a bunch of those enchantment books and really start enchanting my my tools and stuff. And before I built the massive one up here. And I don't remember the order. Let's see. I know I built the melon and pumpkin farm before I built the massive thing. because of the switch here. I used the hopper timer without the slime, which means that the slime farm over here had to have been fairly well next. Not that the order really matters. And this thing is still going strong whenever I have it, in hard and am in this area. Got oh yeah, almost a full chest of slime already. It's pretty good. Yeah, let's just skip around. Who cares about the order? My chicken farm in here, my egg farm I should say, is going really well. Whoops, it's going better than I thought. Yeah, we're almost full. Okay, so this giant block of sand. Let's talk about this. You've probably seen it in the background before. I've literally never mentioned it. This is a project in process that I spent like an hour on months ago that I've totally failed on, and I think I know how to fix it, but until I do, it's going to stay hidden in a secret. There's my little plot of farm here. Oh, you know what? I'm trying to get my more villagers in my iron farm, so let me go ahead and harvest while I'm here. Yeah, this little basic plot, once I'd found some things to plant. There are automatic farms you can use with villagers and everything, but whatever. And then there are also better ways to farm cocoa, but you know what? That works for me. I don't need a lot. My pigs... oh, sorry. Not trying to tease you. I took one of them from my bench there. Cow disappeared, got replaced with a chicken. I keep losing a pink sheep, and I finally got a llama and put a nice little blanket on it. Oh yeah, my concept hut. This is a fairly early build too, and believe it or not, I still have some, like about 6 unspoken for pieces. I made some red concrete just because I had a lot of sand and gravel, and then red poppies from my iron farm. This, which has been off for a while now because I collected so much. My super easy grass farm. Sugarcane farm, which I'm really digging. And then, of course, my massive storage, which is all automated to come up off of my other AFK fish farm and my mob farm. I think this was actually the first water elevator. I'll go up here. My automatic fish cooker part isn't working well. I updated it to kind of make it more useful, and I think it's working worse now. So it's not cooking either fish. I don't care that much. My next project is going to be a furnace array. So we'll just take all that fish and cook it all up at once. No problem. So here's my giant mob farm, which is quiet at the moment. Got my little notch here, so if I'm ever here AFK fishing for a while, I can stand up here and kill the phantoms that come to say hey. There's a slightly more compact version of this, which I really like, and it works really well. Let's go back down. Oh yeah, another thing I need to mention. Changes have been made. So before I had my pointless squid farm right here, but it's on top of water, so the squid were actually, going underwater. So I moved over here where land is. I'm sure I'm still not going to get any. It really doesn't matter. I just kind of built it because it was a nice, easy build I saw them build. Yeah, nothing. Although here's an interesting thing. Here's a full block, right? Block. Why can I open that? Is it because its parts open? I'm going to assume that. I don't know. My snow farm, once again, probably pointless, but it's a nice, easy farm you can do if you want to use a lot of snow. Over here was a little hut I built. So I built this one. My house is right there. But I needed more storage for all the stuff tearing down this mountain. So I didn't want to keep going back and forth, even though the concert hut is kind of far away. But I kind of like this design, it's nice and airy. Got some good colors to it. If you notice the brown carpet underneath, I used stripped dark oak to kind of give you the same color and appearance. Little touches, little details. Nice and open. You know, for when it was by the ocean. It's not anymore. When I got out, my legs, my pig's legs stuck up. So, yeah, silly pig. So I think that's it. I mean, that's we got some flattening. Remember, a lot of this was water. There was a small island that just happened to coincide with the center of the world. But other than that, you know, all the way out to where you can see these starting to pick up, it was a good amount of water sitting right there. Trying to think of anything else. Let's climb up here and get a little bit higher look, better vantage point. So we've done a lot of work. You know, it's been a good 6 months. Maybe within the next 6 months I'll have this mountain finally gone. I actually drilled through it so I can get from the center to my farms over there easier. Like I said, the next thing we'll build is probably going to be the furnace, massive furnace. I've got the parts for it and a spot already laid out for it over there. And we've just got some cool things. Oh yeah, my obsidian square there, which I use to break all my like ores and stuff, just so I don't dig through accidentally to the water underneath. And yeah, I mean, this is we've got a good solid world. We've really got a good seed. My son and I talk about it a lot. You know, if you use this again, and remember the seed is actually Fred, P-H-R-E-B-H, all lowercase. On a classic size world, you really get a lot of stuff. We got the Woodland Mansion, the Ocean Monument, 3 villages. We got, oh, there's the Jungle Temple out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, the only thing I haven't come across is a witch hut, which, you know, who cares? And the newer things that were like the shipwrecks that I won't get because I'd already created my map before the update. So you probably get a couple of those. So yeah, I mean, if you want to play a classic world, especially if you want to flatten, or if you just want an easier, more compact way to play your world, your survival world, this is a really good seed, I think. Nothing spectacular, nothing great, but also nothing terrible. Actually, probably a lot of great things. Okay, the Nether Fortress being right at the center, at the right level, that's great. I mean, yeah, I know there's some variation in how those spawn over in the Nether when you first go through. But that's perfect in my book. Especially if you want to spend any time in the Nether. That's exactly what you want. Whoops. Probably shouldn't die. So yeah, there's my tunnel straight through. So let's go over here. And to sit down in here, we... oh, well, I guess when its legs are sticking out so far you can do it. Usually you have to kind of open that door. I'm getting that out so he doesn't go crazy. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this tour. It's like I said, we finished 6 months. Here's to the next 6. Maybe in that time I'll actually get some subscribers. I got a few. I got a couple. I got 2. I got 1. I don't think I got any natural ones. I think I know everyone who's subscribed to me. Oh well. While that'd be nice, you know, I'm going to keep on pushing through. This is what I do for my fun. Does it look fun? Look how flat that world is. Look how evenly spaced all those torches are. That's what I call good. That's what I like. As always, like, comment, subscribe. Talk to everyone later. Really? I can't put a repeater on here? You're killing me, Smalls. Hello everyone, welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 28, yay! Today, what are we doing today? Let's check anyone listening in? We are doing, that's a little too close. Dang it, I had this figured out. Go to the side, go forward, there we go. We are doing, that's still too close. How about this? 3? Yeah. We are doing, what did we say we were doing? I've already forgotten. Alright. We're doing the super smelter. Woohoo! We're going to be using Il Mango's design from a long time ago. There'll be a link in the description, obviously. I think the title talks about it's from version 1.11 and above. I hope it still works now. I'm pretty sure he had an updated version that uses some of the upcoming tools for 1.14 or for 1.14. Which as a PS4 player I won't get, but that's okay. So yeah, we're gonna do that. It's okay. Here's a warning. So this is a complicated build. I will be showing as much as I can, but a lot of it I'm going to have to do off screen while like flipping back and forth between his video and fast forwarding and reversing. So really just go to his video. He's got a really good detailed tutorial of it. This is for entertainment purposes only. So it doesn't just magically appear. If you want to watch mine, I'll keep checking in. I'll try to give a check-in so you see what's going on at different steps. Well, like I said, we'll do as much as we can on screen, but I wouldn't count on a lot of it being seen. That's all. Anyway, let's get this started. Okay, so here are the tools we have, or the resources we need. This is a little bit more. I just kind of, he's got a detailed list. I just kind of grabbed what I needed. And if you notice in the background, I've got slimes. I just slept here. So they're not quite all dead yet. I'm hoping that one especially doesn't come and get me. They should hopefully go attack the iron golem and die. Okay, so the first step is placing down some hoppers. I kind of marked it out. This will be my output chest. And we'll do it in this direction. The reason this is my output chest is because mostly I'm going to use it to cook fish. And I'm going to put it right back into this system. And then when that's full, I don't know, we'll just probably start throwing away fish. Between this farm and the Guardian farm, we've got fish for days. So let's start putting some hoppers down. So this and this are just not part of the actual design. Those are just what we have. So we put in, I want to say 23 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 21, 22, dang it, 22, 23. What did I say? Did I put any down? No, I got them on a nice little line. Okay, good. There's room. I was kind of concerned. And yeah, 23 furnaces. So why am I running this way when I could just do it here? So before I mentioned that what we'll do for our fuel and future episode is we'll build a bamboo farm up above this that'll automatically harvest and just keep this filled with fuel. That will not be part of today's. Today's going to be complicated enough without having to build a flying machine and doing all sorts of crazy kooky stuff up there. So yeah. We got plenty to work on today here. So let's see. Then we put this is the part I'm kind of remembering. So first we got the first line of hoppers was to get the stuff out of the furnaces. This line is to put the fuel into the furnaces, and then this next set, you know what, I'm just gonna want dirt here so I can start jumping up around. This next set will obviously be to put the stuff to burn in the hoppers. So El Mango's design is basically, the idea is there used to be, like when people started doing these, you could kind of, you know, just string as many you want to and do this kind of thing and fill them out, and for some reason like every 7th hopper or so would just not, or not hopper, furnace would just not be used. So it was kind of a pain in the butt. Oh, you know why I wanted to go this way? So now we do another line on top. Come on, you. But going a certain direction. Okay, so yeah, I had to check, obviously, there. So what it is is you do here, here, break this, put a hopper here, and then you do the same thing down here. And then hopper, 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 hopper. Then you just get hopping mad. I'm a dad. I come by it naturally. Okay. The falling in and out. See, that's what makes it funnier, because it looks like I'm hopping because I keep falling into the stupid hoppers and bouncing back out. Dang it. Did I run out of hoppers? Oh. Like, how am I out of hoppers? I bought more than he said. Okay, see that hopper. Here. Oh, what? I do need that. And then on these two, you have them brought out by one. Okay, so like that. Now let me go here to the end and pick up. Where'd my hopper end up? It's in one of these things. Is it in here? Where'd it go? There it is. I knew it was around here somewhere. So we'll end up using that to bring around these the sources here. And then, since we're loaded with iron right now because of our the iron farm we created, I just thought to be fancy, do it this way. And then we go up here, and I'm gonna say that we want to. I'm gonna say we don't want to fall. And then I believe it's redstone all the way across. And as I say this and do this, I realized, I may be wrong. Yeah, so that's totally right. I mean, obviously I knew that. How could I have gotten that wrong? I was absolutely certain everyone knew that, right? I mean, you could all tell, right? Yeah, you guys all knew. I totally know what I'm doing here. Let's see. Let's do. Okay, this part gets really weird for me. Let's see. I'm not doing the fancy build with iron and then take the iron away because I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Comparator. And redstone dust. And it's getting dark, so I have to sleep. Yeah, let me go sleep. We'll be right back. Okay, so to power these, we got this long, complicated thing, which I'm sure I'll get completely wrong. So, you know, that's good. That's what you want to be. So let's see. Block there. Block there. And then I need all these things active. Okay. And there, and there, and there. But then you'd want to block these signals, so you put that there. You want to do the same here. Now here, let's see if I can get this. How fancy can it be? Nope. Come on. Come on. Boom, look at that. Pro style. And then let's see. That is a repeater to there with one, two, That's 3 ticks because the first one is 1. Okay, and so then bam, 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 boom, boom. The sound effects are necessary. Everyone knows this. Okay, so from here on out, we should be able to repeat this a few times. And by should be, we'll see if I can. Boom, boom. So far so good. Oh, come on. No, here. It'll be very interesting to see how I build this right. Because I gotta be honest, right here, it seems a little doubtful. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I don't know if I got it in me to build this right, even while continually looking at the instructions. Yeah, just seems like something I can still manage to mess up or something. Like I'm pretty sure I got it in me. Whoops, like, you know, maybe randomly breaking when I need to not break. I know. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, because I don't think so. If you guys can't tell what I'm doing there, is just catching the edge. Redstone does have a height, so you can kind of catch the edge if you're good and or lucky. Guess which one I am. I am very experienced at doing things wrong. This everyone knows. You know what? I'll be honest. I don't know how this ends. And by that I mean it ends the exact same way, obviously. I mean, why wouldn't it? On this side, I'm just catching the edge of the repeater. Okay, did everyone get that? You repeat that all the way down here. To be cool. And this is what makes sure that the, what a word looking for here? The stuff you put in actually goes into all the hoppers. The stuff that you're going to cook goes into all the hoppers evenly. That's what we're shooting for with this circuit. And what we missed was a couple redstone torches just to make sure that this signal gets all the way down here. Okay. Because this one is coming off that comparator, I want to say. I don't know. You know me. I kind of know some of the redstone. I can't come up with it myself. I can usually somewhat describe it. So we're going to say that's what it's doing. I just know that those 2 torches are powering this line. That's all I know. I think the other end comes from over there. And that this line being powered blocks those hoppers from working until they're unpowered. Got it? Got it? Good. Okay, so this next bit is to do the fuel line. Let's go over here and take all these back. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And so this one, it's a very similar setup at the beginning with the comparator and whatnot. So we've got, let's see, do right there, do right there, Give me a comparator. There we go. Give me a comparator, but you know the proper way, not the way I did it. Oops. Go here. It's getting dark again. Don't really want to hear that seed. Put her on top. And then that should turn off. Ah, brother. I want some dirt here. These things are all in my way. So let's see. Repeater. Can I? Come on, come on, come on. All right. At this point, I'm just trying to make sure I can reach enough of this stuff. Whoa. So that was 5 spaces and come on, you know I can reach this. I know I can reach this. The whole world knows I can reach this. 3, 4, 5, 6. Repeater on 2. Bunch more redstone. 2, 3, 4. Can't reach. Is that how you count? 1, 2, 3. Can't reach. Oh. Can't reach. Can't jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll be on the wrong side for this repeater. Oh, why would I do that? About to say something clever like, why do you people watch me? Then I realized not a lot of people do. That's okay. And then hey, I think that's the first time I've done. No, that's not. I cut it before. It was an accident before. I mean, it wasn't on purpose then. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's that. Okay, so this will be source of fuel. There'll be stuff to cook. And this one eventually will, there. We'll throw that there now to remember. That's where our farm will output to once we do the bamboo farm. One hopes. Doop. Doop. Okay, cool. Now that that part's out of the way, whoosh. Okay, this is where it gets a little wonky because in El Mango's video, he built this one higher. So there was like these things right here, but we've got a ground here. We'll just use the ground. Which means, of course, that all of these things are going to be in a really stupid spot. Wait a minute. I bet I could use my special lighting. I'll be right back. Except for the fact that I need a block right there. Not planning! Now, can I get this back? That hurts, you know. That really hurts. Oh well. We'll do that. Boy, nighttime comes quick. It's like every 10 minutes or so. I'll be right back. Okay. So we do that. We do that. We do... What do we do? essentially to down in the same way. Yeah. Really? I can't put a repeater on here? You're killing me, Smalls. Why not? Oh, the pig. Okay, we also have to power these repeaters. So we climb up here and here. Do this and this. That and that. On all three of these. Where is this? And then what we do is we go back and make sure we did it right. Because let's face it, this is me we're talking about, and that looks wrong. Okay, that looks right. This all looks right. I mean, I don't want to sound surprised, but you know. You know. So let's immediately break some of this stuff because I don't like the way I did it. I knew I had this in the right spot to begin with. Here, let's get rid of all this and try to go back to some sense of normality. Here and here. Okay, so let's get some fuel, let's get some fish, and let's see what's what. Okay, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's dump off all of this raw salmon because I eat cooked salmon. You can see that it's already starting to fill up. Cool. And then I got 23 blocks of coal because I've got a lot of raw salmon. And what should happen is these all kind of kick on at the same time. Or not at all. Well, I did something wrong. Alright, well, I'm gonna go sleep on this. I mean, Minecraft sleep, not real sleep. And, I'll review everything, and once I figure out what the heck I did, I'll come back and show you how I fixed it. Ah, so sad. You see what I'm seeing? You see this one hopper? That doesn't flow into the other hopper? That's what I'm seeing. And look what's in this hopper. Oh, brother. Okay. Well, this is going to be a fun time. That's the right one, right? Yeah, I think so. You know, I wondered if I'd done that. Not that it helped much. Kind of wonder if I did it again. Okay, let's see if anything else comes out of this. I couldn't find any more broken hoppers, but I still think all of it just going into those two furnaces. At least I'm getting more, oh, hey! That was in the wrong spot altogether. Okay, let's try this out again. Dump a bunch of fish in there. make sure which one was it. Oh, dang, I'm good. Seriously, more blocks of coal? That one's got fish coming in. Apparently I wasn't done with the coal. Once we clear the coal out of this system, it should be fine. Okay. We got some salmon back in there. Let's try this again. Now, they should all line up together. Or not. Hey! Still missing one. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So, the lesson to learn here is double check your hopper placement before you build a bunch of stuff around it. And the pain of that is that I messed up hoppers when I was putting them there before, when I was putting them down, and I thought I caught them all, and obviously I didn't. And one hopper in the middle caused a whole bunch of problems. So we should be getting tons of, look at that fish flooding in. Cool. So now when I'm gonna have to transport all that fish over. It's over in our Guardian farm, which, as you can see from the map, is I guess a quarter of the way through. It's a far distance. But yeah, I mean, we've already got quite a bit of cooked cod in here and here, and an okay amount of cooked salmon. And I've been using salmon again because for remember when you eat with salmon, you get 3 hunger things instead of just 2 with the cod. But the salmon only comes from this fish farm, which, like I said, I think last time or time before, I'm pretty sure by trying to expand it out and get it to work better, you just saw that blink because the timer's still running. I think I broke this, the AFK fishing part, the cookery, the auto cookery. I think you could probably do it with just one, get away with just trying to cook one fish at a time, not split them up. I'm not going to bother to go back and try to fix it. You can go back to the original video where I built it and figure out that you only need to sort out the one kind of fish there. Just dump the raw fish there and do some sort of cooking array like this. I'm not going to build a neat little thing around it. I like my builds kind of raw. And if I do build any buildings around it, it'll just be a big old case. Should just do a giant skyscraper on this entire thing. But yeah, not only that, if I need more glass, definitely come over here. If for some reason I need I decide I need to dye a bunch of stuff cactus green, I can come over here. I wasn't really planning on building one of these giant ones. I was just going to do one of the small, like 7 furnace ones. But, you know, sometimes weird things happen. So yeah, I've been filling up all these chests just with the AFK fishing stuff. And I've got I want to say close to 6 double chests full of raw cod over at the Guardian farm. So I've got plenty of cooking here to do. I'll be busy for quite a while just on the cooking. But I think that's enough of a disaster for today. I don't like to say what I'm going to do next time because, as we've talked about, I often change it. But maybe I'll go ahead and throw up a giant bamboo farm over the top here. I don't want to have it covered by that building, so we'll probably have it in this general area, feeding into that hopper there so that we can use it and cook all the fish we want without having to worry about our coal supplies. Although I keep finding coal even when coal is found above sea level. So I've got tons of coal. It's just kind of neater to do that. The thing with the using the bamboo farm though, because bamboo burns so quickly just like the carpet does, El Mango's admonition follows, where you need to have this filled out completely with bamboo before you can kick it in and start doing your cooking. So right now we've got 9 coal in here in this one, and well, once this is cleared out, it'll actually work evenly. So for bamboo, what we're going to do is we're going to let it clear out the whole system, let the bamboo farm run enough to fill up all of the furnaces full, and then we'll worry about trying to dump stuff in there to cook. But that'll be a later date. I've been getting more into actually trying to focus and tearing down some stuff. You can see this, what used to be quite a tall mountain is now a short plateau. I'm going to continue doing that work. So maybe we'll go back to doing a time-lapse episode here and there. Wouldn't that be fun for everyone, especially the youngins? Gather around, everyone. All right. Anyway, obviously, I'm babbling. I'm just so excited I got this to work after only 2 tries. Do better, everyone. Just pay more attention than I do, and you'll be happier. I mean, I'm a happy dude, but come on. You'd be happy if you paid more attention. I'd probably be happy if I paid more attention. Oh, yeah. What a day. As always, like, comment, and subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 29. Almost at the big 3-0 or something. I'm just counting. I probably even shouldn't, but whatever. I am. As you can see, we're doing a nice time-lapse here. Every once in a while I like to break down the stupid mountain. I'm tired of this mountain. Why won't this mountain just die? Hey, everybody, before we really get into it, let's listen to the theme song, Unplugged. Yeah, I know I'm not very good, but, I'm learning, so that's important. And plus, I thought it was just a fun thing to do. It's also a terrible recording, but, what are you going to do? I don't have a recording studio. I've got a basement. And, well, the rest of the house, too. But that's what I did in my basement. So anyway, what we're doing here is working on this mountain again. I spent like 2 hours on it, so this is kind of a fast time lapse. Yeah, this entire video is a time lapse, so I hope you like it. Mostly, yeah, pickaxe and shovel. There's some of it where I get bored and I use a stack of TNT and blow it all up. That was fun here or there. Hey, fun fact, since I had my microphone turned off while recording this, I was listening to that 70s show on the background while I was playing. I like to do that sometimes when I'm just flattening, have something on playing on the background. And I finished rewatching that 70s show for like the 10th, 12th time, so I don't know what I'm going to do from now on. I guess, be in silence or listen to music or something. Let's get to our first segment of time-lapse music. This will be the original time-lapse music, which means, yes, later on in the video you can look forward to a new version. And then we can take votes. Which one do you like better? I feel like if I just like lower the tone of that song or that music, it'd be better. It's a little shrill, but you know, as I said before, I used Family Tracker, so it was designed for old NES games, so you know, very. There's, I'm not gonna do that again. That was, I'll use the computer to make sounds. One of the other things I did during this time lapse, and this probably won't sync to this what I'm speaking of now at all, is repair my tools. Mostly it was just my pickaxe that I need to repair. Whenever I'm doing it though, I always, you know, hit up the other tools. And these, you know, repair stations are not super efficient. It probably takes me like a full, you know, day cycle, 20 minutes to repair a tool. So if I'm doing a full thing, sometimes I'll just sit there and let it kind of collect zombies and bash them all out at once. But you know, you get gear and it's easy to do. You can read while you're waiting for them to drop, so it's not bad. Will I build something more efficient? Not on purpose, but I might. You know, I've got some other farms coming up that probably have XP components, and maybe they'll be faster, maybe they won't. We'll see. But for now, this works fine. And whenever I'm back over in the corner that has a skeleton, Bonner farm, XP farm, I'll use that too. It doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. So yeah, it's like totally weird playing on hard after I spent so many months on peaceful. I have to remember to, you know, sleep so I don't get attacked, and so that, you know, I don't get attacked by phantoms or any other mobs. On the plus side, because I don't really like recording too much when it's nighttime, you know, you can actually see what I'm doing now instead of not be able to see it, which happens way too often. But let me tell you, when I get back to building some more farms, especially the ones in Nether, I'm switching back to peaceful like super quick. So fast you won't even notice because I won't be recording, you won't be able to tell it all. Believe it or not, I'm working to a script today. This is not just coming off the top of my head. I mean, mostly it is, but not completely. By script, I mean I jotted down some notes of things I wanted to make sure I talked about before I stopped talking and, played music. I'm just like a terrible morning DJ now. Okay, let me specify. Most morning DJs are terrible. See, that's the joke, kids. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I'm just babbling between bouts of music no one wants to listen to. Hey, what's that ad? I don't get ads. You know what? I would have sell out so hard, but it's kind of nice not having ads, so I know that, at least the people watching aren't being bothered with those. So yeah, why don't we tune in to the new time-lapse music? I haven't heard it yet because I've only half written it. So that'll be fun. Here, you're listening to The Future. I kind of hope it's better. Oh, heck, we've got time. Let's throw in a song that I wrote years and years ago when I was in my techno phase. Enjoy. Word, 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 to include some more off that album, but really that's the only song that's even close to good. The hook of it is that well, in that song, everything, every bit about it is just the word. So the word. Obviously that's word, but everything, the beat, it's just all me saying word, and then I use some software a million years ago to make it into a song. And the entire album was like that. It was just me making sounds and then, messing with them with some sort of sequencer. So, that's fun. Well, I'm running out of time-lapse footage, so I guess it's time to sign off. As always, like, comment, subscribe, and I promise next time we'll do something more fun. All right, bye. So let's see if I can remember how to build a flying machine. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 30. What are we doing today? We are gonna build the bamboo farm. Finally. How do I get out of here? So what I've done is I've taken off, I've looked at a few different people's ideas as far as the bamboo farm. I've kind of merged a bunch of them together. And I'll include them all in, in the description, of course, links to all the videos. Zuma Void, Mumbo Jumbo, and Raiseworks all had ones that were, fairly similar, but different in different ways for different reasons. To do this, so, yeah, I'm hoping it works in this version, because that'd be embarrassing if it didn't. You have to build us a certain direction. So if you do that, that links up fine, but if you do that, it switches. So it has to be built in this direction. So the first part we're doing here is going to be a hopper track, or a hopper minecart track, just to pick up all the stuff and deliver it here. And then we'll be building the bamboo farm right on top of that. So if I'm looking at, that's 1, 2, and then 10 for, no wait, 10. For some reason I had in my head doing it 10 by 13. It doesn't really matter. Let's just build out till it looks good. Let's make it 13 by 13 because, we're cool kids. 13 is the coolest number because it's so dark, man. Yeah. Plus 13 squared is 169. You learn that once in your life, you'll never forget it. Okay, so now for the rails. For the rails, don't do what I did. I forgot about that part. I hate making these rail tracks. This is probably why I don't do them that often. Okay, everyone. Here's a little tip for you. Don't make this entire line yet. Jeez. Really? Really? Also, it helps if you don't get totally distracted and and do stupid things while you're playing. Okay, we got all the rails in place. For those of you counting along at home, I did not have enough. Oops. So what we're building here is one of the classic, empty out the minecart contraptions thingies. So we'll send a signal. You'll see how the minecarts shoot on. That's one of the last steps actually. But they'll go down and back, collect all the bamboo that's dropped, and stop on this minecart, or on this hopper to let go of the stuff. So this circuit is just going to be continued all the way down to there. Elsie, you can stop that sound any second too. Okay, so we've got all these circuits placed. I really wish these minecarts stacked. I mean, come on, people. Why would they, though? They're giant minecarts. How do they even fit in my pocket? I mentioned before that the bamboo farm is going to be one of those where it's automatically harvested with a flying machine. So what we'll do is once the flying machine goes down and back and returns, it'll trigger a line of redstone here that will send all the hoppers down and back to collect stuff, and then they'll dump it off. And I'm sure it'll work perfectly the first time, and I won't have any problems whatsoever. So let me get my supplies for the actual bamboo farm, including the bamboo, which I forgot to grab. And we'll start the next step. So what we need here is dirt covering all these tracks. Hey, look at all that stuff in the distance. Oh, I was about to shoot that creeper. Would have been fun. So yeah, anyway. That shouldn't have been possible. I just ran over that gap. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so now I've got my dirt. This will be all of our growing space, nice and wide. The next step I want to do is actually put some glass walls on this. So there's a few ways of doing this kind of thing. Not glass walls, that's pretty much just, you know, put glass down as walls. But as far as doing the design, Raisworks had a really good idea where instead of doing glass walls and trying to mess around with that, you extend the dirt out underneath, or actually not underneath, out like 3 or 4 blocks, and then use water to push it back in, which I liked and I was gonna do, and then I decided that I'd rather have something a little bit more compact. Here's the thing, it's probably better that way, but this is what I'm doing. So if it works, then it works. If it doesn't, then use someone else's design. This is all untested. It should be fine. What I definitely need though is more glass at some point. And all the glasses does is try to keep the stuff in. So I'll probably I'll just keep running this for a while without all the glass walls up, and then as I fill up the super smelter, I'll just use it to make more glass. That's how things are done the easy way. Okay, so the next step is to build a flying machine in the return over there. Like I said, my plans, I didn't have this merged together, so I'm going to have to figure this out. Let's start with the return. That seems like the easy part. I'll figure it out and get back to you. Okay, so this is the return I've got designed based on, well, what I saw from Azumovoid. I don't remember who designed it originally. There's a couple of them around there. What'll happen is when the flying machine's coming in, this will get updated. It'll flip up and down. There's a little delay here. That's why I'm showing you this part. So when it flips up and down, it'll kind of jerk a little bit and then send the thing back over because it updates the observer. Okay, so I've got my 2 tower of obsidian. I probably only need 1. In fact, I don't need all the obsidian down there either. I'm just showing off. Plus, that's what I tested. I don't know if that's necessary or not. It shouldn't be. The important part here is that this obsidian is directly across from that observer. That is our lineup point, and that can be pretty much anywhere on here. You do it in the middle. It can be a little bit wider, much wider though, and you're going to need multiple flying machines, which is totally possible, and I would refer you to other people's videos. Okay, so this is the launching station. What'll happen here is the bamboo will grow up to this height, and whenever this one gets to this height, it'll trigger this observer, which wraps around here, flips this up and down, and sends the flying machine over that way, much like the flying machine gets sent back with that. There's probably better circuits to do this. I was kind of, like I said, merging a couple different designs in together, and that's what I came up with that worked for me. And since it works for me, it'll probably work for you. So let's see if I can remember how to build a flying machine. Okay, so this is the basic setup of this one, at least. There are different ways of doing it. I've got these observers facing up because that way they can be triggered with the trapdoors. You can actually face them to the side or a different direction to get into work, depending on your needs. I also got sticky piston here and a sticky piston there, so you just build this thing and that's pretty much it. What we'll be doing here is extending this out to here, and then I'm going to cap it with glass because that way the glass can slide against glass. And then on this side, well, you can do it this way. This one is designed more to make sure I can get out of here. So it's one flat line going across. You don't really need to do, you can have this offset if you'd like. Whatever really works out for you is what you're going with. Wow, I didn't realize that slime was so slow to walk on. Things I should know about Minecraft, but don't. And you can see I've got 2 more slime blocks because I was thinking I was making a bigger one. So yes, you can make it 2 wider and it'll be fine. Okay, now in theory, I'll put a block here. This will trigger that. That'll flip that up and down. That'll send it down there. This will push it back and it'll stop here. Ooh, so far so good. And let's see. Alrighty then. Yeah, that worked a lot better. Man, do not make changes after you test, let me tell you. So back to this timing. I didn't want any of the bamboo to be shoved out, so I did put the leaves here. Slime blocks, do not stick to those. So let me get up here and tear down the scaffolding. Scaffolding? There's no T in that. And then we will do another test. Why am I doing that if I'm tearing down the scaffolding? Stop saying scaffolding. Boom. Okay. So in theory, this should go there and back. Yeah, it does that weird little double take, which is fine with me. If I did one more take, it might work better. I don't know. And it stops. Okay, cool. Whoops. Cool. So now all we need to do is hook up a switch. I can't get my dirt. Hook up a switch to this thing. Get it so when it returns, it'll send the mine carts back. The hopper mine carts, that is. Mine hoppers, mine carts, whatever. It's practically the same word. Okay, so all I did here was go ahead and stick an observer onto my flying machine. It'll go down and back, and when it comes back, it'll light up, and there's a little redstone dot there, a track just down to here. And this is long enough that it gets, or short enough rather, that it all gets lit up and sends them down. As you can tell from the fact that they stopped here and never went anywhere else. So now all we gotta do is plant this sucker. We should be done. That's amazing. Okay, now it's all planted and it's already growing, which is so exciting. Let's get some, let's start filling in some of those other gaps here. And we'll be cool. So bamboo grows pretty fast. It shouldn't take too long before it gets up there. We can actually see this sucker in action. I hope. I also realized that I should have broken this hopper, or yeah, this hopper, not that hopper, so I can actually see the results easier. No worries, we can go down there and check it. Alright, well, something's gotta be fixed here. I don't know what. I'll figure it out. Get back to you. So, yeah, there's actually a bug on the PS4 where the flying machines will no longer break bamboo. I'll link to the bug in the description so you can keep an eye on it. But until that's fixed, I guess I'm stuck here. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. See, that's what happens. You get on the hill, and then you get spleefed. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 31. Yeah, 31, I double checked that. Today I had plans, and then I kind of ran out of time, so my plan, oh, I'm almost done. For the first part at least, I'm going to finish tearing down this mountain that I had over here. And we'll talk about what the next plans are. I realize that now that we have, we can craft blue ice and packed ice, that I can make those and use them to speed up my XP farms by, you know, putting it under the water so that the mobs slide a little bit better, and maybe it'll speed it up a little bit and be more convenient for me to use. So that's what we're gonna do eventually. Get out of my way, wolf! Dang it! God. So once I'll show you why I'm over here. Once I finished taking down that mountain, and I finished taking down a little bit of mountain over there, I started working on this little patch that was here. And you can see that in the map, and looking over here, I started filling in more of this space, trying to get back to what I'd started with the flattening. As I mentioned before, I realized I've been working a lot on these projects, not so much on the flattening that I need to. So this past week, I've been spending more time just working on this. See, that's what happens. You get on the hill, and then you get spleefed. I'm going to hit one of these one of these wolves, and they're all going to attack me, and I'm going to die, and that's going to be my first death, and it's going to be embarrassing. That's what I'm talking about! Move! So, anyway, after taking down those, I decided this would be my next flattening projects because it was kind of small. There was like 4 or 5 different kinds of trees on here. No, wait, not 4 or 5, 3. I think there was birch, oak, and dark oak. No, dark oak? No, spruce. It doesn't matter, obviously, but whatever. And I built this cool little house. So I've been building these huts lately, and I've been trying to make it a little, not so much so they're all just the blocks. I thought that the brown glass, which I had left over from other build, was nice. Little bed in there, and you can see stuff out. It's nice. I kind of wish the door had windows, but I wanted it to match everything. So yeah, I mean, like I said, we'll be building those here in those little huts here and there. Looks like it's almost time to sleep even. But in the meantime, I should be able to tear down the rest of the door. If I do 20, 30 minutes, I may not finish this entire thing. But I'll collect a bunch of dirt and go back to filling that stuff out. Oh, come on. That's the problem with these fast tools and such. This is even without the without any kind of beacon, which means if I got a beacon, I could do like stone this quickly. That'd be pretty sweet. That's my goal eventually. There's like, I've got the double blaze spawner out there, and I don't know which plant I want to use. I'll probably use the was it Nemon? Whatever one that who built it? I don't remember now. The one where you build the giant blocks. There's another one where you can do this moving platform that will do the wither skeletons and the blazes together. That Iskall just built on Hermitcraft recently, which is pretty sweet, but I don't see myself actually building that. I'm certainly not planning on placing 50,000 buttons. So whatever I build is not going to be technically the most efficient, but it'll be good enough for me. I got one player, that's all I need. Okay, dogs, wolves, I should just tame them all. It'll be quicker. Won't accidentally kill them, then they kill me on purpose. So anyway, what was I talking about? I have no idea. Oh, yeah, the blaze spawners, farms. At some point I'll get over those. And I probably will just do the double one where you do the blocks so they pathfind to you. It'll just be easier. And then I'll build the wither skeleton farm. Who was that? Was that another Uzuma Void? Tango Tech? I think it was Tango Tech. Did the long, stretchy wither skeleton farm. It's long and it's not really stretchy, but it extends out. Long and thin. I found that to be useful. I used that on my Vita. And it worked just fine. It was fairly easy to do. Oh, I need to pick some of the stuff up and put it away. How much dirt do I have? Let's dump some of this stuff. That's another reason I build these cabins out here, is so that I can dump the stuff off, have some more inventory space. And flowers, don't need that, don't need that. See, but I got most. I'm gonna have to start flattening. While I'm doing that, let's do this. Okay, so torches. Oh, you mean to count, and instead you place. How are you supposed to keep track of what's going on? Okay, let's finish taking down this little part of this hill, and then we'll start spreading out and filling in more of those gaps over there. And while I'm doing this and going over there to do that, I'm going to need to make torches soon too. Let's talk about my iron farm over there. So I've been trying to breed up. In fact, we'll go take a look. I've been trying to breed up, the second set of villagers. So I got 10 on the far side, and I'm trying to get 10 on the near side. And I'm not sure if I have enough doors to do it, because I've been feeding the 2 villagers I have in there for a while, and they haven't spawned any new ones yet. So let's go take a quick look at them, stare at them. That makes them work quicker, right? This is still working. The guardians. It's good to see some down there about to die. That's what I'm going for. Killing guardians. Whoops. So we got here 1 and 2. I've been just force feeding them carrots for a while. I don't have any on me right now, but eventually, hopefully, they'll breed and fill it up. If not, then you know what? I'll just go back to the village and keep stealing more of them and loading them in there. Got my turtles in there nicely. So yeah, if you're gonna do anything similar to this, any kind of large gap filling like I've been doing, which I think we've mentioned before, I don't think anyone else would do this, but if you do, it really is. It's much like taking down the guardian, not the guardian, but the underwater, the ocean monuments. I'll remember these names eventually. It's like taking those out. You know, you do it very methodically. You break things up into smaller chunks. That way they're easier to do. You don't just, you know, do this like go at one corner of the world and work your way back and forth from corner to corner and just like a printer or something, just working your way down. Like you're eating corn on the cob. Other people eat a corn on the cob? I don't eat corn on the cob much. Whatever. Yeah, you split it up into smaller chunks. It's easier for you. No dirt. It's easier for you to do that way. You don't get so bogged down, and you make progress. And making progress is an important part because that way you feel like you're actually getting something accomplished, and it makes you want to keep doing it. Yeah, we had a little bit of an interruption there. My daughter was coming home from doing a little bit of roller skating, and my dog decided to go insane. I think you heard her in the last video. I left a little piece in there for barking. She gets touchy about people being outside where she can hear or see or thinks she can hear or see them and just goes crazy because she's very protective. Unless someone walks into the house, then she's their best friend, so I don't know what the point is. I guess as long as if they breach the door, they're fine, but if they stay outside, they better keep going. Something like that. Anyway, I think we're talking about larger projects and splitting them up, and that's good advice for whatever you're doing. In a lot of ways, you know, that's what your teachers always teach you. If you're writing a paper or something, you know, you start with an outline, or you start with some general ideas. You kind of get what you know down first, and then you fill in all the gaps. Works for some people, doesn't work for others, but in general, if you have a large project ahead of you, do small parts, break it up into manageable pieces, and that way it'll be easier for you to accomplish, and you'll keep motivated because as you finish those small parts, you can see the results and you want to keep moving. It is fun to see all the different greens that are available. What's weird, you can't really see the different greens from the map. You'd think that it would show you the different like the different biomes and what the grass looks like and all. You can see them when you're down on the ground, but on the map it looks all the same. Even where I know there's swamps, it looks all the same. You know, in the middle where I've got the slime farm, I know that's a swamp because that's why I built it there, or swamp biome, and yeah, it's still a nice green. But when you go over there, it looks horrible. A little bit of a map shortcut. It works. Sometimes it amazes me how much dirt, or well, in my case dirt, or how many blocks it takes to fill these things up. Because it looks like, oh, that's not that big. And I've got, let's see, what, 9, 8, essentially 8 because there's a 4. Here, I'll get rid of this. Bing! Almost 8 stacks of blocks, and it will barely make a dent whatsoever. I kind of wish I had statistics on the PS4 version like you can have on the Java PC version, where I can just see how many blocks I've torn down or replaced. By the time this process is done, those numbers are going to be insane. I'll have to like kind of work it out. Oh, come on. Move. God, those squid, they're always in the way. Anyway, I bet I can work it out by let's see, I know the world size. I know that it's a heck of a lot of water. So I can probably estimate by looking back at the first episode how much of the landmass is actually taken up. You know what, I bet I can even grab a screen grab off the first episode and grab it, throw it into a post-processing to count the pixel colors. Yes, this is all possible. Here, I'll give it a weird shout out for this series. Coding Train is a YouTube channel where they just do a lot of JavaScript and Java coding to just do cool things. And I watch it not all the time, but fairly frequently. And that's exactly one of the things you could do using, I want to say, the P5. Or is it processing? I don't know. I'll send a link down to the channel. You can check it out. So if you want to do any kind of processing of your maps, you can try to figure that out. If I actually go through with it, I'll share the results and maybe even the code, so everyone can do their own. But it's just kind of a funny idea of using two completely disparate YouTube videos and channels and merging them together to get some statistics. I guess that's probably why I like watching different channels like Nembon or I guess Nembon is the one who usually does all the math. RaiseWorks does a bunch of it. IBX ToyCat does a lot of designs, but not necessarily like the SciCraft guys are doing. Where you actually get like solid numbers and they do all the testing. But anyway, statistics I think is, well, it's not something I'm necessarily great at. I definitely had to do it in college. And it's just always interesting. Almost out of the stack. I'm down to 4 stacks. You can see I've barely made a dent in this whatsoever. And here we come upon a squid killing itself. What's going on, stupid? How's it going? I guess this will be your death watch. Let me sit here with you. It's okay. It's okay. Hospice for squids. I don't know why they keep doing that, but it works out because my squid farm, even though I moved it, it don't work at all. I think there's too many entities around. It worked really cool for Impulse and Skizzleman on the sky block, so maybe it only works when there's nothing around. I think I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to build it up just off of my mob farm up there and see if it works that way, and if so, I'll feed it into... Oh, it's a chicken. I'll feed it into the system that sorts everything. If not, it's not too big of a deal. They die all the time. Well, the fish block me, and I always forget what's going on. Yeah, so like I said, even when I was building the squid farm, it was just something cool to build. Although at this point, it's just a silly-looking fountain with no ultimate purpose. And a chest. Okay, as I use the last of my blocks, I guess it's a good time as any to sign off. What do I have in here? Yep, some sand. Some sand and some ink. So until next time, this has been Fred. Like, comment, subscribe. You know what I watch Linus Tech Tips. Sidebar before you get rid of me. Linus Tech Tips, I like watching him too. Even though I'll never spend that kind of money on computer stuff. But he's one, some other channels I like to watch too that do it, but they say, if you don't like it, go ahead and unlike, dislike. Hit the down button. I want an honest reaction. But if you do like it, go ahead and like. If you don't like it, don't comment. No one wants to read your negativity. Anyway, I'll talk to everyone later. Basically, if you want to do it, just use blue ice instead of the stone or whatever you might be using to build. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft episode 32. Yeah, it's 32. So here, let's just dive right back in. Let's have a little chat. So last episode I mentioned that the next build I wanted to do, I'm sorry, I'm pacing. I'm nervous. I'm pacing. Plus, it's just kind of fun. Hold on, let me back up. Anyway, I was said that this episode was going to be about getting some ice and turning it into packed ice and turning that into blue ice and replacing the parts of the mob spawner, the XP farms, so they can slide a bit quicker. That's boring. I'm not going to show you that. Look, I've got some blue ice. I've made it up and I already fixed or changed the zombie farm So I got this, enough blue ice to change the skeleton farm, but basically if you want to do it, just use blue ice instead of the stone or whatever you might be using to build. Just the very top, you know how they go up and then they go down? The part there in the middle that has the water, just put the ice underneath. That's all. You don't really want to see that. So what are we going to do instead? I hear you ask. I think it's time. Whoops. I think it's time to reveal what's in the secret box. Ta-da! It's a terrible music setup. So what I was trying to do here is make my theme song in the game. And yeah, it didn't work. Let's go through it a little bit. Oh, a little extra sand. Here, first of all, let's go ahead and listen to it. Yeah, so the piston, I don't know. I read online something about making this so you can do the timing better. Basically, what I did not realize is that if you have two note blocks together much like this, they will play at the same time, no matter how much you put delays on. So they can't be next to each other. So what I need to do is, well, tear down this tragic part here, spread this out, and get it set up so that each of these note blocks has a space between it. And what I'll do is, so I've got it ordered like this to remember how the notes go. So what I'll do is actually, I'll just put one space between ones that are supposed to be right next to each other, and then I'll double space these. That way I don't forget what the note pattern is. And that's just a visual. It's not really going to be necessary. All the timing should be able to be handled with the repeaters. I just want to do it so that it's a visual reminder to me, so it's easier to build. I put them on note blocks. I did a lot of testing, and note blocks is what sounded the best to me. Technically, it's a bell, according to the wiki, but it sounded the best. So let me go ahead and tear down this half completely and rebuild both halves, and let's see if we can get some the proper theme song out of it. Alright, I think I got everything set up as a basic thing. I don't have the note blocks tuned right. I don't know if I've brought this up before. It's actually the theme song is all in G. Just the note G over and over again. And there's a twofold reason. One, the same note because monotonous, one tone. And G was the typical, not always, but more than half the time typical note used by monastic chanters when they would just drone. And yes, I did research that to figure out what note I should use for my theme song. I don't know why. Sometimes arbitrary research is fun. So anyway, I've already tested this out. It doesn't work, but let's give it a listen. So they all go at once. So I'm going to probably have to add this repeater is just there to extend the signal. I'll probably need to add in between. I don't know if doing this will make much of a difference. Let's just try it. If it's a 2 gap, let's give it 4. Let's keep this to 1. I think that counts as a 4. 4, 1, 4, 4, and 1. And yeah, let's just see if that does anything. Not really, but it was less than, or it was more than one note. Let's try it again. So yeah, I think I'm going to need the repeaters in between each one of these. Let's put those in and see what that gets us. So I've got all that in place. I extended the very end here by 1. I realized I need to kind of loop around, so I've got some redstone in the plate in the middle, so it's just not feeding into it. I don't want to accidentally double power or power 2 things at once. Let's set these tones. Okay, so the way a note block works is it's 2 full octaves from F sharp to F sharp, which is weird, but whatever. We're looking for G, which means we just need to hit them all once. to get to the right note. And yeah, depending on what blocks you have them on, they'll make different notes. There we go. This is still not right, but I did test it. It's kind of funny to hear. Let's see. Well, actually, you know what? I changed all these timings back. I haven't really heard this. So way too fast. So let's see. Now, if I do the same thing, let's do 4 and 2. Give this a whirl. Yeah, see, it feels like it's close. It's too fast. It also feels like I don't remember what the theme song sounds like. Well, we'll figure it out. I think this should actually be that one. So it's do 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 do. I think it's 13 notes. Let's try. That seems worse. Huh. Let's go back to these being as 2 instead of 3. And then I'll play with, whoops, I'll play with these repeaters a little bit to see if that helps. What should be fairly obvious is I haven't watched any tutorials or read really much anything about this. I just know how to make the notes. I'm learning how to make the notes I want. See, that felt pretty good, except maybe this one's just a little bit longer. Yeah, that one's definitely closer. So I'm going to play around with the timings a little bit more and see if we can get this working. So I've been playing around with this for a while, and really all I needed to do to fix this was just make this 4 ticks. After that, I changed some notes. I didn't like them, the kinds of notes. I messed with the timings, kind of get it better, and it never really worked. So let's listen. See, that's pretty darn close. Problem is you can't really hear the whole thing. That's why I went. That's why I have this horseshoe shape so I can kind of like listen to both sides. And the click of the button is a little bit loud. Let's see. Maybe it'll be better with a torch. Yeah, it works. Kind of pointless. I like the button better. A little bit easier. All right. Cool. Let's call that a win. Woo! I thought there was a creeper back there. It's just a cactus. So yeah, the secret is out. Got a theme song. I don't think I'll use it for this episode. Maybe I will. I don't know. Tell me later when it publishes, and you'll either hear it or you won't. I'll definitely bring it up at some point. And I had another idea for a song in here. Oh, I think I was going to try to do another time-lapse song on this, but that's really complicated. I'd rather spend the time getting back to flattening. So I don't anticipate doing that. Maybe later. At any rate, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. Bye. And he's just going to stare at me the whole time. That's a little creepy, dude. Go somewhere else. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 33. Today we're going to do a couple of things here. I think instead of tearing down like I've been doing a lot of, and I don't really have any bigger projects I want to do. I mean, I've got other bigger projects I want to do, but I don't really want to do them. There's you get burned down on those like farms and stuff. We're going to do a little bit of a build. Yeah, it'll be nice. It'll be different. What direction am I heading? Let's get some materials. Where am I? That is not the... That's not the door you're looking for. What we're gonna do... I would do a name it, but come on. We're gonna build a nice little igloo around our snow golem here. Our snow farm. So let me grab a bunch of snowballs. I'm going to turn these into what are these things called? Just snow. The flat snow, though, not the big snow. I'm going to grab a bunch of big snow and those. And we're going to do a nice little, well, it won't be that little, an igloo over the top of it, and it'll just be kind of a cute little build. And I don't know, but the rest of them we might be doing. Where's the snow? Is it here? I want to say it's here. I can never remember where any of this stuff is. Can I do what I need? What I want to do? Am I making stuff up? No, there it is. Yeah. Like I said before, you know, some of these buildings or some of the builds we have around here, we kind of want. Wait, that's not the one I want. Is that how you do it? Oh. I obviously don't know how snow works here. Whatever. Yeah, that'll be plenty of each. Sheesh. Let's go ahead and sleep now so I'm not disturbed by being shot at. Some of these builds we're going to put buildings around. Many of them will. This one, maybe. Here's the problem. I built some stuff so close together you can't really tell. This one you can put a nice little hut around. This entire thing, yeah, I could, but I still want to be able to get through here. This monstrosity, that'd be quite the high rise. I've been thinking about it. Maybe. What do you guys think? This, and then also this. Hey, maybe I could do the Disney type thing. I could build a series of like what looks like townhouse storefronts here, and then in back of it will be a completely different building around the corner. I don't know. I could do stuff. I don't know. The AFK fish farm, we could put something down. The chicken farm. I do plan on building a music building, at least around the theme here. Let's hear it again. Yeah, I don't have my music turned up loud, or the sound turned up loud, so you can't hear it anyway. Can't really build around a farm, and well, quite frankly, I need to move that thing back up. This has never produced one squid. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna rebuild it way up there, so if I'm doing AFK fishing, I can see if that works. And if that doesn't work, I'll just recoup all the stuff and oh well. Just oh well, that's all. So come on, there we go. So the way we're gonna build this is we gotta keep the glass in place. That's so I'm not gonna want that there. Do I need a block? I don't know. Did I get that back? I wasn't paying attention. I've got enough snow, and if I need more snow, he's right there. I mean, come on. So yeah, we need the glass to remain there because we need daylight above him for him to create snow. And he's just gonna stare at me the whole time. That's a little creepy, dude. Go somewhere else. I did not plan this out ahead of time. I've done enough graphics design. I could probably figure it out. So we've got a kind of a 5x5 circle. It's a 3x3 center, but you know these bring it out to 5x5. And then the sides of the igloo, we're going to want to have the same type of thing. This might be the right spot, except we're not going to do all 5. We're going to base it on. Well, we're going to try the 3. Does that look right? That could be right. They're not in the right spot. The reason I can tell they're not in the right spot is that this would have to be straight diagonal there, and I could just that should be one back. So this wall should be here, and that should be big enough if I put the wall there. Careful. Okay, so let's move this wall. And the reason we do it back by, you know what? Yeah, what I didn't do. Okay, it's this actually because I put it where the lamp, where the torch was. The reason we do it, kind of like it's buried, is that way. An igloo, the way our igloo designs would be just essentially a giant sphere, a giant snowball, but we're burying the bottom part of it. So we just kind of imagine that these two rows here, and then this row that would be underneath it, is analogous to that flat side, the glass there, but on its side. So that's all. And if that didn't make sense, I'm sorry, I can't really explain it any easier. Basically, if you want to do this, do what I'm doing, and then, yeah, we'll be good. Already, this is going to be bigger than I was anticipating. You know what? I'm going to put my door here. I put my door here because my torch, am I already... Hold on, let me build these blocks. I'm doing the door there just because the chest is there. That's all. It's kind of arbitrary. Also, these things, the doors will all be just kind of facing all different directions. I mean, except for that one. Well, they literally face all different directions. I'm glad I built this in the center of where the torches are, though. That gives me an idea of like exactly where I need to build it without having to do a bunch of counting. So when you're building these things, anything at all, that's going to be rounded but even. This isn't the same as building. That was weird glitches. And I didn't want that one right there. Oh, I just lost that stuff. Awesome. More snow. What? What is going on here? You see that disappear and come back? Anyway, when you're building something that's going to be regular but still based on rounds and not squares, like this one, the concept hut I did draw up on paper first. But you can see that we've got a kind of a nice loop going through here, and even this is a little bit off. I probably should not have that roof on there, but I do, to make it even. You just kind of, what I like to do is you kind of start with the flat parts. Like here you can see there's 1, 2, 3, and up top is 1, 2, 3, and then we just kind of fill in the middle. So that's what we're doing here. So we got our 4 walls and our ceiling, and we're just going to kind of connect them. How? I don't know. So that'll do that. It will become a question of whether or not that'll be round enough on the outside. Do I need to do that? Yeah, I think I probably want to do it that way, just so it gives it more of a round appearance. So we go ahead and make the hard corner. And if it doesn't work, we'll change it. So basically, we've got these between the walls. I'm going to do the exact same thing up here for the thing to the ceiling, or the roof. Like I said, roof on the outside, ceiling on the inside. So once we get these parts in, then becomes the fun of figuring out how to put in the corners. Well, that doesn't look right at all, does it? Well, that's where these flats will come in. We'll be able to put some stuff up here to make it a little bit taller. For right now, I'm just going to try to figure out these corners. So it's kind of like, yeah, see, I just don't like that corner. But if I didn't have those things, it would look like a pyramid. But you know what would help? This. Okay, from a distance, that's here. How far away do we have to be before it kind of looks round? Fairly. That's alright. What we're going to do, we're going to start adding some of these flat pieces in, and it'll make it look better. Okay, that's looking pretty good here. Hi, Wolf. Yeah, I just kind of started throwing stuff down in layers and blah, 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 and it could look better, but it's good for now. It's round. It's a round object in a square space. So we're going to add in our little igloo entrance. Let's go ahead. Let's do 3. I want that extended out even more. Why? Why not? But we'll leave that there. No, what? You know what? Let's do another one and then 2 here. There. Then we have our entrance to our igloo. We can come in here. And anytime we want some snow, we just start going ham. I'm afraid I'm going to kill this stupid thing. This way, we still got our glass there, so our snow golem is still producing snow. We got lit up in here. And we got plenty of our snow going on. Coo, coo, coo. Good news, everyone. The bug that was causing the machine here not to work has been fixed in this latest update. Now, ostensibly, the update was just to get the the Steven Universe pack in and be all cool. Look how fast this stuff grows. I did have to kind of create this little loop here. The mine carts, the blip here was too fast, so they weren't going. So I did a little of an extender. I was trying to do a full pulse extender, which didn't work for some reason, but just putting a delay seemed to have helped. So if I have tested it, so if it builds up to, so if this, hold on, this, yeah, that one right there that just popped up, if that grows up to in front of this comparator, observer, sorry, not comparator, observer, it all goes back and forth. You can still trigger it manually by doing this, which I'll do here. And the real fun part is, because I don't have the glass walls up all the way yet, this stuff gets thrown everywhere. I had pieces going way, yeah, see, you just saw that one fly through, way out to that dirt over there. When we get here, you see that pulse is just long enough, and it goes through and it picks up the stuff and deposits it into our hopper stream. You see it coming through, and a bunch of stuff that I've already picked up. So that is done, except for I want to build these glass walls up like 17 blocks tall, and I'm going to put some, I'll build this wall up. When I'm done, I'll give another update later on. I'm going to build the wall under here. This is going to be, remember the bushes, the leaves blocks, because they won't stick. And top and bottom, and I'll work a way around where I'll minimize the amount of openings, essentially, that we have to deal with, just so we collect most of it and don't throw entities all over our build and cause problems. More problems. Right now, I don't have anything in this. I'm just trying to dump all of this bamboo in there to get our furnaces full, so then we can actually get our super smelter up and going. I think that was part of the problem, was that these things weren't filling up properly. Like that has 3. I don't know if I'm still plagued with issues with it not working evenly, or if it's just because I haven't yet tried to put anything in evenly. So I'm going to get those all filled up and then let this run a few times before I put anything in there to smelt. And then hopefully we'll just be good to go, and we'll have infinite fuel supply with our farm, and be able to do all sorts of cool stuff. Mostly sand, the glass blocks that we already need up there. You have to smelt the glass in order to build the smelter. That's just how it works. Anyway, I think that'll be enough for today. Here, we'll throw some good builds in the background. Huh? There we go. Look at all that stuff. Look at all the stuff we've done there. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe. Check me out on Twitter. I'm at Start an Argument. It's not just about Minecraft. I do some like crafting and build stuff there, and quite a lot of local political complaining. Sorry, that's just how it is. But yeah, there's some Minecraft here and there I talk about here and there. Look how far out this stuff went. Oh, brother. Anyway, I'll talk to you all later. Bye. And I came across this, There's a house that spawned underneath the woodland mansion, and it just seems to be full of cobblestone. Hello everyone, welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 34. Today, as I kind of mentioned last time, I think we're going to build a fake front to the super smelter here. We're going to do you can see I've got some blocks laid out. We're going to do a row of row houses. A row your boat. Don't ever say that again. Our bamboo farm is doing strong. We got, what direction am I facing? We got, let's see how much. I haven't gotten to that yet. But we've almost got that hopper filled up. I did move the chest out, so they will stick out of the front, so we can actually use them still. But otherwise, this entire face will be covered up. The back will be covered up, and then it'll kind of merge into whatever I put here, which I'm thinking some sort of gigantic opera house with a crazy front. Or maybe a small skyscraper. I don't know. And there's I can't see myself building something all the way up here on this one, but maybe. Like I kind of, if I do build something over here, I want these to stick out the front. Just so I can have them. So anyway, our palette is not very pleasant, and that's because I've been working on tearing down that woodland mansion. If you look at the map, you can see it looks like it's all desert across there. That's actually the birch logs flooring in it. Because I've taken down the roof. It's no longer a giant brown square. Now it's a giant tan square. But we're going to be using the blocks from that. So I've just got a collection of them. Mostly the dark oak planks, cobblestone. I've got some of the polished andesite that came out of, I don't remember what the room is called, one of the rooms. Some stairs, some slabs, some walls. We'll play around with the design and see what we can do. It's going to be what's in my head. These materials won't work well with, but it'll still look fine with the with what it is. It's going to be an old, probably more of a British style row house than American style. We'll see. For those of you who are totally architecture nerds, like most of us, really. I mean, come on, let's face it. So yeah, let me stop twitching around and giving everyone a headache. And I'll make some progress and we'll check in. Okay, that looks pretty good. I used a polished andesite up the sides. I accidentally used cobblestone at first and it looked horrible. But I remembered. I got the layout for all of them. Strange enough, it worked out perfectly. So there'll be 5 of them and all the same width, and they'll end right there. You can see I can access that. I put stairs back here. Good trick, not a full block. You can still access your chests. Whatever. Right now I'm just doing the facade. The back is going to be fairly plain. Although I plan on putting a door here because handily I can walk all the way through and check out my hoppers if I need, or my furnaces if I need to. I'll slab the roof. Let's see, what's the other design note up top? I did use andesite walls, since now we have the special walls. So I used the walls up there just to kind of break up, I want the same kind of color, but to break up the texture a bit. And I got them a little wide. It looks a little weird now because it hangs off that side. But once I get them all in and they'll all look like the middle, this top part will span the entire block of houses. And then yeah, the back and the sides are just gonna be fairly plain. And the back is gonna kind of run into that and just stop where the glass already is, because I'm moving the glass. But the front will look pretty cool. That's important. Doors work. There, that's handy. Oh look, it's a little house. And I did put sea lanterns behind the windows up there just to provide some more light. And I put the bushes out front mostly just to block that sea lantern. And then of course I was going through like push, block the chest. I'm like, that's kind of besides the point. So I left that open, but I think it looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and build the rest of them. Let me see. Maybe I'll do this big old time lapse. That'll be fun. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm liking it. Smoother than I expected. Barely fell off or killed myself at all. So what I'm going to do now is, just kind of box in the back and slab the top. And we can call that good. Maybe try to figure out what I want to do with the giant glass cube over there. You know what? Maybe I could do museum style. Just build a building on the bottom part, and that way the top can go over. They can remain glass, like arboretum or something. I think that'll be good. That way we want to have some sort of giant build there, and we'll still be able to see the cool glass. And we can still build a taller facade in the front to hide all this garbage. But I think that sounds like a good idea. But let me get this back part done. Alright, well, after I got done doing the back of the row houses, which are very far away and not near at all, I looked at doing something with the bamboo farm, and I couldn't come up with anything. So I decided I'll just work on tearing down the woodland mansion some more. You can see I'm down to the last layer here, but there's something funny I found in here. I was just randomly digging through, and I came across this. There's a house that spawned underneath the woodland mansion, and it just seems to be full of cobblestone. That roof looks like it's probably the floor of the mansion itself. It's just pretty funny. So as we take that out, we'll discover it. I'm gonna leave the house there. So my plan is to take out the woodland mansion and then actually join up these two villages. And I've cleared out almost everything. So what I've been doing is I kind of take down the roof and then slowly take down the walls until they're about 5 high, and that way I can reach them easily and just chop them down from here like this. Chop, 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 chop. And then we just keep going. So let's do a little bit of this, a little bit of chatting, see what future plans are. So like I said, I'm going to here, you know what, it'll be easier when I go up here. You can see stuff. There's my desert village, if words would come out properly. And then I run, oh, you can even see it from here. I've got the village at the edge of the world. Boy, these look really far away with a big mountain in the middle. So once I'm done with this mansion, I plan to take out this desert mountain and that little bit of a savanna mountain. I guess that would be a savanna village then. And yeah, just start building houses in between and opening up the fencing I have for both of them. Oh, that's carpet, not snow. I'm like, why is it snowing here? It's a desert. And it's not high up. Yeah, so I'll just open up the fences to each other and we'll just have one giant village. And I think my end goal for this world, aside from flattening, is actually going to be make one giant world-spanning village. Minus a few places. Like I don't want to. I want to keep my slime farm dark, which means I need to keep villagers out of there, and the monsters that spawn in there out of the village. And the iron farm that was by the Ocean Monument and the Guardian farm. I don't want to build the village too close to that so that breaks. So we'll have a big band around it where it's just doesn't have village spawning. Like we'll keep the village away from it. And it's like 65 blocks away from the center of the village. So I'll probably have a band about 70 blocks all the way around each edge, just in case, where we'll just leave. And it's not that far. I mean, it's the distance between like the where the little hut is and the center, or the center of the iron farm is. So that's not actually that far. And kind of like the slime farm, it's only a 40 by 40 square, so we're not taking out a lot of it. I just think it'll be kind of fun to do villages. And I was thinking about having different districts, like on the Hermitcraft server, where they've got like Future District and the well, not the shopping district, obviously, Fantasy, and I don't know if there's for Westworld. Is that a thing? Well, I mean, under the show and movie or thing. But anyway, I'll probably just kind of mix and match. I won't try to do an architectural style here and there necessarily. Just have a huge collection of different styles that are kind of piled together. Much like a properly fallen together city nowadays. You know, you keep building the same spot, but you don't change you change the architecture from time to time, and so you just kind of get something different. So the thing about clearing out these mansions is you get a lot of materials all at once. So if you're trying to keep it like I am, you just periodically go down and pick up what you've found to make sure that you're not filling up your inventory. You can't pick anything up. So I'll do a pickup here. I'll get to the end of this row. I'll pick everything up and I'll dump everything off in the chest I have, where you can see I don't have everything in there because I used a bunch of the materials to build that townhouse or row houses. I like to get down here on these. I had a lot of these statues. So you just kind of chop them all the way down. Easy way to break up while you're getting down. I'll let that fall as we go. Let's pick up all this junk. And now that I've got all the junk, the fun part is trying to remember how to get the heck out of here. There we go. Found it. That was actually pretty good. Usually pretty slow about that. So I started out here with just 3 double chests, and I've had to expand out to 6. And yeah, they're pretty full. But mostly I just try to dump off what I need to dump off. Oops, full. Where'd that potato come from? That must have come from when I was walking through the village. Random potatoes. You know, I'm not really sure how long I've put into tearing down this mansion. Move your feet. I'm not sure how long I've put into tearing down this mansion. I've been working on it, I don't know, last couple of weeks here and there. But it's probably been several hours because I'm trying to keep the materials. I thought about blowing it up or burning it down because there's nothing around it really to catch fire. The village is made out of stone. But I also didn't want to lose any of the chests just in case anything was good in it. There wasn't. You know, you get the same kind of chests as you do like in a dungeon or in a desert temple. You know, there's some decent enough loot, but with all the farms I already have, there doesn't make a lot of sense. But still kept it. Still haven't found anything, you know, like Heart of the Sea or anything like that that I would have trouble finding because of the timing of the update, which is unfortunate, but there it is. So yeah, you just kind of go back and forth. This part is actually easy. It's the walls at the high, like when I was doing the third level, the top level, and I'm standing super far above the ground, and I'm trying not to fall off, and I'm on a one wide wall, or walking across the single panes of glass. It got a little spooky, but I didn't fall, I didn't die. I haven't died yet. My son keeps asking me when I'm going to die. I'm like, I don't know, but it's going to be something stupid like walking off the edge of something tall, which I've almost done several times. But so far haven't, so, you know, fingers crossed or whatever. You know what's going to happen, and when it does happen, I hope if I'm not recording, I'll be able just to leap on and start recording so I could share my my triumph. Is that a negative triumph? It's not really a heartache. It's a video game where dying is part of it. But it's certainly something I've been doing a good job avoiding. Like right now, I'm in peaceful. I know that I never got the Vindicators to spawn in here after lighting up everything, or the Evokers. But you know, skeletons and everything else spawned in here. I already got the lapis out of this skull. I pulled all those out. I had 3 or 4 of these illager heads in here, and 2 cats. So I already plucked all the good stuff out of here. But yeah, so even though I tried to trap the evoker and be able to get the totem of dying easily, it never did spawn. But other, you know, it's a dark space, so other mobs can spawn around me. So I thought it was just easier to keep it dark while tearing it down. The woods I'm not too worried about. I could run out and like on mountains and stuff. You know, I could set up a little base station. And yeah, I do have a base station here, but this is a very large woodland mansion, and it's hard to find your way in and out of sometimes. And so I didn't want to be dependent on trying to run down to that village to sleep, and it would be every 5 minutes instead of 10 because it would take me so long to get there and back. So I'd lose a lot of time. So if you are going to do this yourself, peaceful or yeah, just go crazy, keep an eye out. Probably if you lit it up more, because I didn't bother lighting up the top of the building when I went through. So if you light up as you go, you should be fine too. I just want to focus more on tearing it down than I wanted to focus on staying alive. Does anyone else have that song in their head now? Just me? Okay, good to know. I had fences blocking this tunnel all the way through and that up there for inevitably the times I do have the you know, hard mode on and just wandered through. I don't want my villagers to all die. I mean, I have others that I could replace them, but that's a lot of, you know, thinking ahead and planning and working and stuff. So it's just easier to try to make sure they don't get eaten. I took him down just to show off what the weird house under here was. Where is it? It's under here somewhere. Can I randomly find it? Not with that. Not with that attitude. It could be under there. It's a cobblestone blocks. Let's see. This goes up. Choppy choppy. So that's about all the time I have for today. Funny thing about this thing is, the row houses, is that I build them so close to this line that when stuff goes through, the doors open and close. So that's kind of fun. It doesn't really matter. It just looks like they're very neighborly. Come on in, visit us, friends. Let's go around the back. So all I did, yeah, very basic. Put the light in here to kind of replace where the lights would have been, so it lights up on the inside and outside. I have my little doorway in here so that I can run through and check on my furnaces, or to a lesser extent my circuits. I can kind of get there, not really. It's working well enough. I don't think it'll get jammed up, but if it does, it's usually jamming at the furnaces, so I can come back here and figure that out. And there's still light. Can I not jump there? No, I should be able to. There's still enough light down here, yeah, everywhere, so that... Oh, I can see, check the circuits from this direction. Handy. And now I'm stuck forever and die. Or maybe not. So, yep, that'll be enough for today. As always, like, comment, subscribe. Everyone have a good day. You know, right? All right, have a good day. Enjoy the new outro music. I don't know if I'll keep it or not. See y'all later. I lost one of my buckets of water being stupid. Dang it! Hello everyone, welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 35. As you can see, our mansion is gone. Yay! Mostly. Let's clear out some more. Alright, so, oh, you know what I wanted to show? This is the last of the floor. You can still see a little bit of carpet left because I was throwing down buckets, if you remember, forever ago to clear it. Here's the funny little house we... Whoa! Here's me trying to kill myself. Here's the funny little house we found just by randomly digging through. Ooh, I should put some torches down here. Yeah, why not? It's such a weird... such a weird occurrence to have this just appear underground, under the mansion. There's some other weird things I found while digging out the floor. So here are stacks of fence gates, or fences, but they're too tall, and they're here. I was thinking maybe they were one of those towers. There was no like wool and torches there. So I'll dig those out and just kind of leave them there because they're part of the terrain. And then over here, you get a kind of an idea of how these mansions spawn in. Because here, obviously, there were some trees here. There was a mushroom that was there. So it looks like the terrain actually spawns in first, and then they generate these mansions on top of them and just kind of give it a height and lop off the top of a mountain. So this is, I haven't done anything here except remove this wood floor. You can see there was a mountain here, but this would have been cobblestone floor, basement, whatever. These two sections of grass were here. So yeah, when the mansion spawned, it was just empty like that. And some more trees here. It's just kind of crazy how it's, yep, we've got some terrain here, but we're gonna just plop a mansion right on top. No big deal. Don't mind us, guys. We're just not gonna knock anything down or clear it out. We're just starting. Here's just a mansion. Enjoy. Have fun. I worked on this a lot today. I'm really sick of tearing down this mansion. Much like the Guardian farm, I don't know if I'll ever do this again. And even now, I'm looking at this little patch of dark forest and thinking, maybe I'll just burn that to the ground. The jungle's going to drive me crazy, so I'm going to try to use fire and dynamite for that too, or TNT for that too. But like I said before, I do want to get rid of this mansion, level out this desert mountain in the middle of this village and the one that's just over that hill and connect it to. Just so I can start my massive village project. And I'm assuming it can be done. I think it'll be kind of a fun, neat little thing to do. It'll end up being not only a showcase in tearing down mountains and covering oceans, but a showcase in how many different little huts and houses I'll build. I'll no doubt build some bigger ones too. I'm not really sure, looking forward, what I'm gonna do, like what projects I'm gonna work on next. There's still a few farms that are on my list of things to build. I haven't really done much of the Nether. I still need to find an end portal and finally go through that rigmarole and be afraid about dying in the end and dying several times and losing all my stuff and going, oh no. I'm guessing that's exactly what it would sound like. I'm gonna die from the Ender Dragon and go, oh no. I won't be upset, more upset than that. Don't you believe it? So this video is going to be mostly just a bit of cleanup. I did have one build to show you, a pointless, admittedly, cobblestone generator. Can you tell why it's pointless? But let's jump over and take a look at that clip. Alright, for absolutely no reason, I'm going to try to build a cobblestone generator. Why? I don't know. Probably because I keep watching Impulse and Skizzleman playing on Skyblock. And that's not really an option for PS4 players. I'm sure someone has done a map. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. But I'm not going to look it up. I'm assuming you can't do the old style because that would just flow all the way through. What if I did that and that? No. No, not that. What if I did? Why did I just do that? Could have just turned it around, but I really got to have it this direction. Okay, so I do that, and I do this, and put that there, and boom. Pointlessly, a cobblestone generator. So the water mechanics have changed with Update Aquatic, which means you can't do them the same way you used to be able to do them. You just have to have some place for the water to grow. Also, just turn your lava into obsidian. Interesting. Wasn't that neat? I still used it. I used it before. Like after I built it, I just kind of wandered over there. Like, oh, here's a cobblestone generator. Let me get some more cobblestone. I don't have like 4 double chests full of it already, and then some. Oh, speaking of double chests, here, let's gather this stuff off. Let's gather this stuff up and go look at our storage for this project. So I've already moved a bunch of stuff out of here, but I'm up to 9 double chests of stuff. And you can see the 9th one is almost full. There is some light organization going on. Like I'm trying to make sure, like with these carpets that, there's the reds. Oh, green. That green is over here somewhere. Oh, it's the first one. Duh. Like I can sort things through and just kind of stack them up as much as possible. Wait, there's more greens here too. And this is what I do. I find stuff in another one. I'm like, oh, I better move that over. So yeah, we're almost at 9 double chests full. And this is, I've probably transferred, I don't know, 4, maybe 6 double chests full of materials over to the central base, or the tower of light there is. And to build like the townhouse, most of that material, not all of it, but I think almost all of it came out of this mansion that I tore down, and I could probably build like, I don't know, 20 more of them. The same size. I could make a whole neighborhood. I'm not going to though. Oh, and by the way, I'll address it probably, I don't know when I feel like it. Whatever that is. But the super smelter is still not working right. I don't know if I'm not getting enough of the bamboo, but I dumped a bunch of stuff in there and it kind of failed to the point where it was just burning through bamboo, but it wasn't enough in the furnaces to cook anything. Remember I talked about that as a problem? So right now I'm just kind of letting it reload. I think what I'm going to do is in the future just try to limit myself to maybe a stack of things going in rather than filling up that double chest. I don't think it's got enough of an oomph to have enough fuel to burn through that whole thing. And maybe that means I should expand the size of my bamboo farm, and maybe I will, but it seems unlikely. Right now I still have a ton of coal, so it's not a huge deal if I still have to use a regular furnace to do some things. It'll be nice for bigger projects, like if I need to make a bunch of glass for whatever reason. You know, maybe I could do a stack or two of that at a time in the super smelter. There's a couple other designs I saw recently that look a little bit nicer that maybe I'll try out. That are more compact and less resources. And I can't remember where I saw it off the top of my head, so it won't be something I'll talk about in any detail until and unless I do it. This kind of hole was something that I dug just while I was testing things out. Who knows? That might have been on camera. I have to go back to that. Would have been episode a long time ago. That's what it would have been. Episode a long time ago. I've also had trouble keeping the villagers off of this space. You can tell. So these houses were also part of the mansion, and so when I cut them out, I kind of got rid of the cobblestone and other garbage in there and just built them out with whatever I had on hand. But at some point I had built this stairway up here, and of course it's in the village, and I turn around, there's a village wandering around up here, so I pushed them back down and put the block down. Same thing over here with this quick way up. I had to keep them out of here so they don't get themselves killed when I inevitably, turn it off of peaceful again. So yeah, right now just kind of clearing some stuff out. I done a little bit of more clearing, more flattening places. I can't remember exactly where, but around. I don't want to go too far without. Here, you know what? Let's clear this. Let's clear this section out. I don't understand what this is. Like, does anyone recognize the structure as part of a village? It's not that I'm familiar with of having 4 double fence posts. Oh, there's some sandstone underneath it. Oh, it's a well. That's what this is. Suppose there's any water in it? Nope. It's a cobblestone well. You know what? I could fill it up with water. Yep. It's a well. Oh, okay. That's cool. I don't know what to the top. I could not figure it out at all, but as soon as I dragged down here, it's a well. Yeah, so that's cool. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to go get a couple of buckets of water. Leap. And fill those in. And just keep working. It's, like I said, it's going to be kind of a short video. I'm not doing too much. I've also topped off of this mountain a little bit to get some more dirt to clear stuff in. You always got to make it interesting, remember? Make it interesting. So I need 4 buckets of... Oh, wait, no, 2. 1. I can't count to 2. I lost one of my buckets of water being stupid. Dang it! There. Now it's a well. Doesn't need to be that deep. Ah, jeez. I cannot hit... I need to be more patient when I'm hitting these buttons. They're just flying through. Oh well, here, let's go bother our iron golem. I'm pretty sure there's a cave underneath here, around this area that I need to clean up, because the other day I had hard on, and the iron golem was standing here like wandering around looking at the ground like this. And I'm like, are you sad, buddy? And I'm like, oh wait, no, you hear mobs. So anyway, that'll be enough time for me. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I don't want to smack down our golem and get in a fight. Be punched. Where are you, buddy? You're over there. Okay. I'll talk to everyone later. Would you move? Come on, man. Get out of here. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 36. Say hello to all the dogs. Hi, doggies. How's it going? Pet, 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 pet. I tamed a wolf a while ago and he completely disappeared. So I tamed these 4 in order to get the achievement, and then I'm just gonna set them here. They're good puppies. They'll stay here. What do we got today? I'm not completely sure, but the first thing we're gonna do is have a little bit of fun in the Nether. Let's head in there. FYI, I'm in peaceful. I'm not insane. So I learned that in some versions of Minecraft, the bamboo can break bedrock. Boom! Did you see that? Gone. Do what that means? We can break through the roof. Do what it doesn't mean? Doesn't mean we can go up on the roof. So here I am up in the roof. I'm in my creative world, my studio. And I can fire an ender pearl. And nothing. Same if I summon flying, can't go up. So even though you can break through, you can't do anything with it. But what I'm thinking is, if I can find the right spot, I can... This one actually looks pretty good. I might be able to create a nice little wither boss killing station, because you know you need a 3x3, and you can find the spots in the ceiling of the Nether that are always the same in all the versions. But then you have to climb all the way up there and get there and back, and this is just right outside my Nether fortress. So if I get a 3x3, if I can clear off some of these, I don't know if I can. Just gotta get under some of these things, because there's that one spot right there that'd be perfect if I could get under them. Well, if I can't find a spot down here, what I'll do is I'll just head up in one of the corners and do it up there, because that way I don't suppose it'd be as convenient as... No, yeah, of course you can't put that there. Can you put it here? No. Well, that's why I brought dirt. Anyway, if I go up to one of the corners, I can at least get to the ceiling of the Nether and find a spot there. It's a nice idea to be able to try to do it here, but I think it's not going to work. Like, if I could even break that one right there, I think that'd be enough to get the Wither Boss stuck in there, so I could easily defeat him without him getting out and going ham on myself, going ham on me there. You know, we'll figure it out. Probably end up on the roof somewhere. That's cool. We got lots of time. Well, now that all traces of the woodland mansion are gone, let's see what other fun we can have. Just over there you can see the village. And this village. And you see these lines? Let's remove all the stuff in between these lines and connect the villages into one giant village. One giant long village. But whatever, it'll be fun. Let's go. Okay, so I've just got a GoPro. I'm playing around with it. Maybe this will be a thing, maybe it won't. And if that doesn't turn out well, then it won't be a thing. Alright, so we got this cleared out. Here's my one village. Here's my next village. So let's start going crazy. Let's start throwing down some fences here. Let's start throwing down fences on the other side. We're gonna have to move the stupid torches. And I know I'm skipping parts here. That's what always happens when you're doing these quick lays. But that's okay. We'll come back, fill it in. I also will, once this part's done, whoops, go up and, instead of these sheer walls where mobs can just fall in and kill us all, go ahead and create the tiers upwards like I have been. You know, just so that mobs don't fall and get us. Oh, we're almost here. And then, some point in the near future, what I'll do is I'll clear out this space altogether, and we can have, we'll go to the edge of the village there, all the way down, and the edge of that village all the way over here down, and we'll just create our first mega village. Woo! Donkey. Come on. Every time you say donkey in Minecraft, you know you gotta say it that way. It's a thing, I'm telling you. Okay, let's get this side. And I think this side I'm just going to worry about. Whoops. I'm just going to worry about the ones without torches. We'll fill those in a little bit here. Whoops, don't have torches laid down there. Yeah, that's another thing. You can see I got a ton of torches in here because I got to finish laying down all... Would you move? Come on, man. Get out of here. Thank you. I should saddle that thing sometime. Oh, man, you know what I just realized? I just realized that if this this angle works out, I have to cut it. All this footage the same as I cut the stuff on the screen. That's a lot of work. I should get this worked in together so I don't have to do it separately. Can I do that with this? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Fordude. Inefficient. Inefficient. So what else is happening? So in addition to this, I grabbed a bunch of doors, as you can see there, because I'm going to go ahead and build a massive fake village. No, not there. There. I'm going to build a massive fake village between these two to connect them. That way we just load up on the villagers and the iron golems. Dang it. Okay. I don't think I have enough torches for this. We'll see how far it goes. I also had over here, where all this dirt is, a lot. In fact, here, let me just start filling this in with some grass. Here, let's break this real quick. We'll do this, and we'll look down. Oh, that's actually a pretty good one. Yeah, there's a huge, like, I don't know if it's an actual ravine, but it's certainly messed up down there. And luckily, I didn't fall into it when I was doing any of this, but I mean, I wasn't even really close to falling in, but I got really nervous about it when it started happening. I was like standing on the solid blocks instead of, you know, kind of being cavalier about it. You know what? Since I've got this all broken up now, or blocked in now on both sides, let's go ahead and split these, break these, fences? Let's go ahead and break these fences, because that's what they're called. I remember that, no problem. And open these villages up to get each other. Holy cow, these are far away. Run, run, run. I know it's quicker to run or to jump. I've been thinking more and more about what I want to do as far as making the travel time quicker around here. Like, do I want to use some rails like I've done on my Vita world? Do I want to use like ice thingies? You know what I mean. Ice paths. I don't really know. They both have issues. My biggest problem with rails is that I kept dying, or almost dying, in my Vita world, because it would, if I had it over the flattened spots where I had you know, flattened over the water, like oceans, and I would jump out of my rail or jump out of the rail cart, a lot of times it would kill me, or try to kill me. It would dump me into the water underneath the ground, which apparently is a thing with a lot of versions of Minecraft, and I don't know if it's been fixed or not. So I mean, if it has, I guess I have to worry about it less. I certainly don't want to try to like double up the depth of the flattening just so I can have rails down. Plus, there's the fact that normally I would do it at like zeros, so x and y, you know, x and z equals 0. But I have a lot of stuff in the way. For instance, that's where lighting happens, so I don't want to move my lighting around just for rails. So I might do it double, so have a directional thing, which actually solves some of the problems of trying to get things back and forth. I'm making sure I have rail carts in both directions. So we'll see what happens. Oh my gosh, it's so... I hate this grass. We'll see what happens with the it may just end up being me running still. Is this right? This feels wrong. Yeah, that's wrong. No, that's right. That's why you go by counting and not just by what it feels right. Does that feel right? Thank you, chicken. You're very helpful. And by helpful, I mean you're not helpful at all. You're just there. Oh, okay. Well, maybe this wasn't as many torches as I thought. I still have a couple, like one to put up here. Cool. Cool. Let's grab this egg. Let's stow this egg. Let's also grab some blocks. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a 64 wide fake village, just like these little 24s. So we need blocks on one side and 5 space on the other. Which I'll just put against one of the sides, and we'll probably put some more huts in between. Where do those sheep come from? God, the villagers just add everything. Here, let's sleep too. That way we have the bright lights so we can see. I don't like not seeing. Garbage blocks, but 64 of them. Kind of garbage. Ooh, here we go. Perfect. Garbage diorite. Just what I want. That's like my building block du jour in this world. I use the granite to get rid of or to put in my sorting systems, and the diorite to build with. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Door. That's not this direction I want at the door. Okay, you know what? Door. And that's wrong because I want a block. Do these fences count? You know what? Better safe than sorry. We'll just put the doors here. We'll put the blocks here, and we'll be done. Yeah. And done. Let's throw down some doors. Ugh. Well, now I need that back. How come all the automatic easy things are never automatic and easy? What's up with that? This one we could skip. It doesn't really matter because we'll just go back in. So we must have had 2. Boy, that was making me woozy. Don't watch this one part too closely. Okay, there, our giant village is done. That's pretty close to both sides. So now, these villages actually should be linked whenever the system updates it with it. We should get a bunch more villagers spawn in, and when a bunch more villagers come in, we'll have a bunch more iron golems. So that's cool. That's cool. So that's it for this episode. Thanks for joining me. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'm going to fall off. No. I can't run while I'm walking. I'll talk to everyone later. Bye. My kids still watch it because, you know, I can't talk and do stuff at the same time. Hello everyone, welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 37. So I bet you're wondering why I'm over here by all these farms. The Guardian farms, the Iron farms, the little turtle farm here. Well, no reason. This is just where I happened to be standing when I came back on the game. Yeah, what we're going to do today has nothing to do with this. Let's go look. So as you could probably see from my inventory, what we're looking at is a tree farm. This is going to be a very manual tree farm. It's not going to be one of those cool ones that uses, you know, dynamite or withers or automatically growing and stuff. I'm just going to do a few lines of each kind of tree and just build them up. But the first thing I need to do is test this. So this is dark oak, right? Yeah, dark oak. Whoops. Can you grow just one of these? Do I have to have all four? Looks like I have to have all four. So if I do dink, dink, dink. Oops, dang it. Whoa, hey, hey tree, how's it going? The reason I want to find out is because we're going to be using the glowstone to cap our trees so they only grow to a certain height. That way they're easier to harvest. So right now, this is such a weird looking tree. It looks like a big fat acacia made out of dark oak. So let's get this out of my way. Because, you know, we need to put a farm here. And the reason I did it over here, as you can kind of see, there's my main base. I'm doing it here because it's closer to the zombie farm there. Because this is going to be a manual tree farm, which means I'm going to need to use my axe, which means I'm going to want to be able to repair my axe without walking halfway across the world. So, you know, that's what we're building over here. Now, what am I doing with these stupid flowers? I still need to go back and make powered rails, and I probably won't make hoppers until I get over to that, you know, until I get everything done. I'm going to do pretty much the same thing I did underneath the bamboo farm there. I've built something similar before, and I used one track that just went back and forth. But I figure, you know, I might as well do a bunch of tracks that I can just have a lever on, or a button? Lever. What should I use? Button. I should use a button. That where I harvest everything that I hit a button, and it goes, picks up everything and dumps it into a chest. That'd be a much simpler way of doing it. So let me gather the rest of the materials now that I know, kind of figure out what size I want, and we'll jump back into it. So here we have the layout, kind of generally. Each one of these will be a row of the 5 that we can do singles. We'll just do single jungles, not doubles. This will be the dark oak here at the end. So we'll be able to fit in 4 dark oaks to the 7 regular size tree, which should be fine. Once we tear down all these trees, we probably don't need any at all anyway, but you know, it's always good to build these farms just to make sure you know how to do them if you want to. There are fancier ones, of course, but not this one. Here's my chest where I'll collect everything that gets dumped out. Right now it's holding a bunch of stuff that I don't need right now. So let me screw up my hoppers immediately. So that's good. It's always a good start. Because of this, these are going to be, how long? 27, maybe longer. 27, 29, something like that. We'll have that many rows, columns, whatever, hopper line, hopper parts. I'm afraid I'm going to fall off here. And 3, yes. So we've got that many hoppers. So what I did was I kind of judged, like the regular trees will take up 5 spaces and they'll kind of intermingle that middle one, and these will take up 2 more, so 7 spaces. Which is how I kind of judge it that way. And they can grow together, and you know, they'll interfere a little bit, but not too bad. Really? Why do I try to do that every time? Okay, we'll leave those for my hoppers. So now we want to get our building material, diorite. Let's put down a row here. And then what we'll do is we'll build a platform. I probably don't have enough of this at all. Because I don't plan well enough. I grab some materials and then don't have enough, so I have to grab more. Mumbo makes a point. Mumbo Jumbo makes a very good point about making sure you have all the materials at hand before you're building these kind of projects in survival, especially because you don't want to have to stop in the middle and go gather. I don't have to gather materials; they're all back in my base, but I'm still gonna have to go get more. Because I've already used up a quarter of my diorite, and I've made 1 line. So yeah, I'm gonna need a lot more of that. Oh, I wonder if I have any in here. Oh, what do you know? I was joking. I didn't think I did. Oh, that was it. That was plenty. So let's sleep here, because I do have the nest. Ouch, bit my cheek. I do have the nasties turned on. I don't want the nasties to kill me. I'm looking at you, nasties. Uh, let's get the this side built out so we can have a better judge of what we need to do here. And what we'll do is this is going to hold the tracks and all the other things. The real question is, why am I doing it this way? I mean, technically you could just kind of build this all on the ground, but I'm pretty sure there's water underneath this dirt. I think, yeah, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure there's a little river coming through here. So once I've got everything flattened out, I just kind of like to make sure that I'm just building above it. Of course, that means I have to actually lay down some dirt underneath here to get all these things done. So if I want to do it out to here, bink and bink. Yep, okay. Oh, slow. Whoa, drowning. Or not, whatever, just slowly falling. So that's the size I want to make this, which means I need to do that, because remember we need them to bounce back. So the mine carts will go wee and back. Same direction as we did in our bamboo farm. Remember that these things, the direction does matter. So we're going to want to, yeah, I don't need these on the bottom. We're going to want to make sure we keep everything in the right direction. Did I not put dirt under there? I did not put dirt under there. We need to make sure we keep everything going in the right direction, so that we don't have problems with our... I didn't put dirt under either one of these. I don't need dirt under these. I don't need these. That's what I don't need. This is what happens with poor planning, or no planning. We want to make sure that the rails are going in the right direction so we don't have problems trying to get them laid down. So let's see, I've got, that took about an entire stack. So half a stack multiplied by half a stack is a stack squared. No, there's a math trick in there somewhere and I don't know it. I need to go get a whole bunch of more diorite. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get a whole bunch more diorite. I'm going to lay out this platform. Oh wait, you know what? Before I do that, I do have my rails, my thingies. What are these things called? Block of redstone. When all else fails, just read. Now these, is it 8? How far do the things go in either direction? I want to say it's 8 in either direction. So I'm going to need a couple of these. Let's pick up this old diorite and let's count this out. So it's 29, including the hopper. So 27 divided by 3. Wait, 3? Yeah, so I should only need 2. We'll fake the rest of them up with regular ones. With a regular... why can I not think of the name? Rails. On this side, this will be powered. This will be not powered. And so we can start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... and 8, 9, break. So let's just lay these down and see if it works. Why do I do that every time? I mean, seriously. This goes out to here, which should... And that's all powered. Running back to here, except for this, which means that almost 4 stacks of regular rails was a little excessive because I only need half a stack. Well, good to know. I was probably going to build a rail line at some point anyway, so I guess we've got them started off. Let me go get the rest of my diorite and lay it down. Now we've got the diorite laid down and got both ends on it, so it blocks off the rails. Can't remember the word for rails. Oh, can I do this? I can do that. Why have I never known that before? I also realized that I'll probably need a bunch more rails. Because of course I will. That's how things work. Yeah, I'm gonna need a bunch more rails. Let's look what we got here, and it'll be cool. Cool, 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 cool. Bink. Okay. So I'm gonna need. I haven't counted this out. I think I'm a little bit like one short on this side. Like I could do another row here to kind of make sure I've got enough room to catch everything, but it's no big deal. The way it's going to be built is so we'll have all these rails, and we'll have mostly slabs above them, except for the spots where we're going to grow trees. We'll have dirt, obviously, there, because, you know, you have to grow trees in dirt. It's a little known fact. I distracted myself with a terrible joke. Oh, no. Oh, I really don't have a lot of rails at all. And so that way, most of the spots are not spawnable. Just because this is we're going to have some light, so I don't know if you noticed before. I'm going to use the old glowstone trick. The old glowstone trick is you put glowstone a certain, really, every time. You put glowstone a certain height above where you're going to grow a tree, and that way it can't grow above it, but it still gets plenty of light because it's glowstone. Let me go build more rails. Anyway, you put glowstone at a certain height, the trees will only grow that level, and you've got some light around. It's either at level 8 or 9 above the ground. I have to double check that. We just create a pattern of it. And I'm hoping that the dark oak grows up to that height too. We'll have to see if that works for those. I might have to put them higher. I don't know. Figured it out. Keep saying figured it out like that because I started watching Letterkenny. It's totally inappropriate for kids, so you know, be aware. My kids still watch it because, you know, I can't talk and do stuff at the same time. Apparently, I need to go get more. I need to get more redstone because I don't have enough. Because I still have to put a little line down for my button so that I can. What's that? Really? There. Plenty. I'll use up the rest of my redstone. I need to make a redstone line to send all the hoppers down. Send all the hopper mine carts down, I should say. Yeah, see, that's why I was carrying materials, because I know I could just build more rails there. I almost forgot and went back anyway. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to need a string of like this entire width long, and it should be short enough where I'll need, it'll just work on one button, no repeater, because if I'll put the button in the middle over here, what the plan will be is I'll come harvest all the trees, come over here, hit the button, and they'll go wee, wee, and then they'll be done. Easy, right? Well, let's hope so. All right, let me put all these rails in. We'll catch up in a bit. Well, that's all of the rails laid down finally, and 1 out of 27 mine carts. Let's see. Let's get some dust in here. I've got my button. I'm going to put the button on top in the middle. It should reach out. So if it's 27, 26, 13, 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14. Ooh, I don't like the way that button is. Dang it, I thought I could turn it sideways. Whoa. I do not like placing stuff when it's straight down like that. Woof. That was terrible. Okay, now in theory, if I hit this button... Yeah. All the way down. Just make sure. Can we see the very end? Boop. Sweet. Minecraft works. I'm just sending this back and forth for no reason. Let me get the rest of the hoppers in place, and then what I'm going to do is I'll start putting the dirt down, and then I've got these different kinds of slabs. I probably have dirt. I have to go over back to the old woodland mansion to get all those rest of the slabs. I'm going to go ahead and separate them out, like surround the thing, the tree types with their matching slabs. Skillsman did it in one of the recent Skyblock episodes. I thought it was a really cool idea, and because I'm using slabs and I have a lot of that wood already, might as well do it too. But first, let me get the minecarts in place and gather those materials. It's really the little things that are so enjoyable. Whee! That's kind of disturbing, in fact. I almost want to put like a purposeful delay. Just get a bunch of repeaters and delay it. That way it kind of like is a wave effect. I did remember to change that first one into a hopper minecart too. Not just a minecart. That would have been pointless. Ooh. Oh, so I was like, what? Lag spikes? We don't get those in console edition. That was saving. Alright, let me get the rest of those slabs. I've got all my dirt placed and the start of my slabs. You can see that over here where they kind of meet in the middle. I'll just do a zipper effect all the way up. It'll be kind of cool. Just to let you know, it could be either one. And I counted out, and we're going to put the glowstone at the 10th block above this. So it'll be 9 blocks, 9-block gap in each one. But I will get the slabs placed. I'm probably going to need way more slabs. I wasn't even sure what I had. I didn't find nearly as many as I thought I would over at the old mansion. So I think what happened was I pretty much used them all already, because I keep putting slab roofs everywhere. And there's probably chests full of them somewhere too. Well, whatever, I'll come across them. Problem with having chests throughout your world. Instead of having one massive storage space, which I have a massive storage space, I have 2 of them. And there's very little slabs in the one and none in the other, because that's not what it's there for. But anyway, I'll get all the slabs and get this done. Let me tell you, that used a lot more wood than I was expecting. But we've got it all set up here. Dark, oak, jungle, spruce, acacia, birch, oak. I came back here, I was very confused because these 2 rows I'd accidentally done in dark oak instead of birch. I'm sure some of you noticed that. I thought at first I'd missed a tree type of... Wait, there's only 6. So what we're going to do first, before we start planting all these things, one more thing left to do with this farm, and that's to put up our glowstone at the top here. And so we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 glowstone. And then we do it on every one of these. I'm using slime box because I believe Mumbo said it was a really good scaffolding. Although in this version I literally have scaffolding, I just have never built any. What is it, like bamboo? I have a bamboo farm. I could probably build scaffolding. Probably a lot easier. I should do that. But not yet. So for this dark oak, I'm not certain it'll work, but I think it will to limit it here. For some reason it doesn't grow to this height. you know, we can just figure that out and adjust accordingly. But I think it'll work. We'll see. Anyways, the slime, he suggested using it for scaffolding because it's easy to break without tools. Like, that makes sense. Of course, I only grabbed one stack of it, so I'm gonna have to make my way back. Oh, you know what else I did? Fatal stupid flaw. Well, not really fatal. When I started, I went straight up from there. Well, how am I gonna get down? I'm gonna have to break that glowstone. Always build next to where you want to be, right? Right. That's okay. We can break it with our Silk Touch pickaxe and then put it right back in on the way down. Or something. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Whatever it is, that'll make it up here. And I got enough glowstone? Yeah, I should have enough glowstone. So let's turn around. Oh, yeah. Good on you, mate. Alright, let me finish putting all this glowstone in, and we'll check back in a bit. Okay, so now I've got all the glowstone in place. Let's start planting some trees. Oak, 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 oak. Birch, 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 birch. What are these two? Acacia, spruce. I think those are accidentally in order. So basically what happens is this. Whoops. You missed planting a tree. You plant all these trees, you let them let them grow naturally, or you can not. You know, whatever. I don't have any jungle saplings yet because I haven't torn any down, but it's enough. Or torn many down. Oak, no, I want dark oak. There they are. So yeah, you either use bone meal if you're... Dang! Alright, so I already got one tree. Or they grow while you're just sitting around trying to plant the rest of them. Or you let them grow naturally, which is pretty much what I do. And when you want to harvest, you get your trusty axe. Hopefully your axe is trusty. Then you come over here, and you go bink. Tear it down. Now you can... Oh, hi, oak. Yeah, if you trees would keep on coming while I'm talking, that'd be great. It really sets the thing. Sets the mood here. Get out of my way. So you, once you harvest the tree, you thunk down your saplings. Now, of course, they will, what is this? They will tend to drop saplings. And, well, I mean, I got most of the wood there. But the idea is that, yeah, if you're harvesting, you're just kind of moving along, especially as these things degrade and the saplings drop. You come over here, you hit your button. Where's my button? There's my button. You send it down to pick everything else up, and it comes back, and you just keep going. I mean, I had bone meal till I kind of show. Here, let's see if this works. Because I wasn't sure if it would. It does. Oh, I forgot about acacias growing funny. Yeah, cool. So the dark oak will only grow to a certain height too, which is what I wanted because you don't want to spend all this time climbing up and down while you're getting your trees. So cool. And what's neat about these too, although I think on these cases you'd have to, yeah. So you'd have to get on the dirt, but that's okay. What's cool about these kind of tree farms is that they just kind of look nice. That's part of their allure. It's, you know, it is regimented more than a typical tree would. See, I'm walking around. Here. Let me push the button. Get all this stuff here. Where's my jungle, my dark oak? Yeah, you want to make sure that if you build something exactly like this, make sure that you keep the trees planted so you don't just have spawning spaces there. I may go back and put in a bunch of lanterns, replacing some of the slabs in the middle of like the every 4 stack of trees. So like, I don't know, I'll point it out when I'm done sleeping. Just in the middle of where the dirt is to light it up. Right now, as long as you keep, well, especially if you keep trees there, but as long as you keep saplings down, I don't think hostile mobs can spawn on saplings. I guess I'll find out. So yeah, you just make sure that you always keep saplings in there, and that way nothing's spawning here. These are kind of growing, man. Do these always grow this fast? So as you can see, I mean, yeah, you're harvesting yourself, but you still get a fairly good rate going on here with how many trees are growing just on their own without even bone meal. And it's a nice centralized location. I mean, central to, once again, my XP farm, not to my any farm. But this could be a problem. Maybe acacia should have been on the end. Whatever. Oh, a first spruce. Yeah, I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing this. Just we have to switch where, and here, if we go over here, push the button, and we should see stuff being picked up. Like you saw that sapling just got picked up and everything. So then you can go down here, and right now, of course, my chest is full of junk, but it'll have poorly stacked saplings. It'll collect all your wood and your saplings there, and you can just go. So that's it. I'm going to go ahead and let this thing grow. Okay, so here's one problem. You can see I dropped a sapling here. This is, like most of the farms I build, we've talked about this before, I would not expect like super high yield rates. There is going to be some loss. It's not that big of a deal. But you can see how quickly these trees grow, and see if you only do the jungles in one, they only grow in one, so you get nice short ones. And the reason you need these giant space between the dark oak is so these ridiculous stubby trees can grow. So in this case, like when things are dropping here, okay, that's a ghost block. It's not a bad idea to stick around and hit the button a few times. I mean, you got like what, 5 minutes before everything despawns, so you can let it go. You can pick it up. You can run your mine carts back and forth a few times. Whatever works best for you. If you want to do one giant mine cart or track, you can do that. If you want to throw like a hopper clock timer or hopper timer on this to periodically pick up your stuff, do that too. I mean, if you're going to run it, probably what it should have done, and maybe I'll do this in the future now that I think about it, is go ahead and put one of those hopper timers on here, and put a switch on it. So when you're harvesting, you just leave it running until it's done and everything's dropped, and then you can turn it off, or not. Whatever. It all works. It's all cool. So I'm going to let this grow out some, just so we can kind of see what it looks like, all full and bushy. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and build some stars, some stairs up this. Ooh, you know what? This huge thing I've got right here, that's a good old spawning spot. Maybe I should just slab over the top. I do have some more slabs of all these types. I think I'm going to do that. I'm gonna slab over the top of this. I'm going to add some stairs, and I'm going to let these grow so we can get the cool effect and see what it looks like. Well, that's about it for today. I think there's still one spruce in the back there you can't see that still needs to grow, but all the other trees grew. I was kind of nervous about the acacias, but it's all looking good. Got some very simple decoration going on. You can see what are those things called? Stairs over there. I can climb up. There's one on the other side too, so I can go straight through, except for the giant trees in the way. That happens with this. But it's just kind of a cool little build, and especially when I get rid of the mountains in the background, it's really nice to kind of just run past here on my way to doing other stuff. I'm also going to take out this crafting table here. I don't need it anymore. And, well, you know, clean up after myself. So, as always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to everyone later. Bye. Welcome to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 30, I don't know, 8, 9, one of those two. Let's give you a time lapse. So I thought over the time lapse, instead of doing a typical recording, I'll take a nice walk, record for about the time I think the time lapse will be, and then change my plans accordingly as reality sets in when I edit. This is just a nice leveling session, flattening session, because I didn't really have a lot of time this week to do the build I wanted to do. So I'm hoping I'll be able to do it next week, because we got a lot of good ideas, I think. And then my normal ones, boring ideas, monotonous ones. So we're gonna see a lot of flattening of this hill mostly. I'll add in some things, as in put some dirt in other places. Oh man, there's people jogging here. I'm gonna be talking right when I walk by this dude. That's okay. And nowadays, when some weirdo's walking around with a camera talking to himself, it doesn't look nearly as weird. I got that going for me. A lot of traffic sounds here too. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I had to stop walking at least while he approached, or talking at least while he approached. So wait, what? Yeah, what I've been doing. So the reason I've been busy this week, I kind of mentioned it before, certainly on Twitter. I don't remember if I've mentioned it in the videos or not. Anyway, I've been directing the show, the play, local play. Youth actors, they're all middle school to high schoolers. And right now they comprise more than half of my subscribers. Thanks, guys. Because once they found out I was doing this, they leapt on the YouTube, like right before a rehearsal even, and subscribed. So, you know, that's why I doubled my subscriber base, which helps. And I assume they must be watching them, because I've gotten a lot more views since then, and I can't imagine that all of a sudden my videos have garnered any kind of outside, what's the word I'm looking for? Attention. It's not like a lot of views, so that's why I'm assuming it's probably just them. Although some of them are, you know, some of my later ones lately, this is gonna be totally unedited, so you're gonna hear how ridiculous I usually sound. Anyway, some of the ones lately have been more focused, maybe more interesting for builds, like the Bedrock thing, even though it was a total troll. Sorry. Oh, here goes the motorcycle, so I'm gonna listen to that sound. It'd be cool. Maybe during some of these parts when I'm not talking, I'll throw in the time-lapse music. Probably not. It'll probably just be dead air. That's okay. One of the reasons why I wanted to do another flattening session, I know it's been a while since I've done even a small time-lapse of it, is one of my friends, wait, was it my friends? No, I think it was my son, Rock. I'll link to him in the channel below, in the description below. He pointed out that if my series is called Monotonous Minecraft, shouldn't I keep doing the monotonous stuff that I have in there? And I thought, you know, that makes a lot of sense. I've been too action-packed lately, you know, what with the building of small things and almost never killing anything on screen. It's not monotonous enough for this series. So we're gonna have extra monotony. It's monotony, thank you. It's a nice day. Today is Saturday. So yesterday, if you watch it the day this goes up, I'm assuming that I'll get it edited and uploaded in time for the morning. It's about 70 degrees out, and Wednesday night we're expecting snow. Welcome to Midwest weather. We've been having a lot of that this year, weather, and only this year. It's the beginning of April, and only since January have we had like dangerous wind or cold and snow and blizzards, which is kind of usual, but the low temperatures have been kind of unusual. The whole polar vortex thing that hit the US hit us hard. Most of us live in parts of the area, not where I am, but around me, not too far away. A lot of flooding going on because of heavy rains and all that snow, the extra snow we got melting. So luckily for us right now it's nice, and hopefully those people get the help they need. As always, no one wants to see, well, I shouldn't say no one, most of us don't want to see others suffer. So sometimes there's some notable exceptions. That's about as political I'll try to get on this series, at least. If you want to see lots of political commentary, go to my Twitter. I can't help myself. That's because I follow my local senators. It's a bad idea. I also follow my congresswoman. That's a good idea. I like her. The senators, not so much. The senators are so bad, I'm almost thinking about running myself, and I've got no platform, no money, and no skill in that direction. So anyway, back to Minecraft. So what are the projects we've got coming up? I forgot this road is closed. I hope the pathway is still open. So other projects. The next one I want to keep kind of a secret until I do it, because it's not spectacular by any means, but it's one of the goofy things that I do that I kind of feel is more in keeping with what my channel does versus others that I watch. Hi, doggy. There's some dude running up behind me. Luckily, the Shiba Inu was saying hi. So yeah, some of the weirder things I do, I kind of like to keep on the down low until it's time to actually do them. But other builds, I mean, okay, so in the middle of this one, you're going to see me repair my pickaxe. And obviously, as long as that takes even a time lapse, I need to build a decent XP farm, because I do not have one. And I think I'm going to do kind of what Iskald did in Hermitcraft in the Nether with the... Ooh, there's kite flying. I have a kite flying. I should fly my kite. What Iskald did in Hermitcraft with his 50,000 buttons. I did not watch the live stream or I don't know if you even post the recaps of the live stream, but that sounds like a good time. So I'll probably do something like that. I also was thinking, and if you know you're actually watching and feel like commenting, tell me what you think of this idea of doing more live streaming. I did the one test, so let's not count that as more live streaming. Let's count it as doing some live streaming. So if I did some live streaming to do the flattening parts and leave the episodes more to the building, planning out, just the more active parts. I'd probably want to set up a live streaming schedule and have to figure out when that would be. So it's just an idea of me kicking around. But anyway, for a bigger XP farm, I guess I could probably convert my, what is that thing called? Man, I can't remember the name of anything. I feel like I read a bunch of Minecraft stuff. I watch a bunch of Minecraft videos. I play a bunch of Minecraft, but I never remember the names of things in Minecraft. I'm lucky I can remember its name. Now I'm distracted by the kite. Here, let's look at the kite. I assume that worked. It's too bright out here for me to see the back of my screen. It's a big one though. And it's a little one way above. And I got like, I was super distracted by that kite. I really don't remember what I was talking about. Buttons, XP farm, blah, 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 blah. Yes, live streaming. So yeah, it's an idea I've been kicking around. I don't know. I never thought live stream was for me, but since I've got my PS4 hooked up to YouTube for it, it'd be a lot easier than the ideas I had for different games, live streaming them for my PC. I've got some friends on Twitch.
I watch like one of them here and there, although she's been busy in school, so I don't watch her much. So I don't know, live streaming, I've been watching Mumbo's recaps. I like them, you know, and I don't know, he said before too, and I've mentioned before that, you know, sometimes you just like to sit down and watch someone take a pics and break a mountain down. So that's pretty much all I'm doing. So I figure that maybe that'll be fairly popular. Or maybe not. So I don't know if the Nether XP farm, oh, Guardian farm, that's what I was talking about. See, I remember the name. I was talking about how I forget everything. So I probably can convert my current Guardian farm into an XP farm. But you know, then you got to deal with the fact that, you know, they try to kill you when you kill them, blah, 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 and rebuild and change around everything I've got. I'd rather just kind of leave that passive like it is now, and just create something in the Nether that will give me a lot of XP. And the way he's got it built, so it gives him really the things I want out of the Nether farms, because, you know, I've got the 2 blaze spawners, but if I could do just a general farm that provides the blaze rods, wither skulls, and, you know, golden stuff from Zombie Pigmen, and a lot of XP, I'd rather focus on that than doing the blaze spawners. Although, because I've got 2 in close proximity, I do plan on one of my upcoming builds being Nembon's blaze spawner farm, or with the 2. He had a 2. I've talked about it before, and I can't remember who did one. Did Mumbo build one in season 5? Something like that. Maybe this season, I don't know, season 6, I don't know. But I'll still build that farm, but I think in the short term I want to get rid of the XP. That way, you know, I'm trying to tear down these mountains. I'm trying to flatten. That's the whole point of this series. And I need a lot of XP for my mending. So I should look into that. I didn't really watch him build it. I think I saw the video. I think it was a Nembon again. Ilmango and Nembon. Definitely the Psycraft people, which I know has been getting a lot of love lately because of Mumbo. But a lot of the Hermiters have been talking about Psycraft for a while, so they should not be new to you. I know I've been bringing them up individually too. They do some crazy stuff. A lot of which is pointless for me because I play on PS4. We don't have a lot of things. That's another thing I was thinking about here, when especially when I'm doing the mending. I kind of have to do it tool by tool. I can use my sword and switch over, but it's kind of pointless. You know, we don't have offhand tool use in PS4. We don't have sweeping edge. It's just doing it. Oh, good. I'm walking into like a family party. So I'm an actor. This is how I got into the play stuff, how I got into directing. So I have no problem with me being kind of on display, as it were. But I also don't like to interrupt people's lives. So as an actor, people will come out to you, you know, your play. They'll come out to the theater to see you. They'll watch your movie or TV show or even YouTube show. That's fine. They're the ones who come to me, who come to you. But when I'm wandering around talking to myself into a camera, I feel like a bit of a donk, because here I am, a grown man in his early, mid-40s, talking to himself, so he can put it on YouTube for, at this point, a bunch of kids to watch. So, you know, a lot of puppies though. I like the puppies. I'll just bypass the rest of this and walk up the hill. I realize, I guess I care less about them hearing me than looking at me while they hear me. Out of sight, out of mind, as it were. Yeah, I don't think I would be one of these outdoor vlogger guys, sorry. Speaking of blogs, actually, I don't know if how many of you remember, I should probably put a link in again, it's been about time. The blog I write, the game, it's an indie game blog I write with some friends of mine. I haven't written in a couple weeks because of the play, but I have keeping an eye out, and we've got one of our writers keeping up on all the Switch games that come out every week when they announce them. She creates an award, kind of award show each week for all of them. And I don't even have a Switch, but there's a lot of games she reviews that I kind of want to jump in on. So maybe I'll get that later on. Or maybe not, I don't know. My son desperately wants to get Minecraft for PC so he can play all the cool versions we see. He likes watching popular MMOs, and when they do their mod stuff, you know, they're good videos. I know I subscribe to them. I like watching them. Pat and Jen, if you're watching, the hide and seek is okay, but I like the battles ones, because the lucky block ones, because you find some weird lucky block combinations that just made me laugh. Oftentimes when I'm getting ready for work, he's out in the living room watching them, and I'll just stand there staring at the screen like, oh, I should leave for work. So they're entertaining. Keep it up. Like you weren't going to do, unless some unknown guy was telling you, oh yeah, you should keep doing what you're doing. I mean, you're successful now. That's the conceit of social media. I say a bunch of stuff, we all say a bunch of things. People can listen or not, but we all kind of have to say them like people will listen. And eventually they might, or they won't. You just kind of have to live with it. So, let's see, more Minecraft builds. So the XP farm is definitely something I've been thinking about. I haven't done any research though, so don't expect that too soon. I've also been thinking about taking more of a look at what they do on SideCraft and see if I can convert some of their crazy builds into less crazy builds that are suitable for PS4. Because right now, the bulk of Minecraft players on YouTube are definitely PC players. IBX Toy Cat plays on console, but he has said several times he prefers Xbox to PS4, which is fine. But that means we don't necessarily get a lot of info about PS4 from him. Skippy6 Gaming, he was my source for PS4 things, but in the last several months he's been more focused on Bedrock than anything else, which is cool because Bedrock has a lot of changes compared to Java, especially with the redstone, and that's, you know, kind of where his audience is taking him, or his interest or whatever. But that leaves kind of a hole as far as those of us who are still holding strong on the PS4 until all of a sudden we get dumped into Bedrock and I have to rebuild everything on my world. I've got hoping this series is done before then, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe it will be, maybe it won't. So yeah, I don't know. Actually, what I've been thinking about trying for the SideCraft guys and girls, other guys, let's call it people, SideCraft people, is the chunk loader. You know, so PC version, Java at least, I don't know about Bedrock, I haven't looked it up because I don't play it, has the spawn chunks. They're always loaded. PS4 does not have that, so I can't build any farms and just let them run if I'm not standing there. But they've figured out a way to load chunks from a distance by moving chests around, and just the way they trigger, like during the tick updates in Minecraft, they load the chunks that they're being pushed into or taken out of. So I wondered if I could build that system and have it go towards the chunks I want to keep loaded, like my different farms. And as I'm walking around or tearing down mountains or things, I can set it up to load the home chunks, or my target chunks, wherever those are, and then keep whacking away and have the farms work even when I'm not nearby. So I think that might be worth a little investigation, especially as I like, you know, there's a couple mountains right around where I'm working on this now that I'll be taking down. If I could keep my guardian farm loaded and my iron farm, I get a lot of stuff while I was not too close to it, and the chunks wouldn't be loaded necessarily. So I'm gonna check out some of the videos. I think it was Il Mango who's been talking about it the most. Mostly I need to figure out a way to test it. I was thinking basically leaving a bunch of blocks on the ground, running far away, waiting 10 minutes, going back. And if they're gone, well, then I know the chunks didn't unload. So it's something to check out. And things like that. I mean, there's a lot of the builds I do come from Hermit Crafters. Some of them come from Amango or Nembon, other sidecraft people. Skippy6 Gaming, other people I've mentioned. Oh, Seth Bling, I just kind of started watching. And I just like his dedication to the most ridiculous things possible. I can appreciate that. But a lot of these things, since they're not PS4 focused, I have to do a lot of testing. Some things work, some things don't. And quite frankly, I don't like to do that. I don't like to test. I like to just know or hope they're going to work. Hope, mostly. I don't always know. I've played this game a lot of different versions. And I've gotten pretty good about knowing the PS4 version, but I wouldn't say I'm a total expert on it. So I think that's what you can expect in upcoming weeks. The build I was planning on doing for tomorrow that I didn't today. The video you're watching now was supposed to be something else, but I ran out of time. And I kept trying to play it, like do the thinking while I was like super tired. That wasn't helping. So anyway, we got that thing coming up, which I've already built up way more than it needs to be. It's not gonna be that spectacular. It's just gonna be those neat little things that most people wouldn't do. And when you see what I did, then you'll know why they wouldn't do it. And some other builds, and definitely some more flattening. Because as I said, and I have been saying this entire time, my whole goal here is to create my classic size flat world without actually generating the flat world. I find the fun in having a target. That's kind of how you stick to these games or anything else in life. You find a target, you enjoy it for whatever reasons, and you stick to it. So that's what I'm going to do. As always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to y'all later.
There it goes. You have to aim at the bottom. Jeez, wolves, why don't you tell our dogs? Why don't you tell me these things? Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 39. Woo! What are we going to do today? Well, this is going to be the project I mentioned last time, which I didn't have enough time to figure out. I've had some time to figure out, and I still don't know if it's going to work. It probably will. Hey, you know what? You'll have already seen it by now, because what we're going to build is my title screen. Yeah, we're going to build my my title screen in world. And we're going to do it right by the what is this thing called? The music? It's the thing that plays the theme. We're going to do it right by the theme. That way I can record the title screens every time. Why? Why not? Huh? Why not? So the first thing I need to do is figure out how big this is. So I'm going to build it out of obsidian, just like the back of my title screen is now. I'm going to surround it with some sea lantern just for some light. But before I dive into that part, I want to get my depth of view right, because right now, so let's see, I'm trying to think. If I'm looking straight ahead like that, I want to be able to just see obsidian at the bottom here. And I'm going to do it so... the handy thing about HD is it's based on like 9x16, so I figure I could build it 9 tall and 16 wide and be done. But I'm going to build it one border, one around it, the obsidian, just for safety, and then a complete border around that with the sea lanterns to really prevent spawning and stuff like that. And then I'm just going to have this giant black wall that's blocking me. I'm going to do the letters in banners and the episode numbers as well. Now, one thing I don't have, and if you can figure out how to do this, or you've seen someone do it, I've not been able to find it, someone who can do a hashtag, an octothorpe, a pound sign, whatever you want to, a number sign, whatever you want to call it, let me know. I've been playing around, I can't figure it out. That's not a huge surprise, I'm not a great Minecrafter. But, so if I'm standing, is this about where I want to stand? This is about right. What I'll do is, once I've got this in place, I'll actually... I'll run a redstone line around here, so I can like hit the switch and look up, and then we can have the full effect. So right now, let's see if I'm gonna stand. It's gonna be kind of on the no, wait, it's a 9x16. Yeah, so it'll be the even side. So if that's about straight ahead, what I try to do is look down and see where the bottom will be. The bottom will be about here, which means I need, I don't know. I'll figure it out, and let's jump back when I have. It may take me a while, a long while. See you in a bit. So while this lines up perfectly, so I can see the one block at the bottom and it's 3 blocks tall, if you notice, I'll only be able to see about 7 blocks across. That's too small. So it's got to be back further than this. I think it's going to have to be on the other side of that lamp. That lamp. That torch. It's too bad though, because man, boy, I got this lined up perfectly, didn't it? You can just leave one block floating there. Oh well. Back to the drawing board. Alright, that looks pretty good. Now let me build up this wall properly, and I'll redo the platform later, because right now it's just a pile of stupid dirt. But yeah, I think we've got it fine. This is actually the 9x16. It fits my screen just right. I'll still do a band around it because I'll probably want to stand a little bit far back just so I can make sure I can see all the banners clearly. But yeah, let's do this. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Got this giant monstrosity. My crouch, yeah. So what I did is I kind of lined it up with my screen. Ooh. Lined it up with my screen there. Kind of made it even. Slowly walk in. Then boom, we'll have it. Okay, so now I gotta go make just a buttload of signs, banners. So I'm going to use banners to make the letters. I'm also going to use banners to make the numbers. I'm going to keep the color scheme. So the letters will be essentially black banners with white letters. And the numbers will be the yellow banners with red numbers. So that kind of keeps the borders and the colors I've been using already up to this point. I'm not going to go through and do a bunch of those on screen. I found there's several letter sets out there. Obviously, a lot of people have them. I found the one I like the best from a channel called Gaming to Remember, and I'll of course put a link down to the video that I use down below. I made notes of all the different banners I need and all the different things I need to use them. I haven't counted up all the resources I'm going to need, but it's going to be a lot. Luckily, I have a lot of wool left over from the mansion and other things, you know, sheep. I've got plenty of black dye from ink. I got plenty of white dye from my skeleton farms. So I think I'll be pretty set. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I need 2 of every number to start with. I'm going to need 3 of every number if I get to the triple digits of these episodes, which I'm guessing I will. And then, so Monotonous Minecraft, so I'm doing a whole title. Let's see, that's 18 letters, so there'll be 18, and then 10 times 2 is 20, 38 banners. Oh, and once again, if someone knows how to do the hashtag, that would be nice. That'd be 39. You know, a nice even number, evenly divided by 13 and 3, and that's it pretty much. So I'm gonna go. It's so just like, whoa, here. This used up almost all my obsidian, by the way. This is all the obsidian I have left. I had mined a bunch of it, and just have been storing it for nothing. I may need some more because I kind of want to build some more nether portals at the edges of the world so I can travel easier. So I guess there'll be some obsidian mining in my future. That's okay. There's plenty of lava and water down in my tunnels. So I'm going to go ahead. Oh, here, I can do this. Ink. Oh, no. Ink. Hey. I'm going to go ahead and start with these banners. What I might do, if there's any that I deviated from what Game to Remember came up with. I'll definitely show that on screen, just to show the differences. I've got a couple of notes on things that might be different, but who knows? We'll find out. Otherwise, what I'll probably try to do is just start making the banners and placing the banners so we can get an idea of what we're looking at. I'm pretty sure I have enough space. Yeah. Because I'm going to do 2 stacks. So up in the... wait, hold on. So up here, we'll do Monotonous, and then down below it'll be Minecraft. And then down here, we'll have our numbers. And then that'll be cool. It's too bad I can't, like, whoops. This way. That's the way. It's too bad I can't stand over to the side and look at it. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know what I'll do about my little person standing there. It'll be like this. That really throws off the angle. That's kind of a problem for the future. Let's get to it. I forgot to mention on you know how I usually like to play on the new crafting. Making banners, you really got to be on classic crafting, unless you just want to make plain banners. I made these with the regular interface, but with the banners, you need to be on classic. And I hate it, but it's okay. Practice, you get there fast. Continuing on, I gotta admit, this is looking pretty awesome. I'm super happy with how this is turning out. I got my Monotonous Minecraft. I got my 3, because I know it was episode 39. I just need to do the rest of the numbers. And then, doubles of all the numbers. I think I'm going to find a painting to put in the corner here to be as a placeholder for me just standing there. I don't think I can do pixel art with that kind of detail in, a 5x5 block. That's too bad. Maybe I'll just do an overlay. I don't know. Something. And so what I was thinking of is for this platform, however it turns out, what I'll do is I'll put a pressure plate there, and that way I can jump up and down, and then there'll be a delay, the music will go off while I'm recording, and bam, there's my intro. So something like that. It'll be cool. It should probably work. Just trying to get the edges here. I don't know. I think my TV is just throwing weird shadows. Anyway, back to the numbers. I did the 5 a little bit differently than Gaming to Remember. I mean, it's got the list here. Basically, is it upside down 2, which I think that's an actual 2. Hold on. I think it looks a little bit better just because it's got the rounded bottom rather than just like a hard S. It's got some problems, but it's not bad. Except for the fact I can't break it. There it goes. You have to aim at the bottom. Jeez, wolves. Why don't you tell me, or dogs? Why don't you tell me these things? Alright, back to the numbers. Alrighty then. We got our numbers done. There's episode 39. And I've got all my other numbers. I'm storing them here. That way I can just have them available when I need to. 0 to 0, 9, 10. Oh, whoops, there's no 10. Don't be silly. Yeah, see, the 5 looks a little weird. But it still looks like a 5. 0, I like a slash to distinguish it from an O. 7, 7 and Z's, I always write with a crossbar. I kind of picked that up in high school and never dropped it. I tried making the 8 a little rounded, but it just made it look weird. But anyway, we got our numbers done. I'll stop jerking around now. So now the next thing I want to do is build this platform not out of dirt, and in some way that it can actually trigger this music from up there. So I'm thinking some sort of... I'm thinking what I was just thinking won't work. It's in the middle of all this. So I do... I'm thinking it might work. It depends on the timing of it. So I was thinking of a torch tower going down to this and just using it from there. I'll play around with it and see what works. I'm just making sure it's spelled right. Oh yeah, I said there would be 10, or 18. There's 19. Monotonous has 10 letters, not 9. I was looking at the word when I said that and still got the number wrong. So, you know, that happened. Anyway, yeah, let me rebuild this platform so it looks a little bit better and so that it has a trigger that I can use from on top of it, so we can get the intro. And then I also play around with a little artwork and see what I can grab. I think that after a lot of trial and error and false starts and then remembering how redstone works a little bit, I finally have got it. So you can see I've got my setup. It looks pretty good. Got all my stuff turned off, so you can only just see the wall and the stuff on there. I think the flaming skull is a good stand-in for my user, my player. And so all I have to do to turn it on, I hope, is jump up really high. Dang it. Try it again. Alright, so here's my redstone. It's not spectacular. I'd prefer this to be off, but I can never remember how to turn these things off and on the right way. So let's see if we can get this lined up. I'd like to get one. Of course I can get it to work fine when I'm not trying to get it to work. Let's straighten out. Even up. And in theory, if I jump up, it does it. I feel like I needed a more delay because I don't think I was down before I was done. So here's the fun part. If I keep doing this, like, if I actually do this for every episode, I get my numbers set up. It's going to be like 20 minutes of me doing this just for a 3-second clip. That's okay. It's totally worth it. It saves me half a second with changing the numbers. Okay, let's try it again. I think that worked. I think I want more volume. Let's see. Audio. I was hoping to get away without cranking up the volume every time. But, oh wait, you know what? I won't. I have to crank up the volume every time because I also want to turn down the music. We only want my music. Okay, let's go for it. I think that might have been it. I still think it starts a little soon. That one definitely worked. Okay. I may have a bunch of these. I may not. So I don't know. Anyway, I think it's pretty cool. It just means that it's always on right now. I don't know. Extra light. I do have a ladder going up this way. I know I said I was going to make this platform look good. I tried to get this thing to work just straight down, and all it would do was turn everything on. But that's okay. Redstone, you know, we've talked about this before. I play around a lot with redstone. Not necessarily good at it. And some of the basic things still seem to elude me. But anyway, I'm really happy with what we got here. It's neat. It's silly. It's pointless. It's frivolous. It's exactly what my world needs. So anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I can't get out of here. There it is. There. I'll talk to y'all later. I won't wave because I'll break something. Duh, you use an inverter. I knew it could be done easily. Talk to everyone later. Cows, come on. I'm trying to do something. No, hey, thanks for the wool. There. Whoa, turtle family. Hello and welcome to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 40. How's it going? Woo! Why am I doing this voice? I don't even want to tell you how long it took me to get the opening there. That was a lot of jumping. I need to figure out a better system. I need a delay on this button. If only here, let me click so I can see. If only I could add. Oh wait, a bunch of repeaters. That'd be later on. Yeah, see, let's go look at that. I don't really have anything planned. I don't know what I was thinking. I've been spending almost all week thinking I'm gonna record. I got some plans. I'm gonna do stuff, and then I've played. Haven't done anything. Don't have much plans. So we're gonna wander around and see what I come across. Anyway, so this is my spawn farm, my slime farm. But after we look at this, let's go over all the stuff I missed on my updates, like the glass texture. I like it a lot better now because now you can do this. It looks like there's nothing there. Basically, I was tired of my hostile mobs like coming and getting me when I was just kind of wandering through in the early morn. So I just covered it as a glass. I was gonna do fence, and I was like, nah, that would look kind of ugly. But a giant glass box, that's pretty cool. It's also fun to try to like shoot creepers over the thing. I shot at a couple of I missed them all. But it was still fun. So yeah, let's review. So I did a little live stream, going over to see what things got broken in my system. It's possible some of my farms are broken already. I don't know. Hi doggies. So as you see here, I have a loom. Now, what you may have noticed when I was doing the video for, this giant sign here, when I was doing all the banners, no loom. Now, I managed to choose the week before we got a system that would make it easier for me, in theory. I still haven't used it, to... I'm trying to eat. To do my banners, because of course I did. Do I have any use for banners rest of the time? Nope. But here we are. There we go. While we're here, I as well take down my coal. I don't like to get it too tall, because mobs can spawn on this. I think mobs can spawn on coal blocks. Yeah, coal ore. But a lot of times when I'm out there tearing down mountains, you collect coal. Coal does spawn in worlds fairly high up. I don't know the upper reach. But if there's a mountain, there's going to be coal in it way above sea level. Here's an interesting thought. People have been talking about sea level lately. I, of course, think about it all the time because I'm flattening to sea level. I don't think a lot of other Minecrafters think about it based on some comments I've heard about, wait, where's sea level? I think on one of the recent live streams that Impulse did for the Skyblock, he mentioned that they were talking about maybe it wasn't the stream episode, whatever, they all blend together. He was talking about sea level being at like 40 or so. Sea level is at 64. That's where the water is level at least in my world, 64, 65. And as I've mentioned before, in the first world I started to flatten on my Vita, I made it at 65. It's a real pain in the butt. So the level we got here is good. I forgot to put away my pickaxe. I can't use a door. Pink. Okay. So other things. Oh wait. Loom. But then yeah, we got lanterns. I think these lanterns really fit in with this look a lot better than the sea lanterns did. Plus, now from above, it just looks like it is just a flat roof. If I go around here, which I can't take the shortcut, I found 3 horses. So I had lost this horse. Turns out he escaped the village and jumped over the mountain. Naughty, subscribe. Be more like your brother, subscribe. Or your sister. Oh no, your sister doesn't have a name. Doop boop boop doop doop doo. Doop doop doo. There you go. Be more like your sister, subscribe. Oh, so what else? Let's do a quick tour over here. Bing, bing, psh, psh. I don't know. So I've switched to cod instead of salmon because I've got an endless supply. Um, and it doesn't reduce hunger as much as salmon does. It's close, but also seems to wear off. Like, I think it's my imagination, but I swear it wears off quicker than salmon did. Okay, over here to my probably soon to be broken iron farm, which I still don't have 10 villagers on this left side. Hi, turtles. So what I've done, and if you can see the map, you got this giant green rectangle. Oh, when I stopped walking, it looked like I was still walking because of that flowing water. So these blocks, this lovely diorite, makes a square around the iron farm. Now, when I was building the iron farm, remember I said that you couldn't have any doors within 64 blocks, or else it would break it. Well, this is 64-ish blocks out from each side, and so this is really big. So if it's 64 squared, is how many chunks? Let's see, 16 chunks big, I think. Is that the right math? I don't know, could be. I'm trying to think. So 4 by 4, a chunk is 16. 64 divided by 16 is 4. And then 4 by 4 is 16, so 16 chunks. See? Yeah, math works. Unless I did it wrong because I'm thinking on the fly. So anyway, I built this giant square, and I finally filled it all in. And you can see this is taking me... I'd started it before the last video was filmed even, so like a couple of weeks. And if you look at the map, it's almost like nothing has happened. I did flatten out. There was 2 mountains here, one over there. I made a bridge here to the corner. It was about to get dark, so I'm going to get to this side. Mobs are going to spawn, and I'm going to run away. The other day I was walking, I was playing something, and I think it was a horse popped up behind me, and it spooked me. Like, oh, never mind, it's a horse. No, it was a squid. A squid scared me when I was putting the dirt in on those spots. And the reason I'm walking back to this corner is because, well, there's a lot of passive mobs here. Just to show, cows, come on, I'm trying to do something. No, thanks for the wool. There. Whoa, turtle family. Okay. We're almost there. Almost there. And here we are. The corner of the world. Bink. Oh, I can't walk any further. So, this is a while ago, too. I just had some dirt. And maybe I took down a little hill here. And just started filling out the corner. So this is what it's going to look like all the way around. What is that in the distance? Is that sugarcane? I think it's just sugarcane. Hi, drowns. I love how you can see the wall down there. It may be too dim, but you can just see like a sand thing where the wall just drops off. It's a good demarcation. Let me switch to something where I can kill someone if I come across them. As I go back to what I will classify as civilization, meaning I've got lights there. Pig butt, a lot of squid. So yeah, I mean, I've just kind of been bebopping around. I kind of planned on just going crazy and like gearing up and going into the nether and just start building up some of the like making a clear path to the blaze spawners, so that I can at least get some blaze rods and kind of move along with the world. Then I kind of chickened out. Got tired. Didn't want to do it. Didn't think about what I had to do to get all my... oh, I can't run anymore. See, doesn't that seem like I was running for a while. I don't know. It just seems like there's less sustenance to be done with this COD. I'm surprised there's not monsters all around me. Let me sleep, let me eat, let me remember what I was talking about. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Thank you, Meatloaf. Was that part of a song? I'm pretty sure. Let me sleep, let me eat. I forgot what the other one was. Um, what was it? Boingy, boingy, boingy. Oh, Big World? No, well, yeah, I've been looking at different things as far as travel. I'm hesitant to do like the boat and ice path thing because boats are really hard to steer. So, like, yeah. Anyone who's been paying attention to my YouTube channel at all will know that I was directing a show recently. There's been a couple of videos with the kids there. Um, and we're finally over. Ended last weekend. I think it was last weekend. I want to say it was last weekend. And it was just a really good show. And I got some positive feedback from kind of an independent theater reviewer. So that was nice. He really enjoyed the show. And it was really fun. It was the Brothers Grimm Spectaculathon by Don Zolitis, I think it was. Pretty sure. I'm not looking at it right now. Dan. Pretty sure it's Zolitis. I don't know. That's probably shouldn't have plugged him if I wasn't gonna get his name right. I'll put a link, to something. His Twitter? Yeah, he's got Twitter. I'll put a link to his Twitter down there. You can talk. He's a playwright. He's done some stuff. He's written things. If you like to read, you can read his things. But it was just a really fun show. It was all youth. I think I mentioned it before. So it was, sorry, this is going to be kind of U.S. centric, but it was sixth graders through seniors in high school. So imagine like 12 to 18 was about the ages. And there was 19 of them playing 43 characters in a 2-hour-long show, and they all did an amazing job, and it was really fun, and everyone seemed to like it. The upshot there is that since my time is no longer spent on rehearsals and performances and other stuff, I have more time to devote to Minecraft. But because it was also my first week off, I spent a lot of time devoted to playing Minecraft, not necessarily doing anything useful. But you can tell actually, if you're playing along at home or been paying any attention whatsoever, this mountain used to be much taller and had some parts over there. I just kind of randomly picked, I said I would do this, randomly picked the spot that was too high and I started taking it down. There's a couple of, there's that little island there, and then another one just off to the side that the last thing I did playing on this world was just flatten those for no reason, because those little small things like that, really easy to take care of. Big mountains, they take a little bit longer. At this rate, though, I mean, I don't know. I try to collect dirt and I fill in the water when I can, but I'm assuming I'll have all the ocean covered before I take care of all the mountains, but it's hard to say. I mean, there's a fair number of mountains on this world left, and but the problem is that there's not a lot of dirt on them. They're really stony, and since they're trying to use dirt, and every block most blocks I place are going to be grass eventually, so that it's mostly green. That's going to be a lot of dirt. I've got some stockpiled up, and there's obviously plenty of dirt here, but a little bit here. But if you look at this, that's what a lot of my mountains are. They're stony. Not a lot of dirty. They're not dirty. They're not dirty stony. Just stony. Kind of got lost there. So yeah, I'm almost certain that I'll have the water covered before I take down the mountains, just because that's kind of how it goes. There's a lot more blocks up than there are spaces, even though this is a very wet world compared to some. But I'm just going to try to find a balance. So I kind of fill up my inventory with dirt, and then I try to go to the nearest spot, and if not the nearest spot, then a part I'm targeting. So like the big rectangle, I brought in dirt from this side, but I also filled out, a lot of this space was done that was still watered when I started. I kind of filled out here. And at one point, oh boy, I was real close to losing my shovel. Like I wasn't paying attention whatsoever. I was just plugging along, tearing down dirt, collecting it up, and like, whoops, almost broke my shovel. One of the reasons I chose this mountain is because it's, right next to my repair station. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Right? I was going to do a giant nether repair. Maybe that's why I was thinking about the nether. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could go in there and do it like legit, not just turn it on to peaceful and sneak in and still be afraid of falling off in the lava, because that's exactly what happens if you're not paying attention to another. Yeah, I'll probably build that in peaceful. Hopefully not fall off in the lava, which is what happens if you don't pay attention. And I'll find a likely spot in the fortress that is going to be, I'm going to plan it far enough away. That's a fairly good sized nether fortress. So the nether on PC is different dimensions than the nether on PS4. So PC is an 8-to-1. So every time you move 8 blocks in the nether, you move 1 block in the overworld. On the PS4 version, it's a 3-to-1. So the nether is actually much larger than it would seem it would be for this classic size world, just because it's a 3-to-1 ratio instead of a 8-to-1 ratio. Which means that my fortress, because usually there's only one in this classic size because there's not room for it anymore, but my fortress is a good size, which means I should be able to find a likely location to build a general mob XP farm and still have it far enough away from my dual blaze spawners that I can do that farm there too, which at that point will be more about fun than anything else. But fun is important. Another thing I want to do is rebuild, or not rebuild, is build a new furnace array over there. I think I'm going to just have it coming off the other side of the bamboo farm and just turn the hoppers around. The one I have there, it just doesn't work. I think I've built it right. You know, I troubleshot a bunch of things, fixed what I found, but everything else looks exactly right. So I just think it's a build that won't work in PS4 very well. So I'm going to go to one of the simpler ones that's not going to have the efficiency, but will at least let me do, like, if I do 8 at a time, should be pretty good. I mean, that's doing 23. Maybe I could do 16 at a time and just kind of make it simple, and probably use a minecart to distribute the stuff, which is fine. You kind of don't want minecarts, you know, running around when you unload chunks, because they can do funny things. But if you put a switch on it so they don't move while it's happening, then it's fine. So I'll figure that out too. Okay, so new textures. Gravel looks just like andesite to me. Like, at least the old andesite, which is what I'm looking at. So I only know it's gravel because my pickaxe doesn't work on it. What other new things did I have? So the lantern, the loom. What happened was, after I did that live stream, see, doesn't andesite look like gravel? Here, I have gravel. Where's the gravel? Gravel. Let's put one next to each other. Okay, the gravel's a little bit darker, or a little bit browner, really. But yeah, I mean, look at that. That's very similar textures. That's not helpful. For anyone playing PS4, though, I don't know how closely you read the pop-up that came up, which is what I was talking about. So I did the live stream, and then the next time I played, the pop-up saying what all new things were added was I finally saw, because my son had seen it before. It had told me all the new things in there, including the fact that you can go back to the classic texture pack for free, in case you don't like the new textures. Me, I'm going to just keep going on with the change. It shows growth, and it's, you know, if that's how they want me to play the game, that's how I'll play the game. It's just going to be a little bit while before I kind of recognize the difference between gravel and andesite, it looks like. So gravel is browner. Yeah, see, this gravel, yeah, that looks like gravel because it's browner. Okay, I think I got it. Brown, gravel, gray, andesite. Otherwise, practically the same texture. Not helpful, guys. Let's see. Oh yeah, I've built another. These huts are starting to spring up more and more, and then I'm sure you noticed over by the Guardian farm, there's actually a couple of freestanding chests. Whoops, that's full. That were just kind of plopped there because I had a bunch of things I'd taken down from tearing down mountains, and I'll probably build a building around them soon. This is gonna turn dark on me real quick. So let's get some dirt. So anyway, yeah. I don't know, because I kind of plan on making a massive village. I'll probably just build huts around any of the stacks of chests I've left around, as opposed to just leaving freestanding chests, which I've done in the past. But we'll see. I just kind of like to have a place to sleep, you know, that's near enough to my working location where it doesn't feel like I have to run back and forth quite a bit. And as I was filling in the pond here and tearing down the mountain behind it, this was a good spot. I actually carved it out of the hill. And then I used kind of a mixture of blocks to build the rest of it. Looks like I put cobblestone on the bottom, so yeah, that's nice and good. Here, you know what? Let me do this and this. Give me that. Where am I going? What's happening? I have no idea. Put that there. Put that there. Give me my torches back. There. Mixed up a little. So yeah, I just kind of carved it into the part of the mountain here. This is all water. I just built it. And I've been building these flat ones, and on this one, I decided I need more storage, so I put it down here and then just put the bed lower. Not too dissimilar to the one that's over by the Guardian Farm that's made out of the, oh, what is that called? The green stuff. The green blocks. But the reason I kind of like the flat designs is that you can see that I've been doing them everywhere. They're easy enough to build. My dog just laid on my foot. That had nothing to do with the game, obviously, but it's happening right now. She's an 80-pound dog laying on my foot. I mean, she's keeping it warm. That's good. But anyway, flat buildings, yeah, they're easy to build. You don't have to do scaffolding, which I've made way too much of and I never use. And mobs don't spawn on it because, you know, it's half slabs. Which means I don't have to light the top, which kind of looks weird and, you know, waste torches. So that's that, and that's that. Let me finish up the top here. I go back and forth. I'm not going to try to waste a bunch of blocks, but I don't really have a lot of use for these blocks. One of the things I need to remember to do before I go back in the Nether, even if I don't have peace, even if I do have peaceful on, rather, is to make sure I'm carrying a flint and steel so I can get back. I need to lose whatever work I did by, I don't know, having to kill myself. Oh, I hate to have to kill myself to get back. Oh, that'd be the worst. I'd rather die naturally. Last night before, whenever it was working on this island, and I was doing something, and suddenly a drown hit me, and I was so startled because it hardly ever happens. Like, whoa! My dog freaked out. Like, what's going on? Like, chill out, dog. I just wasn't paying attention to my game. So yeah, that's the price you pay when you're not playing like normal people. So there was no way this drown was going to kill me unless I just stood there. Yeah, I would have drowned. I would have literally drowned before he killed me. So, yeah, at least the drown was not going to kill me. And yet I'm like running around like, oh my god. So, yeah, that bodes well. Let's see, other quick news. Besides the fact that I don't know how to shovel. Keep going back and forth. I always ask my son for advice, like, what shows should I put on? What should I do next? And he doesn't have any advice. You know, you think a 10-year-old would be at the age where he knows it all. I was waiting to get as old as his sister, so, because, you know, she's a teenager. Of course she knows it all. So there's a couple of games that I have I might start playing aside from this. I don't know if I'll stream them or not. It's hard to tell how the streaming went. No one was there, which is fine. It's not like I expected anyone to show up, especially since it's only on for like half an hour. But it's hard to tell whether or not some of these games I play would be better streaming or doing recordings like this. I think for games that I'm not familiar with at all, where it's just going to be like I'm doing a playthrough, I like the idea of, even if I did record, not doing a lot of editing, just kind of going with it. In which case, you know, it kind of seems a wasted time to actually record instead of just using streaming, because, well, it'll update it for me. Will it look as good? No, it's got the weird black bar around it, but it's still very serviceable. You can still pay attention. And people like to stream, so, or watch streams, so maybe they'll show up. Now this weekend, of course, Hermitcraft stream's going on, and I've got plans, so I won't see you there. I'll probably watch a bunch of the rewinds. So if you care, you know who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. Things have changed. It's fine. Dude, you know, there's a lot of talk about the most satisfying thing in Minecraft. And to me, getting an overpowered shovel whipping through dirt, I think it's the best. I like it because it's got a more satisfying sound than sand, which is kind of just a dull, you can barely hear it. Here, Minecraft ASMR. Oh yeah, was that relaxing? Until I started talking again? Probably. I'm gonna have more sand or dirt than I know what to do with. Oops. Let me collect all this stuff. Collect. Nothing has happened. I realize this is gonna be, I'm trying to think ahead. So I'm doing the new, oh no, I've got plenty of space. I'm doing the new title cards, which is great. I like it. It's, like I said, at the top, it's kind of a pain to make sure I get it right. The last one I noticed, it was at a weird angle, and you could see the lights to the side, which I couldn't see on my screen, so I got that going for me. I just have to guess. So I anticipate that a while. And then, of course, it's hard to get the sound to play right. And for the video I did where I made it, it was fine as a thumbnail, but I'll still be pulling off thumbnails a little bit more pertinent to what I'm doing. In this case, it could be almost anything, because all I did was go around and break stuff. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, hey, you know what else? You know what else? You know what else? You know what else? I can also talk to the newer way I've been laying dirt. Get at it. Did I miss dirt? Let's not throw away my shovel. So, you know, I talked before about doing the diagonals, but I realized once I finally found the angle, I could just kind of do this. And yeah, it's not super fast, but it's faster than doing the diagonals was. And, ooh, sorry about that. Wooziness, huh? And except for things like the occasional miss block, fall into the water, whatever, it works a lot quicker. So I guess what I'm saying is, as you can see the big rectangle, the what is that, the southeast side of it has a diagonal there. That'll probably be squared off at some point, so I could just go through this and place down a heck of a lot of dirt. So this is all I'm doing, is tearing down, placing dirt when I can, grabbing this so I don't bump out of the way, and then, yeah, there's my torches, which I still have to slowly count, because for some reason I can't just look at it and figure it out. I haven't decided if the new textures make it like better or worse to try to count. Like, I feel like the dirt is harder to count now, but it was almost impossible before, so who knows? You know, it doesn't really matter. Let's see. Here we go. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Anyway, that'll be enough babbling for today. I told you there was no point here. But it was fun. Hope you enjoyed yourself. As always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to everyone later. Bye. Easter bunnies, look, they laid eggs. But those eggs hatch chickens. I don't understand. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 41. How's it going? I'm doing this voice again. Why am I doing it? Okay. I am at, as you can tell, by me walking backwards nowhere. I'm at the edge of my world. And the little slidey slide stuff behind me should give you a hint about what we're building today. A little ice farm. How little? I don't know. I've cleared out quite a bit of space here. This is my only kind of like ice biome area, which means I should be able to build an ice farm at sea level. Well, I'll be slightly above sea level, rather than, you know, way up there somewhere. I don't even know. There are certain biomes where, like, I don't think even high up in the desert ice will form, but most of the ones that give you any kind of green grass, you should have ice be able to form up at like level 160 or above, something like that. I don't remember. I just know that it keeps forming in other places I've done it. But down here, where the bunch of ice has been cleared out, so where all this ice was, like, here's something weird. You can't place anything on the edge of the world. You can't break anything on the edge of the world. But if you put a torch here, the ice will melt. Weird. Anyway, so let's, if we run over here real quick, we can see this is, this large expanse, oh, it's already getting dark. This large expanse of ice here is pretty much what a big chunk of this was. Also, fun fact, if you're playing this world for any reason, under here, giant, what are those things called that I hate? I've talked about before because I keep coming across them and I hate them. Not a crevasse, that's not what they call them here. Canyon? Do they call them canyons? Anyway, giant hole in the ground. Like long, stretchy hole. I can never remember the names of things, we know this. Let me go to sleep real quick here, and we should be able to build this ice farm pretty quick. I'm doing nothing fancy. Oh my gosh, the one that Impulse is building on a sky block is insane. No, wait, not Impulse. Sorry, Skizzleman, that was you. Impulse built a stone farm. The one that Impulse with some of, dang it, I said it again. The one that Skizz built with Impulse's help was this crazy thing that builds up a giant cube of ice that you can then easily harvest. I'm going for the old tray style because, yeah, whatever. Oh, you know what? Maybe later on, I'd forgotten one of the updates that, you know, PC 114 just came out with. One of the changes was that, I don't know how I'm designing this, so right now, do I want to do that? Anyway, one of the changes in 114 was that TNT no longer blows up, like all the stuff. Like if you, for instance, were going to climb to the top of a mountain, lay some TNT down and ignite it somehow so it explodes, none of the blocks are lost. They're just turned into entities, so you can pick everything up. That was a change that happened in 114 for PCs. I have no idea, sorry about the spinning, I have no idea if that's going to be the case for PS4 or not. So if I have time, meaning if I don't screw around too much, babbling while I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing, then I'll go test it out. Is that big enough? That's probably too big. And this is not counted out at all. Good. I'm already playing well. Okay, so the key to an ice tray. The biggest part is you don't want, I should build this big. You don't want it to, all the ice to be lost. I'm seeing. You don't want all the water to be frozen, is what I'm trying to say. So, in order to do that, you need to keep, there's a couple ways of doing it. You can either keep like a diagonal of water from one corner to the other, like covered up so it doesn't freeze, or you can do the same thing with two edges that touch each other, so not across from each other. You'll see what I mean, because that's what I'm doing. I'm not going to do diagonal because I like to just be able to do it right there. You know, hide the water, let the ice form, break away, no problem. And I wasn't going to do this with wood. Why am I not doing this with wood? I could do the bottom in stone. Yeah. Okay, so this is not going to be right because I don't have enough space there. Dang it, chicken. Also lost. So these are 7 apart, so that's 7, 21, 22. And these are not, because they're not quite right. So 430 minus 22 is 408-ish. Which is going to be... But it says it's there, but that's not right. We know it's not right because it's too short, which means I need to... Wait, 1 short or 2 short? 2 short. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I think it's 1 short. We'll figure it out. Or we won't. Whatever. So let's do already wrong again. So what I'm doing is just trying to put down the base that we'll use for the ice farm. So that way we can go over here and do this bit. Go over here. Dang it, this thing is... Oh, look at that. This place is lousy with animals. I'm going to do it 1 up off the ground for no other reason than, well, you know, I've already placed all these torches and why waste them, you know? So what this is going to mean, so what I'm going to do is... Yeah, we're doing ice. I'm not too worried about doing wood. So we're going to build a giant platform that's square, and square is important. We'll kind of touch on it a bit, but basically, remember, you can do infinite source water by having kind of either a diagonal available or just 2 sides, or, well, you know, the 2 apart from each other. But I'm going to do this side and that side, and as long as they're the same length, then it'll make all these water sources infinite down to here, based on just having 2 a row and a column of water. But what I'm going to do now, so here, let's do what I didn't do. Let's not do what I did. Run! Oh, parkour! Okay, so this is going to be our tray like this, and I'll just build out a little part of it to kind of give you an idea. And it's a nice tray, not like, you know, in an old house or anything, but whatever. So we're going to do this. There's going to be a bunch of water all in here, and on this row and on this column, we're going to put in slabs so that they don't freeze, because in order to freeze, the water has to be open to the sky. And so when these are kept as liquid, we break up all of the ice that's in them, and then it magically flows back in and becomes water, and then we start over again. And this is going to be large and a pain in the butt to harvest, but I've got depth strider, so it won't push me everywhere, and I should be fine. So let me build this platform, tray if you will, and I'll be back. Okay, so I got carried away and built the entire thing. Turns out it's really quick and easy. You can see ice is already forming. So what'll happen, whoa, that was weird. So what I've got here, as I mentioned before, is there's water sources underneath these slabs. And so that way when all of these freeze, I can break all the ice. So all of this out here that I can wander around in will freeze, but the water sources under here won't. And then once you break all the ice, they'll reform to do this one sheet of water, which will freeze again. And I know that'll happen because all I did for water sources was place them along each line, and boom, there they are. Whee! It's kind of weird how this works. It looks from the outside like it's like floating thin sheets of ice. So in lieu of watching, you know, the actual important part of the build, which was the water and the slabs and whatnot. Whoops. Let's build my staircase up here. It must have been square because it worked out for me. I don't know. Maybe it didn't have to be squared. Maybe it had to be a rectangle. I think for design, I'm going to find that this bit of a mountain here is in my way. So let's kind of fix this. Still great to hear. I mean, I know a lot of people like the sound of breaking snow or glass or ice, but to me, it's the sand. Maybe that's because I don't have to have a beacon in order to do instant mine with sand or sand. Dirt. Sand seems to work slower than dirt, really. Okay, so boo. Oh, you know what? I was gonna break it, but let's keep that. That kind of looks cool. That looks cool. Do that, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then the same thing. Do I need to do that? Not really. I mean, I don't need to do a lot of it, but I am. And this will give me a nice little path up there. I do want to double it up though. Let's do that. Does that double it up? No, widen it. I want to widen it. That's what I want to do. That way I can walk up here and boom. Let's see, I can climb in here. Just go with my silk touch. Yeah, I probably should have built this out of wood just in case. Oh god, I gotta stop doing that. It scares me. But you know what'll happen if I, it's because I keep trying to run. I'm so used to running everywhere. But what'll happen if I bust out where the walls is, it'll flood, it'll destroy all my torches, and I'll have to put them all down, and I'll just rebuild the walls out of wood. No big deal. Yeah, I mean, I already had a little bit of ice, but I've got a lot more now. So cool. Let me collect all this dirt. And then you know what I'm going to do? Let's do what I talked about. Let's walk up here. Hold on. Hold on. I would say this is a thumbnail, but I should have left all the ice there. Anyway, I'm going to go over to the other side, to the middle, get some TNT, and let's see if we can test whether or not that change has been sent or brought to PS4 yet. How about that? Sounds fun. Whee! Check back in a bit. Alright, I grabbed a little bit of TNT, got my flame bow. Let's see what we can do here. Let's put this on, let's put this on some, whoops, stone. And what we're looking for, I get some more ice forming. What we're looking for is about enough entities to equal the hole that it created. Well, that was a weird explosion, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Looks like it's not working. Or, you know, working like it has been. That was a... It's hard to tell how much dirt it was. Let's go over to that island and see what happens with the sand. Let's have some fun. Let's blow some stuff up. I don't know if my... I ever point this out before. So this goes down to a ravine. That's what they're called. Way down there. And occasionally, when I'm kind of standing over here, mobs will form, hostile mobs will spawn down there, then they'll pop up. So every once in a while, in the middle of the day, I'll see a creeper bobbing up here. It's so weird. So that didn't look like it produced a lot. Let's try to blow up a tree. Which is, by the way, my favorite way to take down the jungles. Whoops. There we go. Oh, that was a good explosion. sticks. Sticks. Why is there a stick? There was a reason for that, and I can't remember what it was. Something about something blowing up and creating sticks. Not blowing up, but dropping. Maybe? Was that a new thing? I don't remember. It seemed so inconsequential I didn't bother remembering what it was talking about. Oh well. Well, since we got one more thing of TNT here, we might as well take out a little bit more of this space. Maybe not underneath. Yeah, here. Let's... Boom. Right there where it'll do some good. That's very purpley now. The squid ink is also very purpley now. Easter bunnies, look, they laid eggs. But those eggs hatch chickens. I don't understand. Yeah, the squid ink is very purple now too in the part of the texture pack with version 1.9 here on PS4. Yeah, see, I mean, it created cobble as opposed to stone, and I assume it would be stone otherwise. So yeah, I guess that feature hasn't come to PS4 yet, which is too bad. Because I'd like to blow up these dirt mountains instead of digging them all up. Oh well, whatever. Let's eat some food. Let's see if we can get our screenshot here. Oh yeah, that's much better. Here, let's do this. And whoops, spin around this way. And let me hold my silk touch so it looks all cool. Back up a little. And let's do it a little bit this way so we can see the horizon in the background. Ooh. Alright, everybody. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. Oh yeah, perfect. Just what you want to see. Absolutely none of them made it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 42. As you can see, I'm quite a ways up here. I'm standing, how far up am I? 89. The reason I'm way up here on this giant tower of coal is if you can see that little blue square, that's what glass looks like, and then this new update. I think we're still on 1.9. I haven't really checked. Anyway, I dug out an entire chunk all the way down to Bedrock, and here is not all the coal I found. There's still some in there, but all I could fit up here in my weird stacking method. You can see I kind of stared all the way up here, so it's 25 up because it's a block of 5x5. The math works out. You can see out the distance, little hut there. You can almost see the iron farm. You can see the fact that I started taking down the top of that mountain and never finished. There's a tree farm. You can see I almost got this entire mountain gone. Still haven't finished. My glass, which I've realized, in order to get the stuff out of there, I gotta break through every time. That's okay, I don't go out there very much. My almost working super smelter. My mob farm. Boy, I've built a lot of stuff here. Anyway, today we are going to build another mob farm in that chunk that I unloaded. But first, let's go ahead and tear out all this stuff. And then I'll put the rest of my blocks down and tear all those out. I got no diamonds in that entire chunk. Well, before I do that, so no diamonds in the chunk. Plenty of iron, plenty of gold, obviously plenty of coal, a little bit of redstone, a little bit of lapis. No diamonds whatsoever, and no caves were intersected, and there was no lava in the chunk either. It was like just a solid chunk. It was very, very weird. I quite enjoyed it. It was it took me a long time to clear out, but I didn't, even get scared of dying once. Okay, once when I was digging out coal, I kind of came across some lava, but it wasn't in that chunk, so it doesn't count. And one of the things I'm going to have to do is build an elevator, get all the crap out of there, which may, yeah, that may involve some of those things I avoided. Anyway, let's do a quick time lapse to get rid of all these blocks and the other blocks that we have to add in. Hey, look what I got. Mr. Parrot. I was just wandering around and found it. So, yeah, here we go. Alright, that was a pretty decent amount of collected. Here I'm kind of at the top of, ooh, that's kind of weird. I'm at the top of this chunk that I dug out. I put down polished diorite slabs in the low spots. I don't know why. It's completely pointless because mobs don't spawn on any level of the bedrock, but you know, there it is. With this version of Minecraft, much like in starting I think in 1.13 on PC, you get better spawn rates the lower you are to the bottom of the world in a chunk. We don't have to worry about sub chunks so much, but we want to keep this kind of short but tall enough where I can stay in my AFK spot can be somewhere on the glass, so at level, so I can just kind of lock myself away and just stay in there and collect a bunch of stuff down here. So we'll do several layers. This is going to be the Nebon style. As always, I will link. Except I don't really remember how it's done. I haven't watched those videos in a while, and I'm going to just kind of try to wing it. But what I don't have on me is anything useful. I will need some ice, but I've got blue ice that I've got in my ice farm. So I'm going to grab that. So I need, like I said, I need to make some sort of elevator system. So what I'm going to do at the bottom, I'm going to use, let's walk and talk. So at the bottom, this is the amount of stuff I pulled out of here. Whoops, dang it. So yeah, 4 full chest, double chest of just mostly stone and some diorite, andesite, and granite. And you know, there was a fair amount of dirt that I went ahead and laid out all over there. Mostly over there, some other places probably, I don't remember. So anyway, looking down here, so yeah, my AFK spot I want to be kind of around here-ish. So I can just kind of stay in here and I'll build some sort of glass structure around me. Glass because it any solid blocks up here, remember, will screw up the spawning of the mobs down there. And with the spawn distance of it has to be at least 24 away for hostile mobs to spawn. I'm at level 64, which means I can build up from level 4, 5. I think the bedrock there is 5. 5 up to 40. Which 35 divided by 4, 3. I think 3 tall levels is a number I should know. 15, obviously. So it'll be a little bit less than that, shy of that, because I have to build a kill system, which I will use magma for. And I'm trying to think of the best way of doing it. I know Nimbon had gone through and done all the not training, the research there, and the sidecraft people probably helped. I don't know. I don't know how they do things. I'm kind of curious. Um, and they've got all sorts of cool things there, which I may refer back to, I may not. But right now, I got to get stuff to figure out. I think I'm going to kind of wash everything to the center spot. And I know it's not center because I built it. It's 2 by because it's a chunk, so it's 16 by 16. Or did I want to do the corner? I want to say I want to do the corner. That way the center thing isn't, so annoying. So basically, we'll have some water down there that'll just flush all the mobs over this direction. Or their stuff. I have to figure this out, don't I? I'll figure it out, get some stuff ready, and I'll be back. Okay, with a lot of practice and, well, looking up designs, because I could not get this. I was so close. This system will drop all the items that we collect into a water stream that will go straight up. Pew! Oh, so that's part of it. Let's get it in there. Here it is in place. Not that you can see it. Okay, there we go. So we'll feed a hopper line into here somehow. Boop. Yada, yada, yada. It'll feed into the dropper. The comparator will see that there's stuff in the dropper. Send a signal around to shoot stuff out. That will go into what'll be a water stream all the way up. And we'll take care of it from there. So let's button this hole up. Oh, whoops. I don't need all that height. I put a torch in here just so you know. I don't want the one spawning space to affect anything. Do boo boo. Boop 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 boop. Boop boop. I should lay this side down here. That'll be fine. Boom boom. And then I made a mistake. Okay, no. It's fine, it's fine, everything's fine. That's a hopper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and glass this all the way up because it's always fun to watch stuff go up water streams. There. I'll get to the top and well then I'll come back down the ladder and we can work on the collection system to get it over here. While we're up here, why don't we just go ahead and build a little thingy to get the thingies up to the thingies. Does that make sense? Let's design off the top of my head and build a collection system up here. Those are 5 tall. I didn't bring enough glass. It's so unlike me not to plan ahead. Everyone must be flabbergasted. Pink, 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 pink. Okay, that only hurts a lot. Try to remember, so I need just a little bit more glass. While I'm here, might as well grab way too few ladders. Really? You're gonna throw them? Well, I'd be dangerous if I knew how to play this game. Let me get some more glass. Brother, this is like literally the wrong, the one spot, one of 2 places I don't want to put ladders. Okay, let me get some more glass and run. Okay, now that I got some glass, and I'm super paranoid about falling down that thing, so it'll come up here, so we want that, but I want this to extend off the back here, so let's go ahead and do that, Boom, bing, bong. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. I wonder why all my sounds are B sounds. The things I... Ah, why did I do so much? Hopefully the idea is we get to push this stuff over here. Where's that ladder? Okay. Let's pick up the glass here. All the glass here. And so water will come up there. Water will come across. Into hoppers, which we'll just put right here to begin with. Which means we could put chest. What do you suppose we need? Suppose 20? Let's do 25 and see if we can just fill those suckers. Seems unlikely, but heck. Go big or go home. Do I have that many chests? I might have to go construct some more chests. Anyway, we'll put, much like our storage system over there, we'll line up hoppers back here. The water will flow over the hoppers, and we'll just build a trough with glass so that the stuff doesn't pop out. And we'll all go into these chests and just collect. And yeah, let me get some more chests. Possibly more hoppers. I got plenty of hoppers. Possibly more hoppers. And get this part done. And I'll be right back. I swear, I can never get this water to flow right. Assuming it doesn't get caught in this little chamber here, because I was trying to get it to flow through, but then this always turns... the bad part about the console version turning any column of water above soul sand into bubble water, like full blocks, same for magma going down, is that trying to put a block here to move over there doesn't necessarily work. So hopefully this works. If stuff gets caught here, what I'll do is I'll just shorten this up and it'll make it to the first hopper, so that's all that really matters. So let's go down to the bottom and make sure it works. Actually, let's go in here and pick up all the junk I've already dropped in there. So we take a leisurely stroll. Maybe eat some food. I thought it just drops like the remains down there. So gross. Okay. So, how about some dirt? Cool. All right. And this will give us our level of, we'll go up and check if that actually worked. But this will give us our level of where we need to build. So the hoppers will be at that level. Which means, yeah, we can leave. These torches are down here, by the way, pointless. This is no spawnable blocks down here. Mobs can't spawn on Bedrock. They can't spawn on the half slabs there. It just gets dark here, and I'm working at night, and I wanted to see stuff. So let's go make sure that our stuff made it all the way up. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Just what you want to see. Absolutely none of them made it. Man, this game. Do I need to, like... Here, let's try... First of all, let's... kill the water there. Let's kill these stupid little corners here. Not that that makes any sense, but you never know. Let me give it a ladder. Bink. Wish I built a quicker way to test this. Oh well. Down I go again. So after an hour of playing around with this stupid thing and searching Google, PS4 players, you know that searching Google for any kind of Minecraft stuff is useless because it's all computer based, but that's okay. Now if you search it, you'll be able to find this. In order to get this to go to my hoppers at all, what I did here is I got my bubble column here. There's an iron bar right above it. So you can see that my hopper starts right next to the top of the bubble column. There's an iron bar next to it. And then I went back 2, and I don't know if you have to go back 2 or 1, but this one works, so that's what we're sticking with. Drop source there, so that flows down to there, and it works. Let me get a close-up up there, because I don't remember how far over I went with the glass. And then I fall and don't die, which is good, but the falling's not. Okay. So the glass actually goes out to here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. And then it's hollow under there. Like me, there's just water flowing under there. So there you go. PS4 players rejoice. You can actually do what all the other players can do instantly without a problem. You just need an iron bar and some weird plane. I'm glad that worked, because by the way, the iron bar is waterlogged. I don't know if that matters, but it is. Anyway, this has been rather long. That was a lot of time. I don't have much time to spend on this, so we're gonna end the episode. We're gonna end the episode right here. So as always, like, comment, subscribe. Go ahead and tell me how you knew this already and you were just keeping it a secret from me, whatever, you know. It's not very cool. I get sad. Anyway, talk to y'all later. Bye. Huh. Well, that's not being picked up at all. That could be a problem. Hello, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 43. Woo! 43. You know, ooh, hey, 43. It's a nice prime number. Let's move past the number theory and let's just jump back into our build. So last we met, as I clicked through wrong, we finally got the water elevator working for the items. Yay, yes. So now we are going to, let's do it that way. Get the set up. That was English. That was not English for get stuff done. So I'm going to create a little bridge here. I decided what I'm going to do is a lot of this stuff that's down here is going to be totally worthless and hidden, and I don't care, so I'm just going to keep building platforms to the heights I need. What we're going to do is have water streams, not really streams, giant pool, just push the mobs down to here, well, a couple layers above here, to collect everything. Boom, whoops. That's what I wanted to do. In fact, I think I want to do this one at a time, instead of being goofy. Oh. You know, I really should have kept more rails down here. Well, at least we know that works. Let me go get this stuff and I'll be back. Hey, look, it still works. I also realized on the way up here that I put that platform at mob spawning height. So, you know, I should move that down a bit. I should probably just put one on top of it. Be easier. Who cares? We got tons of polished diorites lab. So what I'm going to do here is hopefully not screw this up. So I put that there, and then I break the Huliwa, because I can't remember the name, for a rail, and I'll just do this for all 4 spots. Nope. And let me just fall down. Pro Minecrafter. Okay. And actually, what I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna put one here to keep the stuff blocked in. I don't want the rails moving around on me. Crouch. Please. Minecart. Break. Same thing I just did, but only better. Okay. See what I'm talking about? Give me this. It's not always an easy process, let me tell you. Okay. Let's go ahead and put the slab here first, so it doesn't roll off the edge again. There we go. Okay. So now, let's give me a little platform to walk around. Okay, so now we've got that collection system that all feeds into there. And then we get our liquid hot magma. Once again, name it! I put that there, and so all of our little beastlies will go over there and die. Okay. So now I actually need slabs at this height. I almost said slobs, which is kind of funny. Oh, just... Oh, there we go. And I don't want to break that yet because you know I'm going to fall down there and have to climb back up before I'm done with this process. And there's only so many mistakes I want to make in any given video. Okay, so this platform is done, and it is lit up because this is all spawning spaces now. So now what I need to do is get the water to push everyone over here. By everyone, I mean the mobs. Which means I want it to end here, but this is going to be 16 wide, so I have to really think about what I'm doing. Maybe stop question talking. Also, let me fill in this last thing. Okay. So yeah, can I do slab stuff? So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I had water there, it would go all the way down. But if I had a 1 up, like, can I do this? What does this do? Whoops, that breaks it. But what? But what does this do? It's nighttime. I probably shouldn't plan on washing away all these lights, huh? Let me go sleep, grab some more slabs, and figure this out. Yeah, so half slabs looks like it won't work. I was kind of curious to see what would happen. Let's see if I flood this one, will it work? Nope. That's fine. I could double up the slabs. I'm just curious. Boop. So, yeah. Let me play around with this. When I figure something out, I'll be back. So here we have the finalized water flow. You can see it took me 3 levels. And I put a little platform down here. Mobs did spawn, but no one fell off. My platform was too big, so none of them fell off. So they should get pushed down to here. Burn, burn, burn. Stuff gets picked up, sent up the water stream, blah, blah, blah. You know, normal stuff. If you notice here, I've got some slabs and some double slabs, essentially. I realized partway through that I didn't really need full slabs. Look at this kind of cool feature. Update Aquatic is neat that way. So I've got water flowing down, but I can still see my torches behind because those slabs down there are top slabs like these, so they're spawnable. So I lit up underneath it so we don't destroy our spawn rates. So basically what we need to do now, if I can switch things around without dying, which should be easy enough to do because it's slow moving and I've got my, what are those things called? Depth Strider boots on. So what I didn't mention before, let me jump up here so I can stop paying attention to trying not to die. What I didn't mention before is that this is going to be a creeper farm specifically. It should be in the title, so it should not be a surprise to anyone. But I want to do a creeper farm to get some more of the dynamite, or the the more gunpowder, so I can make more TNT, so I can blow up more mountains and whatnot. Especially when it gets down to the point where I want to clear that forest, I really want to use TNT a lot and a lot. It's just quicker and more fun than just climbing up trees and chopping them down. So I don't have like any materials to build this, but what we can do is figure out the lowest spot we'll have. So creepers are going to be too tall. Thought I saw a weird entity down there. Are going to be too tall, so if they fall off this side, well, we're going to be doing a diamond shape, so they'll never fall like in this corner and have to be like, so we won't have to have it, that height. Well, it'd be the one above it, but you know what I mean. And I'm actually going to make it so we base it off of this side, so it'll be a diamond that kind of cuts across like this and cuts across like that, and a diamond. But I want the it'll touch at 2 points because it's going to be 15 across, same as this water. It flows 7 blocks after it falls down. The eighth one that water actually flows in our case of the mob farm will be the dispensers. So we need it 7 by 7 with a center in the middle. Or a center in the middle. That's where centers belong. Our middle point, with our middle point, makes it 15. This is a 16 by 16 chunk we cleared out, which means there'll be a 1 block gap on these outer edges. And the reason for that gap is because that allows us to keep this a little bit lower, so as they fall off, they won't get caught up so much on those. So if I count out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's our midpoint. Stop it. Okay. So if they fall off here, yeah, see, they might get caught up there. It's only 1.5, and they kind of float and bob. I'm gonna want this one above. There. So that'll be our minimum height, which is quite a bit up there. That's like at 13 or so. But from there, we'll kind of figure out where we're going. No! Okay, this actually isn't bad, it's just annoying. So we cross over, come on, there, to within 1. There. So that'll be the one side of the platform going across, and that way it'll give them, when they get washed off, they can flow down and die. Huh. Well, that's not being picked up at all. That could be a problem. Well then, maybe some more testing needs to be done. Whoops. Also, I should crouch. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. and fix it. Dang it. I must have done something wrong. Let me fix this and I'll get back to you. Figured out the completely ridiculous thing that I forgot to do. Now you can see that it's picking up drops fine. When you do the hopper minecart pickups, you have to keep them on the rails, or else they won't actually feed into the what are those things called? Hoppers down below. The problem is that I managed to cram 4 of them on there. They're all kind of spinning around a little bit. My concern is that if they when I unload the chunks, they'll stop. They'll just disappear. No, I guess they don't disappear, do they? They just stop moving. Do they disappear? I don't know. If we find out that we don't have any drops, we're not getting any stuff up there, then we know what happened. I also lost the minecarts I broke. I'm not sure where they went. I'm assuming they're stuck in the system down here. I fixed the water elevator. Like, the stuff was going up there just fine, but I had put the hoppers wrong, and I put them too many chests. Then, of course, the chests are also splitting up because they're not consistent. There's some weird bug with them, so sometimes double chests show up as singles. That's always fun. But let me get the rest of this first platform done, including the dispenser and the observer, and we'll go up and we'll show you all the fun stuff about each platform that we're going to build. Here we have our completed first layer. I'll link down to Nembon's video on this. He's the one who kind of developed this. As per usual. This will hopefully guarantee just creepers. The glass blocks here and here will stop the spiders. The trapdoors here will stop anything of the taller mobs. So we've got our dispenser here, which does not have water in it yet, and an observer pointing down. I'm not going to put the water in dispensers until we're at the very end. Based on the fact that we're on level 14, I've got the start of the level above us. We can go up to, like I said, targeting level 40 max, which means like 7 more levels on top of this. We'll just be shy of that. We'll hit it with our timer circuit on top. And then at that level where we get, you know, the top of this will actually enclose the entire thing, the chunk at that point, so no light gets down here and we can get some good spawns. I hope my glass there doesn't. I might want to replace that one piece of glass at whatever level that is, just to make sure no light gets in. I want good spawns, because you know how these farms are. They're never super efficient on here, but I like to get it as good as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and put in the rest of these layers and see on the other side. And here we go. Got all these levels done. You can see I'm at level 35, and there's my roof. I've still got the torches there. Those hopefully will be washed away once we actually turn this on. And speaking of turning it on, let's go look at the activator here. So this is a dropper that's just used to kind of send the signal down. I've got a timer here from Seth Bling, as always, the link down there, and it's just a Minecraft. That's the game we're playing. It's just a minecart that goes around in a loop, and then every so often turns on the signal. There it goes, which will flood. Oh, that's not very. It's not a very long signal. Maybe I'll increase the timing there. There's a switch here, which in theory, yeah, it should turn it off. So it's got the piston there, which should turn it off in case we want to do that. And let's make sure it turns back on, which it does. So we're cool. All right. It's getting dark. I kind of want to do this when it was daylight. Let's get some redstone here. Break a torch. And put that sucker on. It looks like it washed everything away. Let's put this down here. Where's my axe? Break that. Put this here. And make sure our torches appear, which means it's all working. And this will be nice and dark. So hopefully we'll start getting some creepers. And they'll start dying. And they'll start giving us cool stuff. There are no torches there. Well, that doesn't make me feel good. Let's sleep and just... we'll check it out in a minute. Woohoo! Torches are flooding in. Okay, good. I was worried about that. A bunch of other junk coming up here too. Oh, other blocks. These chests aren't linked anymore. What is going on here? What is wrong with this game? Seriously, I don't know if that's gonna. I don't know. I just don't know. We've got gunpowder. I'm so happy right now. I mean, obviously, I knew this was totally gonna work. Why wouldn't it? And so I know I said I was gonna build an AFK spot here. I think what I'll do is probably put a hut off to the side. We got that one there, which is fine because we're building a village. At this point, my only concern now is that the site it cycles too quickly, so we're not getting enough spawns. So I may slow it down a little bit with I've got a repeater that's kind of hidden down in there to get the signal out. And I may throw in another one on this line and just slow it down that way. It gives them more chance to develop. But in general, I mean, it's only one. What happened to the other stuff? I keep seeing stuff flying up here. I'm afraid it's stuck in these stupid half chests. Where's a half chest? Like that looks like a repeating, like a problem. No? Maybe? Man. I don't know. The timer Nembon used was a lot longer than what I've gone on it. So we'll see. I just kind of wanted to use the water timer because it's, it's neat. See, it shows up there, disappears. What's going on here? Can I pick this up? It's like a phantom. I hate when that happens. Especially if I'm going to lose items. I want my stuff, man. Did more gunpowder just pop up? Two more. Man, these torches are slow to get here. Two more. Two more gunpowder. So yeah, in the last couple of minutes, I've gotten 3. I'm gonna build a cabin and AFK for a while, and we'll check in and wrap everything up. I built my house, then waited half an hour. Let's see what we got. There was 12 gunpowder in here last I saw. So we're not setting any records. Oh well. It's still a fun project. When I tear down some of these mountains around like that, when I clear out that stuff and this close one, maybe the 2 further ones, basically once I clear out and flatten this world, it'll be a lot better. I've been lighting up caves as I find them, wherever they are in the world, just because I never know where I'm going to build one of these, like some sort of mob farm that will need lit caves, so, we got that going for us. I like this house. It's nice glass. Thought it worked well. I was like, I want a door I can see through, so I can see what's going on. I can't see through this door. Why do I know what's out there waiting for me? Maybe I just put a window back here. Uh, sometimes I don't know. That would let me out of this. See, can't just walk through walls. What's going on? Wait, hold on. Glamour shot. Not very glamorous. Eek. That's a lot of glass here for very little reason. Whoops. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'll stop being weird. Well, when I die. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. Okay, who wants to bet I can make it all the way there? And who wants to bet I might not even make it into the tunnel? Let's go. Yep. Solid start. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft episode 44. Wee! Yay! I don't know why I do that every time. It's like, woo, excitement. Alright then. As you can see here, I've got another bird. I just smacked him with my map. Sorry, bird. Anyway, today we're going to do a little building project I've been prepping a lot for. I was going to record this like days ago and I just didn't have the materials for it. We are going to build a, whatchamacallit, a pathway, a thoroughfare, a place to get from here to there. We're going to build an ice road to use a boat with to get from not quite the center, but in this general area to the one side of the island with the ice farm. And I needed the ice farm to get a bunch of ice. I'm using blue ice, which you may know the math is you need 81 regular ice blocks to get one block of blue ice, so that's fun to do. And then I've also made a bunch of stone buttons to put on top. The entire pathway is going to be lit, but I put the stone buttons on just in case. And I'm going to try to do it without any kind of handrails or anything. We'll see how that works. I'm pretty terrible with a boat anyway, so I'll probably end up using maybe some glass panes just to make sure I stay on the ice trail when we get out there. So that's enough yapping. Let's get building. Whoa, that's kind of crazy. Whoa, extreme close-up. Let's get to it. Alright, so we've got this tunnel I drilled through this mountain. We're at, as you can see, z equals 0. And we're going to ride it all the way straight through. You can't tell on the map because it looks just like ocean still. But there is a path that I've built that will have the ice on. Am I missing a torch here? No, I think it's... Oh, that's right. I lined these up exactly, didn't I? Accidental, poor planning. So I'm going to try to do this. Let's place some blocks here. That should not melt. Ah, good. Perfect. So I can do every other block around my torches. We keep our lights on. It will be cool. Now at the end of these, I'm going to also throw up some stone barricades. Do I want this here or here? I think I want it here. And I'm going to build it a little wide just because we're going to have a boat, which I still have to build. I had some boats around. I don't remember what I did with them. They're somewhere. So how can I build this quickly? This way. The only problem with this is that somewhere behind me is a spot that, if I can get in the right groove, I can just go bing, bing, bing. There's a spot where it's like a one wide bridge over a chasm I don't want to fall into. Yep, there it is. I should probably fill that in. You can see it's already lit down there. Actually, when I was drilling through and it popped open, it was already lit up for me, so it was a cave I'd found before. And that was inevitable, wasn't it? Holy cow, this is like obsidian to break. Alright, I get to keep it at least, though. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as obsidian, but it's pretty bad. I got um 3 stacks and 15 before I gave up on the ice. If this isn't long enough, I mean, it may not be. I mean, we have to go not all the way to the edge of the world, which is at 431, or 430. It's kind of a gray area because of how the world border acts in this version. But we're gonna get there every other block, so I need about 215. But there's also some spaces dang it. Like we didn't start exactly the center of the world, so we can remove a few there. And as I said before, dang it, come on, man, put that back. As I said before, it's really a pain to make this ice, and so this is after like a pretty solid week of collecting. I mean, as soon as I was done recording the last episode, hey, I don't want to be out in the open walking backwards. Let's go sleep real quick. As soon as I was done recording the last episode with the creeper farm, I've just been playing out here, grinding a little bit on the mountain off to the right to get some more dirt and filling some spots here, and just kind of hanging out and getting the ice to form. So that we have enough, and we may not have enough, and how far to the edge of the world it would really need to go, not very. We could be shy like 20 blocks or so is probably good. And I don't know about the other 4 quadrants, or other 4 cardinals, other 4 cardinal directions. I don't know if I want to use the same method there. I was thinking about building one out of minecart track, just to, whoops, wrong direction. Get turned around. I have a map, but I can't find my way. Just to, well, mostly to get the achievement, and also that's what I've used before. The problem is, and I don't know if it's a thing in this version, and it's probably not something a lot of people experience, but I found on my Vita that when I would have a mine track, like on this type of grass that was over water, and I would jump out, it would actually put my character underneath the water. And so I would have to like dig my way out before I drowned. And it was always scary, even when I got used to it. So I just, in that world, which I haven't played in forever, I just stopped using the stupid rail system and ran everywhere. Because on that version you couldn't make, blue ice. There was no blue ice to be found because it was an old world. And regular ice melts with all my torches everywhere. So yeah, I just had a rail system I didn't really use. But it went around the entire world. It went, from the center to all 4 sides. It was pretty amazing, and I just stopped using it altogether. Which I guess happens. Stuff doesn't work, you stop using it. I'm burning through some food. Let me eat here. Nope. Yep. What button again? This could be enough. This will give us an idea. Like I feel like I'm in the groove and then I forget. Okay. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah. So this design, I hate when I do that. The design I'm copying is from Impulse SV and Skizzleman on their what's that word called? The thing, Skyblock world, their Skyblock floor that they're currently playing. Unlike some of the other things I've taken from them, like the squid farm, which obviously wasn't going to work here because there's squids forming everywhere with the ocean, with the water everywhere. I'm assuming this one should work just fine. This is a little less of one of those weird Skyblock specific or computer specific things. So I'm fairly confident this one will work just fine. And it looks like we'll have enough blue ice to take us all the way there. should we choose to do so. So let's see, how far do I want to go out? I got 24. Yeah, let's just see how far we get and decide from there. I'll do it sideways though, because you know, obviously it's better. The consistency is much better when I'm doing it stupid in two directions. Yeah, that's too far to the edge. Okay. So let's slowly break that. Let's build our stopping station here. Bink, bink, bink. Okay. And let me go get this other one. Wow, look at that. 14 extra ice. I don't even know what I was worried about. Tons! So that worked out to be just over 3 stacks. Which means we'll need just over 3 stacks of buttons. Let's see if I can do this. How am I going to do this quickly? I'm not, am I? Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to go down, place all these buttons to the end, and then find a boat. And I'll be back. Okay, who wants to bet I can make it all the way there? And who wants to bet I might not even make it into the tunnel? Let's go. Yep. Solid start. Hold on. You know what? Oh, well, I guess that worked quickly enough. Let's get some glass planes. Yeah, panes for the first section at least. For the ends. And maybe once I'm facing the right direction or something, it'll work fine. We'll see. I hope the panes will work. I got 22 clear. That'll work for now. I had a feeling that was going to be a problem. I can't steer a boat when it's on open ocean. I'm going to try and steer it in line. In line with something that like doesn't even not even facing the right direction. So let's assume that I can get this started with just 3. Let's also assume that I should have a block in front of me, which I may change. Which I may change into a ladder or something. Okay. Yeah, this is speedy. So apparently this doesn't work as well. What a waste of my time. I guess the good news is I'm kind of keeping it on here. What's the deal? If I made this too wide and just poured water on it, can I just like shoot myself down? Whoosh. Alright. Whoa. Oh yeah, and there's a problem. Man, this is like a failure from get-go. Let me do a trial run of just making this too wide at the other section with some water and I don't know. Let's just see if I can do that. Okay, so I got good news and I got bad news. Mostly bad news for me. The good news is I figured this out. The bad news is I gotta get rid of my buttons and my interstitial ice, or my ice gaps. So if I just got straight ice, whee, boom, hit the button. Here, let me take care of these buttons and try this same test. Let's see if it works without the thick gaps, because I tried it before and it just still slowed down over the gaps. Why does this work on their version and not mine? Okay, so now we got a good example. Climb, climb. So we got a good section with all ice and a good section after it with gaps. So speedy, 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 and quite slow. Well, there's our answer. So yeah, I'm going to need to get a lot more ice. Just so much. How much ice do I have over here right now? Is it a full thing? It's not even a full thing, is it? Let's look and then cry when we see. Oh, hey, look, it is almost full. Well, I need like 3 more stacks of blue ice to finish this out. So, yeah. I'll be back in a very, 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 very long time. Boy, this thing looks finished, doesn't it? Well, it's not. And as predicted, I can't drive this stupid boat at all. Okay, let's hold on. Slowly. Slowly. It's hard to turn it around. And go! Ah! Stop. Whoops. Let's not drown. So yeah, this is as far as I've gotten. This is a fairly long day of playing to get this far to fill in the gaps. So I'm at, this next gap is at 292, and I have to go down to like, the last gap here is 44. So it's almost 250 spaces divided by 2 because we need to fill in every other one. So about 125, and every time our ice farm fills up, I get 5 or 6 blocks of blue ice. So I've got a ways to go. But I don't have time because I got a fun event this weekend coming up. I've got a buddy I used to work with who does a tabletop gaming like con of his own. And so tomorrow night we'll be spending a few days just carrying on, playing a bunch of different games that ends in a 10-hour marathon session of D&D Undermountain, which is always great fun. And there's prizes and all sorts of fun stuff, geocaching and just telling stories and hanging out with friends. So I've got a whole long weekend ahead of me, including sneaking in the editing and uploading of this episode. So next week, I don't know, I'll do something else. But for now, I've got this, here, you know what, we can do it in the dark. I usually try to do some light. I want the shot. Let me get the long shot so it makes it look like, there we go. I'm trying to find something that's nice and clickbaity. I tried to put gaps in the fences or in the glass, and I just kept falling. So if you can see the bridge in the back, it was just something I was going to ride my horse over. I may try to put some doors in here, but it doesn't really matter because I can just leap over the fence to get out. So this is what our path is going to be like, with maybe a couple more bridges to get animals over. Other than that, I think we're good to go. So as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll hang out with y'all later. Bye. Save the clock tower. Save the clock tower. Hey everyone. I got bored. Okay. So when last we met, we were trying to get some ice for our ice farm, or we were building an ice farm. I don't know what we're doing. Oh yeah, wait a minute, hold on. Hello there, welcome to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 45. I got too involved in that opening gag, I forgot the whole thing. So anyway, this is, if you haven't figured it out already, our ice farm. I just skinned it with the clock tower from Back to the Future because I got bored. The sides are just sides. If you look at the building in Hollywood, because obviously I just pulled up a picture. Well, first of all, it doesn't have a clock, but I thought that was a nice touch. Look, the clock tower. It's the sides are just bare walls because, you know, it's a set. But whatever. I thought it looked pretty neat. Took me a while to do. Why didn't I do it on camera or on the record while doing it and then have a really nice episode? I think we all know that I don't pay attention sometimes. I just do stuff to do stuff. Oh, oh well. So in this episode, what we're gonna do is gonna be a lot of running around and talking and just doing what I do, what I've been doing. I don't need this paper anymore. I just did it for a bit. Uh, doing what I do in this area to kind of kill time while my ice farm works. So, I don't have an exact number. I think it's 55. We need 55 more blue ice blocks or blue ice, whatever. Um, which is about 10 times, like, letting this entire thing freeze 10 times over and harvesting it and making the blue ice. I've also got some side doors in here. As you can see, this is not quite done for the first time, so we need this done about 10 times, and we should have a little bit left over from that. Each time, I haven't timed it, but I want to say it's close to an hour. So I got 10 hours to kind of kill here, and I mean real hours, not like Minecraft hours. Yeah, I think 3 days, 3 Minecraft days is about right. So what I've been doing mostly is we'll do a little tour. So the mountain out there I've been tearing down, and I built some houses out here. So I built that one, and that's an old one. And, well, obviously this giant building here. Um, and I built this house, which kind of a mixture of stone and got a nice glass wall, which I didn't have at first, but I just kept adding more and more glass. And I'm out of this gray glass, so I'm not putting any more glass walls in it. Yeah, I don't really know what was going on here. I just like, oh, let's throw some stuff in here. So look, there's some stuff. This is the cellar door, I'm gonna call it. Some random fencing there, and then the property line. Um, and then this one over here, bunnies always want to run through doors. It's kind of amazing. I keep getting them trapped in these houses. This one I built a while ago. Just a nice little squat thing. So yeah, basically what I've been doing is running over here, tearing down the mountains, running back over to sleep and to drop off materials, every so often building something, and then doing it over and over again. And when I get a stack of ice, and not a full stack, obviously I need less than a full stack now, I throw it down here, and I've got all the glass in place already. It is working up until it doesn't, because it stops. And in preparation for the future, so behind me, one of the last things I mentioned in the last episode was the bridge. Over here, I've got a tunnel leading down. So let's get over there. Slowly. Night is approaching. Just a nice glass tunnel. When all these things are covered up, you won't be able to see anything down here. But whatever. You'll be able to see like drowned faces because they glow. But aside from that, nothing much. It's about nighttime, so I'm not going to spend too much time up here, but this used to be one big mountain that connected over there, and I've managed to tear down enough levels. I think it was over the 100, now it's at 89. Well, technically 91 here. And it's just been precarious. These other things, I tend to crouch and do this because sometimes you break them and look, there's nothing underneath. And then that hole over there goes super deep. So I'm trying not to fall in that, and also when I look at it, try not to get shot by monsters that are poking out. So some are over here, not here. Where's my path? I'm going to go down. There it is. So I go down here. If I got a load of stuff, let's throw an egg, because that's what I like doing with eggs. If I have a load of stuff, oh man. I don't like to not run. I think this is, oh wait, yeah, this was full. So I just had these 2 chests at first, so I just started adding some more in. Why? Pain in the butt, what the, and it split. What an obnoxious game. Anyway, that's supposed to be 1 chest. I don't know why it keeps doing that to me. So yeah, let's sleep, and let's run up the mountain, and we'll tear some stuff down, and we'll kind of figure out a game plan on what's happening next, and I'll review all the things I've said are happening next that haven't happened next. The top one on my list is Nether something something. And I think this is close enough, this mountain This whole area I think is mostly close enough so that my ice keeps forming. I check it every couple of Minecraft days. So anyway, the nether, whoops, trying to avoid the chicken and I couldn't get up. The whole nether XP farm, massive build, Hoodliwa project, yeah, I need to do that at some point. I've started collecting the buttons because, as I mentioned before, it's calling us 50,000, well, 48 or whatever thousand buttons is a good influence. I should do the math. That might be like almost the entire nether at my world size. I gotta figure that out. Maybe it'll be too big to do it that way, and I'll just have to fake it and make it less efficient. It doesn't matter. It'll be fun. And I was also thinking, it's been a long time since I've played this game in peaceful, but yeah, I'm certainly not gonna just run into the nether not in peaceful and build a mob farm. It's after 10 at night, and as I record this, both my daughter and my wife have popped out and started wandering through and complaining and talking. I'm like, seriously, I try to do this at night so I don't get interrupted. The annoyances of a family. The annoyances of being loved. Oh well. Sometimes I record during the day when my son's watching. He always tries to talk to me, or he's like, just watch what I do. And then he'll ask me questions. I'm like, just watch my videos. He's like, yeah, they're boring. I'm like, thanks. So I did that so I can get some of these blocks. I don't really care about the stone so much, but I also want to show off this crazy deep thing. I guess it's not that deep. I can totally see the bottom. So we can cause a little bit of light. Yeah, see, it's not that far. But it's that dark and it looks like it leads into caves. So let me get this dirt and then climb back up this mountain. So I'll take this one down about this level. I've also been kind of slowly working on this spot over here. Anyway, I'll take this peak down to about the level where they meet. Then I'll start working on this one again. And that's just kind of how I tear down these giant mountains. There's one, I looked at, I don't remember where it is even on the world. Somewhere on the other side of the jungle, I think. Dang it. Wolf's just laughing at me. The mountain has just a giant structure on top where it's connected by a couple of straight up and down blocks, so I don't know if I'm going to use ladders to get up there or what, but it's not going to be pleasant. I don't know how much overhang is still left here, but I've been dealing with lots of it, so like that. Probably just take care of this right now. I'm hoping that in recording I'm not going to be not paying attention like I tend to do and cause myself injury. Although I did so there's water on this mountain, and a couple of times I've jumped off and jumped into the water. The last time I did it I missed. But feather falling boots, the fall wasn't really that far, so I was fine, but I was like, oh no. I don't want to die. Especially not on camera. It's the only thing to watch. Also in the last video I mentioned the kind of gaming convention my friend put together, so that has been done. If you follow me on Twitter, you have seen that I won. Maybe. Did I post that? It wasn't just me. My team won. Team Crystal won. It was crazy. There was almost 11 hours of footage streamed straight to Twitch. I've got that from the source to use as B-roll because I filmed not all the time I was in the dungeon, but whoa, see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not paying any attention. Okay, but I filmed some from my not from my angle, but from what I'm saying, right in my face. I filmed my face a couple of times playing in a dungeon. I'm gonna edit it together to a video. You'll see it sometime. It's gonna be a long project because I've got almost 12 hours of footage to cut together, and I want the video to be no more than 20 minutes long or so, and focusing mostly on me, my team, our win. There's some good parts in there, and quite frankly, a lot of the stream was us taking breaks. There was some awesome drama going on that won't make any sense to almost anyone, but I'll try to explain as well as I can. And there was an introduction at the beginning, as far as to what the game was and how it's played and how everything works, to kind of give you a well, it was really, I don't know, was it intended? I think most of the people there knew, so there's kind of a recap, which I may or may not include. For a newer player, a brand new player that was on my team. But yeah, just basically a lot of the audience really was for anyone on Twitch. We got a few views going back and forth. Just because, we share it and our friends are kind of geeky like us, and so they like to watch. But anyway, blah, blah, blah. Who knows how much that will be cut or left in. The point is, I was wearing an onion on my belt because it's the style of the times. Speaking of random quotes, I like how Skillsman and Impulse have decided that their name-its are now going to not be based on direct quotes, but rather changed words within quotes that we can't just Google it. Joke's on them, you can still Google most of the words if you know what's changed. But usually, quite frankly, if you guess Happy Gilmore or Billy Madison, you're going to be right half the time for Skaz, and then throw in a Friends reference every 1 out of 6 or so. You'll guess most of them. That's about how it works. You quote all the same things all the time. Like I quote Simpsons all the time, and sometimes Scrubs, and sometimes other things. But you'll get a lot of Simpsons quotes from me, and also, quite frankly, Happy Gilmore. That's just the way it goes. So let's see. We're just past noon. It looks like. So when I'm not chatting here and paying more attention to what I'm doing, I swear this goes a lot slower. This is super fun. So what I try to do is I try to keep an eye on my map. And it looks like there's still dark blue over there, so there's no point in checking it right now. I don't even know if I'll manage to get an ice harvest out of this or not, because I just want to do a quick play through. I was thinking about doing, record another couple hours, chopping it up and doing a time lapse where I walk around and talk again. But here in the Midwest, weather's been random and fun, and it's either been cold and rainy or it's been hot. And by hot, I mean anything over 70. I start to panic about going outside. I spent many years in the South, and I no longer want that kind of heat. So I try to stay in the nice air conditioning buildings as much as I can. I'm a big wimp. I'm okay with that. Anyway, my point is that who knows what the weather's going to be like, so if I'm going to kind of get out there and record again, I need to be lucky. And quite frankly, I'm still recovering from the long weekend of carrying on and played a bunch of games, and then I'm an old man and I've got moles, so I just had a bunch of moles removed today, and so it's like a bunch of puncture wounds. It's real fun. Kids, make sure you always stay to your doctor. If melanoma's no joke. I'm not saying I have it, but that's what they're checking for. You get a little bit of sun damage, you start going weird moles, they start worrying you're gonna die. Your family wants you around. Most of your family. I mean, that one person, a little iffy, but you don't listen to them. They know what they're talking about. You're a great person. We all love you. Anyway, I got stuck again. Okay, here we go. Do get some more dirt. It's whoa, a lot of stone, not a lot of dirt. And so also, while I've been taking these breaks, I've been filling in some of these gaps too. That's my coal. Let's throw that there. I don't know what I did that for. Throw the egg here. Oh, hey, chicken. Doesn't always happen. So anyway, also what I've been doing while, taking breaks off the mountain when it gets dark, and mobs are going to get me. I don't like mobs to get me. So I come down here. Oh, wow. So I come down here and keep my flattening going. I keep going back and forth am I going to have enough sand or dirt to fill it out? Am I going to have too much? Will this ever be done? I keep thinking back to my Vita world. How long did it take me even to fill in everything with just whatever random blocks I had? because it felt like it was only like a year or so, and we're creeping up on a year now, and I'm nowhere near that point. But of course, you know, the big difference is I wasn't building farms there, and I wasn't using efficient pickaxes. I would just build a bunch. What is going on? Oh, the last block I left. I was just using stone pickaxes, and I would get like an entire inventory of stone pickaxes and stone shovels. Work down how many ever part of the mountain I could, or if I was caving, doing that. And sneak. I don't want to lose that one. And just go slow. So I'm going a lot faster here with the teardown, which means I'm building up a lot more. Plus I got the farms going on, so I can do things like I have mending pickaxe that I can and shovel that I can renew here and there. All right, cats. The cats are playing, i.e. fighting, on the couch, so I'm sure you can hear the little jingles because they want to make it sound like Christmas. Aww. It's not Christmas, guys. It's end of May. Yeesh. Figured it out. So I'll go ahead and check the ice farm and see where we got in, like, what, the 20 minutes or so. And then they go again. Cat attack. And then, yeah, we'll jump in the boat and show you how fast it can go. Sometimes I get stuck and then it doesn't go fast at all. But I think once all of the blue ice is in place, it'll be a lot better. And it'll be super fast way to get here and there. So yeah, this is, I don't know, probably over half. I guess a lot of it was already there. So yeah, I'm going to stick with my estimate of 3 hours. Now as far as the clock tower look, what I probably should do is back those windows with something so you can't see the sky through, but whatever, I kind of like it. For these parts down here, I just used some coal blocks to block off what was going on. Not exact. It's mostly to scale. I had to mess around with it a little bit to get everything to work right. But I think it's a nice build. I was really proud of it. So far, it's mob like spawn proof. I think it is. I had some problems up in the top. I had some problems up in the top. All right, now the cat's going off. Quiet, you. That would be Cheese. Cheese howling to the nothing because he's a cat and he's obnoxious. The other one is Cookie. She's a cat and she's also obnoxious. Welcome to the wonderful world of cats. Domestic, what is the? I don't remember the Latin term. Leo domesticus or something crazy like that. What are you gonna kill? What are you gonna kill? So sheep and rabbits keep spawning around. See the remnants. And boy, wolves like themselves some sheep and rabbits. So they go around and kill them all. Looks like there's one. No, that's a wolf up there. I thought it was a sheep. Because sheep's been cut up here, so now there's wolves up here. And every so often they'll block my path up here, and it's a pain in the butt. Once a chicken knocked me down. That was embarrassing. It's a chicken. Chicken knocked me down. Can you imagine being knocked down by a chicken? Actually, in real life, chickens are kind of scary. Like, you know, sure, we eat them and stuff, but they're out in a barnyard or something, and they're just kind of coming at you. You're not used to chickens. You're going to run. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I've run. I mean, I know that you can just catch them and then, you know, eat them. But as a kid, especially, you might want to run. There's nothing wrong with that. I once was on vacation at the Wisconsin Dells, and we were at this, I don't even know where we were, Noah's Ark, I think. I don't even know if it's still around, quite frankly. It's been a few years. And a goose essentially cornered me on this, like, small peninsula. It wouldn't let me. Was it a goose? Was it a swan? It was a swan. Those things can be nasty. Like, mean. And it took me a while to I think I had to use my family as bait to get to lure the swan away so I can run away. But a chicken? Nah, I'm not gonna run from a chicken. Swan or a goose? Heck yeah, I'm running. Anyway, once again, the point is, the chicken knocked me off this mountain. Well, you know, not off the droppy part of the mountain, just one of the steps. You know how the title of this series is called Monotonous Minecraft? You know how just doing this over and over again gets kind of samey? There's your definition, kids. This is what monotony is. This is monotonous. Monotony is the noun, monotonous is the adjective, and no, I shouldn't have paused for either one of those words. Noun, person, place, or thing. Monotony is a thing. It's an idea. It's not a corporeal thing that you can grab, but it's a thought, a notion, something. It's an entity that doesn't really exist, but it still exists in our minds, which means it's real, because that's just kind of how our brains work. Why am I giving a grammar lesson? Because I ran out of things to talk about, and I really should remember to grab like a drink when I'm doing these mining, talking, whatever. Yeah, that's a good question. What am I call this? Probably have some sort of clickbaity thing. It's watch the the clock tower from dang it, see the clock tower from Back to the Future. Oh no, you won't see it being built. It's just there. See. Speaking of which, I got a lot of footage I've shot that I need to edit into a new series. You know, when you take essentially a 4-day weekend to go play games with friends, you kind of lose out on some things. You get a little behind. Haven't been able to keep up with the blog post, so that's good. I'll go ahead and throw a link in there again. I hope I'll throw a link in there again. Last time, I'm pretty sure I mentioned some links or some people, and I didn't put any links in, so, you know, whoops. Oh, I saw that? The chicken was looking the other way? Okay, good. That'd be embarrassing. Don't want a chicken laughing at me again. Anyway, so the gaming blog that my friends and I write for, endgamebonus.com, go out there. Right now, we're doing fairly okay with 3 articles a week. One is all about the Switch games coming out. One is we've got a Kickstarter highlight going that's been added back to the channel. And then I'm just doing random news and reviews. Haven't done a review in a while, so random news. So yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, check it out. They're short reads, just a couple minutes. Give you some info on the indie game scene, except for maybe me, because I don't always pay attention to what studios I'm writing about. I haven't caught up with one of the big ones yet, so that's good. The good thing about our press sources is that a lot of times they're only indie because they're trying to get the word out. As I wrap this up, I'd like to talk a little bit about the issues that Mumbo Jumbo and some others have been having in the last few months with copyright strikes, and not strikes really, but claims. You know, I've had a couple of claims and they were totally valid, no big deal. They're not on my Minecraft videos, they're just on other things I post to my channel, which, you know it doesn't really count against me. I'd validate if for whatever reason my channel gets monetized. You know, the proper copyright holders are more than welcome to whatever funds come out of it. Can I spleef a waffle? Get mad at me if I do. And Mumbo seems to have got caught out. Whoa, stop trying to run right. What the? God, wolves are annoying. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. Mumbo just seemed to get caught out. If you haven't caught up with it, Warner something music UK, Warner Chapel, like put claims on a bunch of his videos, like a third of them. And it turns out that while he had the license for the song he used in it, he didn't have the license for the song that song sampled. So it's back to the 90s. For anyone alive, you know what I'm talking about. For anyone who wasn't alive yet, 90s is when a lot of sampling kind of like hit mainstream, did hip-hop, and there's a lot of lawsuits, some of which were ridiculous. like the one where what's his butt from Creedence Clearwater Revival got sued for copyright infringement on a song that he wrote because he no longer held the rights to the song and the publishing company was trying to sue him. So in court he had to play the two different songs to show that no, in fact, while they sound similar, they are different. And all sorts of crazy things like that. There were some like legit ones, like, you know, Vanilla Ice copying the sound from Under Pressure, MC Hammer with Super Freak. The point is that the recent spate we've seen seems to be more about companies just like glomming on to other people's work than trying to actually protect the artist. Now, as you can tell if you've watched any of my videos, we've got low quality music, and that's because I make everything myself. And why? Because I am paranoid about that kind of... Oh, it's not yet. Well, I'll dump off some junk. How about that? Huh? How about that game? Did you ever think about that game? Yeah, so I've always been paranoid about that kind of thing, so I just do my own stuff. Sometimes it's good, sometimes, well, okay, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's less bad. There we go. But I know that it's mine, so I don't have to like worry about licensing and everything. And I've been trying to mix it up, and as I have time, I create some more and change things around just to have what I have. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to jump on my donkey, and I'm going to go back to the main base because... Oh, wait, we're going to do that. Yeah, let's do the boat instead. Whee! Leap to death. Because I need to, quite frankly, do the title page. I might as well do it while I'm waiting. Okay, wait, and go. See what I'm talking about? Sometimes it just gets stuck. Now, where am I going? That's what I'm facing. Okay. Turn. No, not that far. And go. Sometimes I'm okay. I kind of get stuck on the wall and I just move, like stuck on the wall, but I kind of place myself on the wall and go forward, and there we go. Where am I? Oh, top. Oh, I should have been able to get further than that. I gave up too soon. And go. There we go. Oops, almost died again. I gotta stop doing that in these tunnels. So yeah, I mean, we don't have much further to go. If you kind of time it right, you can actually jump on these when there's the salient sections here. It's hard to do. There we go. What the heck was I talking about? Bad music, title screens. Anyway, whatever. Obviously, I'm babbling at this point. Oh. And here we go at the end. Not bad at all. Boo! Whoop. So as I sit upon my throne, I say to thee, I never watched Game of Thrones, but for people who did, I hope you enjoyed the ending. I know some of you did, but that's okay. Shows don't always end the way we want them to. Like this episode. Do I want to end sitting on the throne? Double entendre. Yes, I do, because that's why I'm sitting here. This is a big mess of a video. Watch the other ones. They're much better. Don't worry about it. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to you all later. Torch always works, right? Oh, goody. I updated it and broke everything. Hello everyone and whoops, let's not break down my door. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 46. How's it going? How you doing? Are you doing good? Great. I'm not killing time until it's time to sleep so I can start this episode. Nope, not me. Huh? Ah, it worked. Yeah. Okay, what are we doing? Let's just get started out here. First, let's check. You know, I realized, don't be that impressed. This is from, like, several chests over there, too. I realized that the spawn numbers in the console version, at least PS4 version, is super low compared to PC. I've forgotten that. I don't know why I create all this storage for these things. That's just another ghost piece. I've actually halved it because my chests kept splitting up into singles anyways. I just tore off the first one. Anyway, as this structure over here might give you a hint of, I'm building a new super smelter. And we've got just bamboo laying all over the dang place. So this is going to be kind of like a mixture of designs of things I've done before. I think I'm going to do the loader like Mumbo did on like his brand new last 2 episodes. Let's see. By the time you hear this, it's probably not the last 2. It's the 2 prior to the last one. Very recent episodes from Mumbo, which I'll link to, the Hermitcraft episodes. I haven't tested to see if this stupid hopper minecart will do this. Look at that, it doesn't even move. Come on, move. I don't know why it does that. It didn't. There we go. Whew. I haven't tested to see if if I close out of my world and then bring it back in, will it keep? Will that disappear or whatever? I'm not too worried about it right now. So yeah, let's review what we have so far, and then we'll go on to the next steps. So what we have is a stack of furnaces. You can see we've got a collection system running back and forth there. This is just a quick little circuit, similar up here, even though I don't really need it up here. That if there's stuff in here, and we can test it out. I dumped a bunch of garbage in here specifically to test it out. Let's see, where is... Shut up. Where... So if I do that, that'll smelt, and this will come around, and it'll pick it up, assume it's done, and it'll pause there and dump it out. So it's still in there. So now it'll pick it up, pause slightly to dump it, and then get stuck. That's not supposed to get stuck. What is your problem? Alright, well, obviously we're having some issues here. That'll be later's problem. Later me's problem. Okay, let's run, I say. Let's take a look at what else we got here. So we've got this line of hoppers, or this loop, I should say, of hoppers will feed fuel in. What I'm going to do here... why did I do it right in the middle? That's kind of useless. I wonder if I could do something cool. Probably not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have another line of hoppers facing towards me underneath this line. So we'll just use the same thing to fill up both. Once this side is full, it'll try to fill the other side. Although that side is already totally full, I can tell you. And we'll have another line of tracks just coming down here to evenly drop off all of the bamboo to these. And up here is similar tracks to dump out all the stuff I want to smelt. So yeah, so whoa, I almost fell off. So the collection system is in place. I need to do the load system, which I will probably like I said, I was going to use Mumbo's loading system, which takes up like 6 by 4 by 3 or something like that, which I forgot to account for when I put these here, so I don't have room right there. But because it actually is rail based, I can put it over here somewhere. So I'm thinking about trying to figure out, do I want to put it here? I might put it here, kind of facing this way. I don't know. I'll figure it out based on where the chest is I want to dump stuff off in. What I'm thinking is, because I've got this and I got the switch that supposedly turns that card on. Like, is there something stuck in here? Is there something stuck in here? What is going on? Nudge. Nudge. Run to... I don't know. That might be Phantom. Anyway, I want access to the switch so I could turn this off if I need to for whatever reason. So it'd be nice if I could, have the chest right here, maybe to dump things in. I don't know. I'll look at the spacing and figure it out. It'll probably be it'll probably be up here like 3, 4 off the ground. I could dump it in. It does all what it's going to do. And then shoots the minecart that carries that stuff up to here. Runs it down the line and back, just kind of like we're doing here. For the bamboo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to this shoot out and just have another collection system, like a stack of chests that I'll just collect all the extra bamboo, and we can dump it back into this system or something. Burn it. We'll figure it out. So yeah, the next step. I guess the next step is I'll figure out the bamboo thing. I'll get back to you. This may even work. Cool, it's loading up. I got this loading design from Avomance, although I may adjust it to do more like what Mumbo is doing, so that it I should put a switch. That's what I want. Let me put a lever on this. Boop. On this hopper, so I could turn this off whenever I want. Can't put a hopper there. Where did I put a lever? Did I put a lever here? Yeah. So that's still filling up. That's coming from there, and this got totally stuck here. Move. Might need to put in some more. Some more powered mine carts. It's a little slow. So the idea is we'll go back and forth, picking up bamboo, putting it there, and then dumping it here if it's got too much. The reason why I may do like a design kind of like Mumbo did, which I think I can just build right onto this. Just basically throwing a comparator here to check the contents of a minecart of a hopper, so I can get it to fill up all the hoppers here without going down there. So we'll see how that works. But anyway, it's a good first step, and it'll work for now. I moved this up by one block, like this entire section. And it seems to be working better now. I did find out that at some point, once this hopper fills up, because you know it will, this thing just totally locks and it doesn't move anymore. I'm going to have to figure out something to do about that. I'm not too worried about it right now. It's just going back and forth, and if we look at the hopper, we can see it slowly fills up from the farm above. And then when the hopper minecart gets here, it's like, drain fast! So these are all, and they're not even right now because of all the problems I've been having. But they're filling up pretty quickly. So we got this the fuel going good. We got the return going good. So we're going to have to actually get the... Wow, really? Can I jump up here? Jeez. So now we're going to have to get the actual items to throw in there. Oh, whoops, I have more of these. That's what I did with those. I put in a couple of more rails here, powered rails here, because I was having problems. Did I grab that one? I don't know. God, crouching. Because I was having problems with the filler card that's zooming by now. It was sticking. I don't know if it was sticking because of whatever, but I chose to believe it was because it wasn't going fast enough. So I went faster. Which means these will be faster. The nice thing about putting these blocks where they are is I can light both of them with one block. Easy. And yeah, I just got redstone to burn. Whatever. Later on in the series, maybe you'll see these replaced by a couple of torches in weird spots, but I should be fine. So now I got to figure out the way to... How am I going to get... Oh, yeah. The way to get the stuff from somewhere here, going in the same round and making this thing back and forth. And hopefully I have enough room to kind of cram it in here. Over here, I did have to replace this this block with an upside down stair so I can actually access this. Or also, otherwise it was locked and it wasn't draining through here. Oh man, what is going on here? Oh, that's clipping through. So yeah, As you can see, these hoppers are empty, so this stuff will all fill up first. And then once all these hoppers are filled, these hoppers will start filling again and fill the super smelter on the other side, which, as you may recall, because I've complained about it enough times, doesn't actually work. I don't know if it's a version thing, like if it's a console version specifically, or just because, well, I mean, it should be that, because it was the El Mango design that was made for like 1.11 and above, so I think there must just be something with the console version. I'm pretty sure I built it right. I know I went through and checked it and found some problems, but because I built a giant building around it. Let me tell you, if I build a giant building around this one, I'm gonna leave some space so I can get in there and check some stuff out. That's one of the reasons I like this design here, going back and forth, is because I have this central thing. I can access all of the those things. What are those all? Furnaces. I can access this whole string of hoppers. From above, I can get the other string. I mean, it's just a lot easier. Yeah, so I've just got those two because that is there. Blah blah blah. All right. So let me figure out how to cram the feeder in here and into this line, and we'll stop and hopefully it works. I'll stop when I think it works, just like last time, and we'll move on from there. I gotta tell you, I got no idea this is gonna work or not. Whoa. Sometimes this farm just throws bamboo everywhere. So I've got almost a full stack of my stone in there to send through the system. My fuel loader kind of got stuck because I broke the railing putting this one together. Boy, I hate putting railing in. I think we've talked about this before. So anyway, in theory, so this will block the cart will come up through here. It'll stop there, being blocked by this, which looks like I have in the wrong spot. So we'll see. The load from there when it's done loading, and what I've got here is a target of 64. Huh. I have a smaller size. I'm curious to see what happens. If it doesn't go through, I'll just put more blocks in there. It'll be fine. Sure, it'll be fine. Then it gets shot up here, dumps out down there, and just completes the loop. Yeah, so I'm assuming it'll load up and just get stuck there. We'll see. There's also the fact that it's not really going fast enough. Don't. Here's a real question. Why do I bother having a block here at all? Because that's what was in the design. Yes, but the design was different. Okay, let's make this a little less stupid and try it again. You know what? Let's sleep first and then try it again. Don't want to be attacked while I'm trying to decipher what's going on here. It's really loud in here, all the dogs and the birds. Pretty sure I'm stuck on cats. I was able to tame an ocelot, but it didn't turn into a cat, and my villages don't spawn cats because, you know, they're the old style, so I think I'm not going to be able to throw a bunch of cats in there too. That was kind of my plan, though. I just wanted a whole bunch of animals just in my way constantly. Alright, let's kick this off. Boop. That part worked. Oh, look, it moved. Huh. Almost. Almost. There it goes. And it skipped the first one. And there's nothing there? Oh, alright, that's pretty sweet. Whoa, is that already done? No, because I don't have this on. Man. For a mostly successful test, that went terribly. 7. Perfect. Oh, well, no wonder that one didn't go off. And This, I need more fuel on the side. Okay, this thing is going too fast. Alright, so my delivery system needs some work, but everything else seems to be working fine. Let me see if I can kickstart this stupid thing. Come on, go. How do I need a... Torch always works, right? Oh, goody. I updated it and broke everything. Alright, so that wasn't being dumped off anyway. I'm a genius. Dang nabbit. Where did that even come from? Well, this may take me a while to fix. Note to self, don't do the dumb thing I just did. Alright, let me see if I can get any of this working right and get back. Man. Alright, well this isn't perfect, but what is in life? I will say that the part that I got from Mumbo works great. The parts that I kind of came up with my own, not so much. And the one part I got from Avomance, that seems to work pretty well too. I may still switch it out with the Mumbo version, I don't know. For right now, they're not loading exactly correctly. But, you know, whatever. I'm going to get the furnaces all loaded up beforehand, just like I did last time, and probably use it more often than I do the other one, but that's okay because, you know, like I said, this one's easier to fix. Mostly. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to everyone later. Bye. Wait, it's my old horse subscribe. Oh, howdy. And look, it's my other horse subscribe. Hello, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 47. Oh, I'm worried. Why am I worried? This is an odd spot for me to start, right? Well, that's because this weekend we got the Village and Pillage update. I have not even moved since it got pushed out. I'm in a village, so I have no idea how any of this will affect it. Now, I'm hoping none of the bad stuff necessarily will happen because, you know, I've already got my entire world mapped out, so no new stuff should generate. But that doesn't always happen. So if nothing else, I've still got my horse here. Hi, horse. What we're going to do today is we're going to start checking some stuff out. We're going to wander around just like we did with the 1.9 update. See where stuff is, see any changes. Oh, my villagers have changed. What is this now? A level 1 fisherman. Ooh, campfires. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of new stuff. I probably won't worry about... Dang, pushy kid. I won't worry about checking out all the new stuff necessarily right away. I am worried about the pillagers spawning inside these areas like this, because I have not been paying much attention because I, in my hubris, have been thinking, oh well, that'll be months before it comes to PS4 and it probably won't affect anything anyway. Hardy har har. So yeah, so we've got some stuff to check out. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start riding around. These guys look ridiculous. Where's one that I've actually traded with? Wow, he gives out lapis? Nice. All these people are going to need beds. They can't do their stuff without beds and stuff and things. And that one's throwing carrots. I'm going to have to... And then there's the iron farm, and I don't know if the iron farm is broken or just semi-broken, because, you know, the 1.14 of PC came with a lot of different changes, but the 1.14.3 beta that's out now Well, the iron farms aren't as broken as they were. So hopefully I got enough iron. Iron! I got enough iron! What you? You're a butcher. What about the ones I've traded with before? Oh, hey, look at that. Scary creeper back. That's cool. Where's your cape, man? Can I buy your cape? Where's the... It's hard to look through these. Oh, here we go. What about you? Have I traded with you before? Librarian. Piercing? No. Where's the librarian? Where's the good librarian? I don't know. We'll have to keep checking out these... What is this goofy guy? Cartographer. We'll have to keep checking out these different villagers. Let's go back to the main base and see what's what over there. You know what? Let's not. Let's go... This is why I don't like holding this block. Or this. That's going to fire too. Let's go to the iron farm and see what's broken there. If I see any iron spawning, then I'll be cool. Any iron spawning. That'd be great. Can I not even have it just come in iron golem parts? Can I just have it just spawn? You know what I don't know if I mentioned was I finally filled up the other side of the farm with villagers. I ended up using the railroad tracks, or the rails, and just bringing them over here that way and kind of shoving them into the side. Yeah, I don't imagine that we'll see any iron golem spawn now. That's not how it should work anymore. Which is unfortunate. But it happens. We'll worry about that later. Let's get back to the main base and see what's broken. I mean, what's different there. One of the things I am excited about, though, is the addition of the grindstones. Because I've got chest and chest full of enchanted books that I have zero use for. And so I should be able to disenchant them to get some XP. Which will be handy. Yes, for my horses I figured out I needed double gates and I can get through that. Makes no sense, but whatever. So, let's see what else. Yeah, I think most of my farms should be okay. I doubt if bamboo will just spring up in the jungles because now it's going to be more prevalent. Like I said, I don't think we'll have any new... what's the word I'm looking for? Any new land type thingies. I can't remember what those things are called. Yeah, let's go. I want to run back here. What am I doing? Let's go pick a grindstone and see if we can get some XP from it. I had to spend some XP on, what did I buy? I think I bought a stack of subscribe tags to name all these horses and donkeys I've been getting. So I burned through a little bit of this stuff. So what do I need? So as soon as I found out I could do a loom, I built that. So let's, smoker. Oh, smoker. Blast furnace, stone cutter, lectern, grindstone. That's an odd collection of things, but I think I have it all, except for sticks. Dang it. As they add more and more items to the game, it becomes less and less useful to craft in PS4 as opposed to the other versions. Like, you know, before the classic crafting, you kind of like, you know, that as long as you know the recipes, you're fine, but I don't really know the recipes. But PS4, you know, I just go in there and click. Well, the problem is now that every different wood is build different colored things. It's a lot of searching around. We don't have a search function. They haven't updated this. The inventory, the crafting. Oh look, show craftable recipes. You can do that. Nifty. That was a new thing. And boom. Well, shoot. When did they add, is that a new feature? I'm going to look back at old... I'm going to look back at last week's video and see if that's a new feature. That's amazing. So let's plop this grindstone where it'll do the most good. Right next to a big stack of bugs. It looks like toilet paper. Okay, so let's see. How does this work? Ooh, that's not bad though. Oh wait, you can also double up on enchantments. Ooh, you know what? I'll never need thorns. So if I go into this, and I go into this, and I do this, and look, I got some XP and the trophy. So if I, whoops, and another saddle. Let's see, what other kind of garbage will I not need? Probably that one. And I do this. I do this. I don't think I got a lot of XP that time. Am I getting XP or am I just imagining it? Wow, Paleo 5. There's some good books in here. I should really have looked in here before. Quick charge. That's for the what are those things called that I don't use, but they're kind of neat. I should have reviewed all the terms before doing this. Yeah, that's kind of a weird book. I'm gonna sleep. It did work. Sweet. Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, I'm gonna just start cranking out those books, and then I could throw them here. That's where bookshelves are. Here. That's where good book. There's my mending book. So I found a villager that trades mending. That's what I was looking for before. I'm like, I'm gonna grab a bunch of extra mending books because I don't want to swim for them anymore. Excuse me, puppy. Yeah, let's throw some in there. All right, and then let's ride around the world and see if we can get ourselves into trouble. I mean, see if we can find anything new. Where am I? There I am. Okay. Let's grab our... What does my son put me in for clothes? Cyclist Steve. Take it, boy. Alright. Come here, horsey. And let's go out to the ice spot first, since that's kind of the nearest flat area. And since I have the horse, I won't be able to kind of circle the world, but we can hit most of the highlights. We can kind of bypass jungle area and just see what's going on there. A lot of squid flying. Are there any squid in my farm? I've literally never caught a squid in here. I think that's the third time I've built a squid farm and it's gotten 0 squid, so I think I'm done with that. We'll just kill them off like normal. Okay, so far over here, just more Easter bunnies with eggs. Now, the only reason I would want to have the pillagers and around is so I can actually get the totem of dying. Remember, I tried to do that without, essentially by cheating the system. It did not work. Oh, there's more horses out here I can get. I'm just collecting all the horses I find. Wait, it's my old horse. Subscribe. How? Howdy. And look, it's my other horse. Subscribe. Go home, guys. Yeah, I can't really ride a horse in this jungle. Okay, can we skirt around the edge? I think we kind of skirt around the edge. Oh, it's the rarely seen jungle turtle. Okay, we're back to our spawn location with our scumpus. And I haven't been here. I don't think I've been here since the last update, and the flowers are like a lot brighter. It was kind of weird getting used to the new texture pack, but it does look better, I gotta say. So good on you, Mojang. Oh, that little sliver of swamp. I'm like, what is that stone? Oh, that must have been lava. Yes, yes, horsey. The rest will ride with mucus. Most of you should be too young to know that reference. Do not name it. As well as great movies. Unfortunately, it's a comedy from the 70s or 80s, which means much of it may be questionable or just wrong. Chicken in my cage. The problem with doing this is I can't see anything with a horse head in my way. Oh, there's a horse down there. I wonder if it's named Subscribe. It doesn't look like it has a saddle on it. Whoa. There's tons of animals over here. I forgot that this spot spawns so many horses. Obviously, I should start a corral over here. It scared me. There's a chicken in a pit. Why is there a chicken in the pit? And we'll circle around here to about where we started. And I'm sure as soon as I stop recording, there'll be tons of creatures on me, going crazy, killing, pillaging. Well, I'm sure as we keep moving along, I can confirm all the new stuff is in there. My son, the first thing he did was jump into a world that wasn't really complete and started checking things out in his own silly way. He just kept spawning. He was spawning Ravagers and then trying to ride them. He figured out you could put a saddle on them, but he could not figure out how to ride them as far as I know. So that'll be something fun for people to try. Hey little guy, how's it going? You new here? Yeah? You in charge of the garden? Okay. Have fun with that guy. Yeah, I'm gonna need to figure out what to do to keep these people the jobs I need them to have. Build other workstations, build a whole bunch of beds, like I've got tons of wool too. And just try to get these villages like squared away, so that if the villagers can thrive, if nothing else. I still don't think these are linked to the system. I don't know if that is possible. I swear it was, but once again, a lot of the knowledge I have is not specific to PS4, but actually to just Java PC, because that's what people, that's what videos I watch a lot of. So we'll see. But let's not see out in the open here. Let's jump off this horse and go to sleep. Dang it! I forgot that was a thing now. I've got beds here, but not enough for all of us. I wonder if they've stolen these yet. Oh good, I still have a bed over here they don't know about. Suckers! I'm gonna have to lock them out of my spaces, aren't I? Or just give them more beds. See, if you guys knew this was part of the village, you could be sleeping over here. But I guess you don't. So you can't. So you aren't. But that's what I do. I just put the beds really far away, then just kind of walk them over, like nudge them over. Look, there's a bed. Sleep in your bed, pal. Alright. Well, this thing could probably... Oh, look, there's a trader. See? Wandering trader. Glowstone, pumpkin seeds, vines, interesting. Slime ball. Podzol. Ooh, we don't have any podzol. Well, stay right there, buddy. Alright, well, if the wandering traders can spawn, that means we could totally have the pillagers spawn, which means my gameplay is going to be a lot more frightening for me. And possibly for all these villagers who are going to die because I don't know what I'm doing. That's not why I play this game, people. I play this... I like the eye patch on that guy, though. I play this game for fun, not for challenge. They're two different things, buddies. I forget what Podzol's good for, but I want some. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. There we go. Thank you, pal. Alright, already got something I would never have had before because we had no land. Podzol. I'm gonna have to look that up. Is that the stuff mushrooms grow on too? I know it looks like poo when you put it in stuff, so you know. Now we can take our toilet paper grindstone roll and make a proper toilet, I guess. It'll be a fun couple of weeks trying to get everything back in order and seeing what's what and what's not what. And I'm sorry. Where's my snow? Oh, look at this. That's a change. All the snow melted. Ooh, how about my snowman? Is he dead? Does this still work? I mean, he's snow right there. Okay, I can still make snow, but... Weird. All the layers just melted. Well, there's a problem for you. If you built anything out of snow, and it's not in a little icy biome... Biome! That was what I couldn't think of earlier. And it's not an icy biome, bad things can happen. Alright, for right now, this is going to be it. I don't know if I'll have more. I'll chop that up a bit. I don't have a lot. I could just see the 47 from there. So yeah, PS4 version 1.91 is out, the Pillage and Village update. This is a first look. Not a lot has changed that I've seen so far, but you can't see a lot from a horse. New thing though, we did get the podzol from the trader. We definitely used a grindstone to get some, to disenchant some books and get some XP from it. So I'm going to start grinding on those and get rid of the ones I want. Although, one of the things I do need to test is bumping up enchantments and see if I can overload. You know what? Let's check that now. I'm right here. That's exciting. Huh. Oh, we'll have to work that one out. Figure that one out later. I was kind of hoping that would work right away. Hush. Hush you, hush. I was once in a play and I was yelling at imaginary dogs. That's all I was saying is, hush, hush. Anyway, I know this is probably a short one. Not very informative. We ran around a bit. Looked at some of the new features. We'll look at some more in the weeks coming. At any rate, as always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll catch y'all later. you doing? Contemplating life? Just don't know where your time is gone? Staring into the deep abyss that is your soul? This dude's weirding me out. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 48. I'm up here because I thought, hey look, I have a sign, let's make it pretty. So what are we doing today? What's in my hand? What's in my inventory? That's right, we're going out to the village and giving the villagers some stuff to do and making a bunch of beds. And we're going to that big one, and we're just going to make one of everything. I'll probably make more librarians in the end. Not the end, but you know, at the end of the process. The end. Terms are hard. So, oh yeah, so here's the big, so all this stuff is very easy to make, except you might notice I now have a brewing stand. Now, this couldn't have generated with a village, because of course I had mapped out my entire world before, so no new villages spawned. So yeah, I did have to craft a brewing stand, which means I did have to go in another and kill a blaze. But I did it in my own inimitable, cowardly fashion. So I'm going to run to the village. You watch this clip I recorded. Oh, with all luck, this will not be my first death in this world. Into the breach. Okay, I've got my very specific setup here. At first I was afraid. I was terrified. And I still am. Basically what I did was found a little cubby next to one of the blaze spawners, which should be right there. Oh, you can see some blazes. Kind of blocked it off. Built out the room in there, which I'm not going to show you right now. Here's the fun part, trying to get them out here. Dang it. Oh look, I killed one. And it does me no good. So even though I've got fire bow, like I need them to kind of see me, but not. Ooh, got one. Oh yeah, oh, they can see me there. And I didn't die. So I used some of my buttons. Yeah, I think in the new version things might be able to spawn in here, and this is just to keep out the zombie pigmen, so I don't accidentally kill myself that way. Yeah, they can kind of see me. I haven't been able to hit me yet. Put that out. Instead of just shooting me, come get me. So in theory, I just put my extra buttons in there. In theory, what the heck was that? Did they drop blaze powder? No. Did it get burned up? So anyway, this is my my very low tech, obviously not working well, method of trying to get some blaze rods. That looked like it just flew past me. We'll see how it works as I move on. Whoops, didn't work that well. I just got hit. Wasn't that awesome? Yeah, don't worry. I went back and I fixed it using an old video of Nembons, which I'll link to in the description, to actually get the drops. So now I've got the brewing stand and two other blaze rods to start. Anyway, whatever that was almost English, who cares? Look what I found. My villagers are all kind of spread out here now instead of hovering back. So maybe with the new update, my plans to expand will have worked. That's a cleric. What's this guy? What are you, guy? Is this the new nitwit? Why can't I trade with you? Are they all mad at me? Are they mad at me? Like, I feel like they're ignoring me. I don't have any... Holy moly! Well, there's a lot of villagers. I thought they all needed beds. um, there's a lot of villagers here. Oh, brother. Okay, so what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start placing these workstations in random places. Just to give them some, you know, each one of them going to have some place, something to do. In here, I could get rid of the furnace. You know what? We'll leave that as my home, even though you know they're going to steal my spot. So that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Brewing stand definitely down there because that's where you want the creepy people to be. Lectern, some place where I can add a bunch of books later. I don't think either one of these was a library. Let's go over to one of these bigger houses over here. So once I place all of these, yeah, this one's big, because I might put in more books later, or bookshelves later. What was I just saying? Oh, once I place all these, I've got enough materials to build a mess of beds, and so I'll just start filling out, make sure each one of these buildings has a bed, and then start putting beds in my first fletching table. What the? Just passed through a door. But then I'll put the beds in all of these, and then also this seems like a safe spot for a blast furnace. There's no wood by it. It's fine. And all the other buildings around, just so that we can kind of spread things, spread the love. And let's go up here. Ooh, not a lot of room in here. Let's not put the composting up there. Let's put the smithing table there because I put the bed next to it. And speaking of beds, it's getting dark. So let me race to a bed before they steal mine. And while I'm in here, oh, now let's do the loom. Come on. Oops, dang it. What were those sparks? Is that what those sparks were? Does that make it's an official thing now? Huh, could be. The composter I want to put here because it's the closest one to, well, not the closest one, but one of the closest ones to that building for the farmer. Yeah, I gotta go check out the other village too. Did that go massively crazy too? I didn't realize that spun in your hand. That's pretty cool. Stonecutter's pretty cool. Totally useless, but you know, pretty cool. Smoker. That actually kind of looks like a smokehouse. I'm okay with that. Okay, now did I put? I know I still have one over. 13 different workstations. And apparently I had just the right number of these. Okay, now where is a crafting table? So let me go make some beds, and we'll start placing some beds. Okay, I think I've got beds everywhere in all of these. The ones that are actually in the village. So I'm going to start putting them in these houses I built last time, just to kind of extend them out. And let's see if we can get these villages connected. I looked up, I was looking up stuff in the old wiki, and by old I mean, you know, the fairly up-to-date wiki as of yesterday. And it looks like what I did before, like, might have worked, but you have to do it in a certain order. So I don't know, like all this linking, it didn't seem to be like in the newer versions, the Village and Pillage update, that it would be possible anymore. But the fact that I've got 1 billion villagers all of a sudden, not an accurate number, suggests maybe that the old mechanics still do kind of work, or there's something else at play that I just super don't understand. But whatever it is, I'm just gonna make sure that there's tons of beds throughout this entire area. I'm down to my last 4. I only brought about a stack of wool and planks to make beds with, so that's not very many. 21, I think. If I could do the math quickly, 62 divided by 3, yeah, 21. But, you know, it was good. So let's see what's going on in this village. What's the hippity haps over here? Did they all move from this one to that one, and that's why there's so many villagers over there? Nope, nope. We still got villagers here, too. So I'm going to need to get them stuff to do. What you doing? Contemplating life? Just don't know where your time has gone? Staring into the deep abyss that is your soul? This dude's weirding me out. How about I take them, and then you can stop being so weird? Okay, clerics. Yeah, I've got tons of rotten flesh to get rid of. It looks like we might have more villagers here than before, but I don't know. It looks about the same. I'm still... Wall. I'm still annoyed that I kind of lost all the... Wait, I thought it was 36. Lost all of the trades I had already set up. That mending was really useful. Not that I necessarily need a bunch of tools, but, you know, as you saw in the clip, it's starting to be a little more dangerous. Playing with fire, quite literally. What was I doing here? Let's go in here and check something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just looking to see if I had any more wool around. I know I do. Oh, there's plenty of emeralds to start trading. Nope, no extra wool. So I need to make, I don't know, several more stacks of beds that are not stackable. Some more stacks worth of materials of beds. So I'm gonna go make just a ton of beds and finish filling out all these little huts, hovels, figures, the tract housing of villagers. It's a leather worker. I need a farmer. I got a bunch of carrots for no reason. I need a farmer. Kitty! Oh man, this is a really good version. So now I can finally add cats to my to my main base. It's super annoying. What is this guy? Why won't he trade with me? This one is a Fletcher. Hey, called it. Wow. Buddy, you got an overinflated sense of what your stuff is worth. Can you make wool out of red carpet and a carpet yet? Should that be a thing? You can just stack it up and like, boom, there's some wool. A shepherd. That's really weird. She wants to trade dye for... What are you? What are you going on about? You're a nitwit. Why are you... got the sparks? Yeah, go find your profession. I'm gonna go get some more wool to make some beds. And maybe bring in some lecterns and some other things. Just start filling these out so we can... get them all. I think mostly lecterns. I want a bunch of librarians because I want to get a bunch of cool books. Maybe some clerics too. Although clerics are all on the... I'm being pushed around. Clerics all use the brewing stand, and I might want to... I might want to keep being a chicken about it and only use... save the blaze rods I have for right now. So let me go get a bunch of those made up and brought back. And we'll check in after I've done putting a bunch of beds and workstations in place. Now it looks like I have a good, large village full of nerds. Just the way I like it. Fortune 2. Wait a minute, that said apprentice, which means it's more than a novice, which means... Oh, I see. That's the level you have to get to. Okay, that's fine. I actually found a librarian over here that had Mending 1, which there is only one level of Mending, for only 6 emeralds plus a book. So I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's a new one, or one that I knew or already had before. Probably lost them. He's one of these 8,000 librarians. Oh, that's power 3. Nope, that's a bookshelf. Where'd you go? He was hanging out in the farm area, so it could be anywhere. And because I've only been putting down... I put down one composter for this village, too. Come on, I'm trying to talk to you. There it is. Look at that. What an awesome price for mending. What's this? Depth Strider 1. Meh. And there's cats everywhere. And we got our one farmer, which is all we need just to make sure we keep the place alive. And you know what? I don't think I've placed all my beds. I forgot this building. And possibly that building. And that... Okay, I need to make more beds. This is not a perfect system. I don't always know where everything is. But whatever. I'm still going to build a bunch more beds. Okay, I did get that one. And probably on some of these, pardon me, Iron Golem, and on some of these bigger buildings and some of these bigger buildings, I'll make a dormitory style. Whoops, I threw out a bed. Like here, you know what? Someone could sleep there too. That way they don't steal my bed all the time. I gotta sleep around here too, guys. Okay, remember those two up there. I got that one. Just got that one. Totally missed this one. Very imposing figure up there. Of course, it just occurs to me that I really still don't trade a lot with villagers. I should build another composter right here. This is definitely farm area instead of just librarians everywhere. All right, let me see if I can sleep before these guys steal my bed, like that. Build another composter, put it over on that one with a bed, because we want to keep the farmers, I think. And then I still have. No, that's how you build them. It's over here. And I put away all my stuff. Hold on. Do you mind? Problem with too many villagers is that they're always in the way. Okay. So I still need to build one. It's fine. Yeah, I still haven't checked out the old Iron Golem farm villagers to see what the heck they look like now. Kind of curious. And I have to bring back some raw fish to tame these cats and bring a couple back to the main base. That way it can be super loud and annoying there. Wait, I want this one. Yep, this is it. So it'll be super loud and annoying there with the dogs, the birds, and the cats. It'll be a proper menagerie. Alright. Cuckoo. I think that'll be enough here. Let's see if we can get some. Whoops. Let's get some good shots here of these people in the background. I think that'll be good. I got my 2 large villages full of librarians and a farmer or 2. The other village, of course, has at least one of every type. So as I roll through, I should be able to, make any trades I want to. I don't anticipate a lot of trading. Remember, our goal is still flattening, but they're still kind of fun to do these little bits and bobs here and there. And we'll definitely address the Blaze farm sometime, not necessarily soon, but at some point. I still have, that's one of my blaze spawners. Remember, I got a double blaze spawner set up over there, and I do want to do the giant build that Nemon did in the video I linked to, in addition to some sort of wither skeleton farm that may produce blazes as well. We'll just see how that all goes. But other things I've been doing, you know, I've been, like, every time a wandering trader comes through, and I got lots of them, I trade for stuff I don't have. I finally have some kelp. I got a mini farm going. I got some sea pickles, and you figure out how to get more of those. I haven't gotten any more pod soul yet. But just blocks I would never have been able to get, I'm getting. So the one thing I'm looking for, still hoping for, is a Heart of the Sea. If I get a Heart of the Sea so I can actually build a conduit, I'd be very happy. As far as I know, wandering traders will trade everything except for a withering rose eventually, but I don't know. We'll have to see. So that's what I'm hoping. Anyway, let me hold on, make sure no one's in front of me. As always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to y'all later. Man, these things spawn everywhere. Okay, who wants to lay odds that I built this right? I forgot to put a block in here. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 49. See what I did here? That's my creeper farm. Look at that. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. We got we got a project in mind, but before that, let's do a quick review of some of the little things I've done around here. Some in preparation. So obviously, I decided to, do a little obvious decorating here. It's pretty normal. I've got a the smallest possible sea pickle farm going on here. Basically, you get some bone meal, and you bone meal this up. You break it, you replant it. You bone meal it up, you break it, you replant it, and that's all it is. And I've gotten a fair amount. And then here is my bone meal farm. You put stuff in there. There's my composter, and there's some bone meal. So there, neat. We've done some stuff. And that llama's still there. And I also gathered up a bunch of other llamas. So I found out. Now you know how in this version what happens a lot, if you go too far away from anything on a leash, the leash breaks? Well, if the leash breaks, then the wandering trader wanders away without his llamas. So I took a bunch of llamas. So now we just got llama. I got the trophy for having a train of 5 of them because that's somebody I found in this area. And I just kind of all dumped them off here. They've been wandering around since. We're going to build a sea pickle farm that's self-sustaining, meaning it will... Why is my donkey over here? Meaning it will produce sea pickles when it's on without us having to do anything except for sit there and watch. Oh yeah, see, like I put a little bit of space on my donkey. There were so many horses and donkeys in my little pen that the one is constantly escaping, so I just kind of left this one out. And I ride him around when I can find him, otherwise he's just somewhere in the world and whatever, he's there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a design I saw on Skippy6 Gaming, link in the description obviously, to build a sea pickle farm, but we're gonna make a composter, feed into it so that we get bone meal automatically, and on top of feed into the composter, we're gonna do an automatic sugarcane farm. So we're gonna have this not very large, but very industrial farming setup, which will give us sugarcane. Will give us sea pickles at the end. Why do we need sea pickles? We don't, but we might as well get them if we can farm them. That's, you know how that goes. I don't need to do a lot of this stuff, but if I'm going to find a farm, I'm going to build a farm. So the first thing I'm going to do is eat. I'm going to put this farm here. I might have to take out some of this mountain, but I think it'll fit fine in this little section and going back a ways. I'm going to plan a future build around it. So we'll put a cool building around it, assuming I make it small enough to fit in the building I have in mind. Otherwise, we'll just have it open. We'll just throw that building somewhere else, and just it'll be cool to look at. But I kind of like the idea of putting a lot of these things in buildings, like I did the ice farm, like I did with the super smelter, which I don't like because it doesn't work all the time on this version. And I haven't done with the new super smelter, but I probably still will. There, my nice pink and junglewood place. So yeah, let's build the first section, which is going to be... Oh, wait, hold on. I got to think about storage. Like, this may produce quite a bit of sea pickles. Which means that I don't just want to throw it here on the ground, but I don't want it too high up in the air because it'll be a little bit difficult to use. So let's throw it here on the ground, and if it produces so much it becomes a problem, then what I can do is build a some sort of movement systems with some water. And we could shunt it somewhere else for more permanent store, for like more bulk storage. So for right now, we'll just build the sea pickle farm nice and easy. Nice and easy. Let's see. So if I want that centered there, then that's there, and then let's say it goes to there, and then there. So there and there. Done and done. All right, let me put this together and we'll check back in. Okay, who wants to lay odds that I built this right? I forgot to put a block in here. What am I doing? I don't know. There we go. Of course. This only works in Bedrock. These aren't supposed to be... Did that really happen? I think the sea pickles made this source blocks? Well, that's not right. Those shouldn't be source water blocks. In theory, I think the way that's supposed to work is that the bone meal grows with sea pickles, which will tend to spawn on these other blocks of coral, and then the water will wash them away down here. Now, the last time it became water sources, I don't know if that's just a thing in this version, so let's check it out. Yup! Probably should have tested that before I did an entire episode based on this whole process. I mean, I could do some sort of pushing thingy. This is going to take some thinking. Well, here's a phrase I'd never thought I'd say on this channel at all. Falling edge monostable circuit. That is what I needed. I learned a whole bunch of stuff in the last day. Okay, we'll get to that nice part up here. So to go where we left off, while the design we got from Skippy6 Gaming was, good, I think it worked great in Bedrock. Didn't work in this version at all. So I was able to use the basic design coupled with a Zoomovoids version, which I got a few tips from, and I'll of course link that down in the description. Watching a mumbo jumbo video with 25 redstone circuits you need to know, something like that. Link also in the description. I managed to put this together. Well, this is the classic Etho timer clock. You know what? I'll go ahead and throw that in the description too. It'll just be nothing but here's all the ideas I took from other people. So this does turn off. It's off right now. It's not 100% efficient just because of the way that bone meal works on sea pickles in this version. So if you look here, we got almost 2 stacks. So in the timer, I've got 4 blocks, which seems to be about the minimum time you can do. So you turn it on, and what happens is the bone meal hits the pickles, and occasionally a pickle or a group of pickles grows there. And I've got it set up so there's a delay between when the bone meal hits and when the piston goes. So the timer flips, and every time it flips, it triggers. So when the timer flips on the rising edge is when the bone meal goes, and this circuit makes it switch to the falling edge. And even though this is actually a rising edge circuit, when you have it normally powered, it switches over to a falling edge, which is how this works as a secondary. So it's 1 and then 2 and then 1 and then 2. And so yeah, it's not super quick. Did I put this do I just face it the wrong way? No, that's good. Is that a trap chest? That's what happened to that trap chest. Uh-oh. I've got some chests to fix. I meant to put that trap chest over there on my super smelter. Whoopsie-doo. Okay, let's turn this off right now. It does burn through some bone meal. You can see how much it burned through. Quite a bit. So what we have here feeding it is we've got our composter that just feeds straight into a hopper down in, and then a hopper feeds that. So that's pretty much exactly what I had shown you before. And then the fun part. So I decided to do a compact and yet complicated sugarcane farm. So you can see this has got 2 lines with a common water stream in the middle, a little bit of a glass wall in between. I tried to have 2 layers of it, but of course the glass sticks to the slime blocks, so that broke. And then once again, I don't know if you remember when I was building my what's that farm over there? The bamboo farm. I kept forgetting that glass sticks to bamboo. Yeah, that's happened too. So once I put all this glass in on the bottom, it worked just fine. And I've got this set up as it's a bud farm, so it's using observers. And there's 2 different circuits. I had to put hold on. There's a lot of explanation here, and I'm getting confused. There's 2 different slime blocks, although they are linked together by, if you just look over here, a piece of glass in the middle, and that's to break the one in front of the observer. Because observers have a 1-tick pulse, and if you, here's the fun thing about sticky pistons, which I learned, I believe thanks to Mumbo, is a 1-tick pulse on a sticky piston means it loses the things it's sticking to. So it would leave my line of slime out here on 1 tick, and then the next one it would bring it back the next time the observer fired. So I put a redstone repeater in here on 2 ticks to delay it a little bit, and that way they go out and in. And here I can demonstrate. the problem is that, yeah, this is not going to be completely lossless. The line here of glass is going to help it a little bit. If I had pushed it back a little bit, I mean, there's ways I could have done this that would have been a little bit less lossy. I could have done a big, giant flying machine one just like I did over there. But I didn't. I wanted to do this kind of small and thin and long. And I could stack this if I want to. I probably won't. I will put on a glass ceiling just to cap it off and make sure nothing falls into this stupid thing. There are dead spots here where, you know, I don't have water there. I decided I don't care. I know there's ways to prevent that, but whatever. Quite frankly, I don't really need the water there since I've got all the hoppers. Well, no, because I need the water there to do the... I don't need the moving water is what I don't need. Maybe that's what I'll do if it's not running efficient enough. So here's the thing. Here's the 7th or 8th thing, because I say here's the thing a lot. A lot of these... this is very slow. Bud-powered farms tend to be slow because you have to wait for it to grow. In fact, I think the first time I was waiting for it naturally, it was like 20 minutes before it got one side of it done, and then shortly after the second side was done. So I'm going to let this run for quite a while to build up enough of a base of bone meal for this, what's that thing called? What's this called? Sea pickle farm done? So I found out also you could put sea pickles into your composter, which makes me wonder if we could redesign this a little bit so you get more of the sea pickles every time. I should be able to easily design it to get another stack, or the spawning spaces. Let's call them spawning spaces. You don't know that technically not it is. That's not what it is. That Skippy 6 had in his, the 5 different, the W. You could get, using pistons, reach 4 of them, I think, with the right circuits and spreading it out a little bit, which means that you could make a sea pickle farm that feeds itself. And I do not believe you would win in the long run. I'm pretty sure the entropy would get you, so you're spending more sea pickles than you're earning, but it's just kind of a funny loop. Just you're growing sea pickles just so you can create bone meal so you can grow more sea pickles. It's a funny concept. I don't think it'll work, but it's still kind of funny. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to worry about this getting more sea pickles. Already I have more than I need because I don't use them for anything. But you know, maybe you do and you want to use this farm. That's awesome. Here's how you do it in PS4. Because it's apparently different. Yay us. As a final bit, I wanted to show you the new and improved Blaze spawner farm. So you can see I've got a nice window so I can see what they're doing. What I did was took the design from El Mango's big one. I really didn't change anything up except I put a drop chute over here exactly the same way he did. So now I can come down here and just stand here and wait for them to come down, and eventually they do, and I get a few blaze rods and glowstone dust. I don't remember them dropping that before. Is that a new thing, or have I just... Well, I've rarely killed blazes, so that's probably one of the things. So yeah, see, they come down here, and then I can kill them, and then they die, and then they're all mad. But yeah, I mean, oh, some more glowstone. Yeah, just what I need. I just feel like that was never the case before. Whatever. I got lots of blaze rods now for stuff. Probably try to get some more obsidian, get some more ender chest. I kind of want to put them... I've got one at the center of the world, my middle base. I kind of want to put them one at each 4 corners, and then somewhere maybe near the middle edges, like the northernmost middle and the south and east, west, etc., etc., etc. So as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. Bye. Anyway, obviously you can't just... So apparently something broke in this version where I can't just boat straight anymore? Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 50. Do what we're doing today? Cause I don't. Brother. So this weekend, the family and I, actually it was yesterday, drove out to Milwaukee, the good land. Little reference for you, old school style. To go see Lonely Island and Summerfest. It was awesome. Didn't have really good seats. Well, we did have good seats, but my son is short. And so I needed to run to the bathroom before we they got started. And so we went off there, blah, 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 blah. Ended up being not too bad. We were off to the side, but we ended up on a security gate. So up front, but way to the side. Close enough where we could see the guys fairly clearly, not the entire stage. We could kind of see the screen to the one side. But we could hear, and that was kind of the important part. And then today we got home, and, well, we just watched a bunch of their videos on YouTube. So that works. So the problem is that that means today is Saturday, technically, and I publish, I go Sunday mornings, which means, yeah, I'm way behind. I was trying to record stuff, earlier in the week, but I came up with nothing. So that I got that going for me. So the fun part is that here, I need to get this shot for the opening. It's not really straight. So I've got, I had an idea. I've had some ideas. I got a list of things going back and forth, but nothing I felt like I had the time to do in a proper manner, or that I could really kind of get into and get a lot of good footage and edit it down. Which means that unfortunately we're gonna play some stuff by ear. But for inspiration, I did just watch Mumbo Jumbo's new video on 50 things you should build in Minecraft, and one of the things he had was a boat dispenser, which I think I'm going to put in here because I like that idea. So the question is, do I want something to automatically pick it up as well? Will that work? And you know what? We might as well try it. So what we need a dispenser. We need a hopper. We need some way to get it from the hopper to the dispenser. But you cannot really... Oh, wait. It's a dispenser, right? Because it just shoots up. And then some sort of redstone to get it there. And we need to sleep. So let me sleep. Grab the things I think I need, and we'll jump to the build of it. Okay, so, which I know I start most of these segments with. It's kind of funny. I've been trying to cut those out. Okay, so... Anyway, so I think that I know what I want to do here. So I'm thinking of putting a hopper here that feeds into a dispenser shooting up into a dispenser that shoots out. And what we'll do is we'll have a button here. We'll have a button here that'll shoot it up there, and then we'll have a button here because the ladder's on the other side. That'll dispense the boat to here. That way we can jump in it, blah blah blah, over there. We break it here, it falls in the hopper, and then we can just prime it up with this button here. And we can also still keep our multiple boats in there because I just have chests on either side that have a bunch of them. So let's go ahead and try this out. Boy, I hate breaking blue ice. I still like trading with the wandering traders though, because they that's the wrong direction. How do I get one facing up? Do I have to like stand in front of it? Will that work? Because they trade for some nice stuff. I've been collecting podzol, but more importantly, here, can I just do it from the side? Am I that cool? I am that cool. Sweet. More importantly, some of them are trading blue ice, which makes it a lot easier for me to collect blue ice, because I'll probably do a few more of these paths. I thought whatever. Okay, so let me put some boats Oh wait, where's the buttons? Let's do a proper test. So let me put a button here. And if I put a button here, will that trigger that one? Eh. Maybe, maybe not. What is? Good aim, good aim. Enjoyed that. Okay, so I got sucked up. So that should be in here. And it is. And that should dispense it into... Does that not work? I thought you could dispense it in a dispenser. Do I have to drop it in there? I don't think I have any droppers. Can I make a dropper? A dropper's just a dispenser without the bow, right? Yeah, I got nothing. Maybe I should learn what all these redstone components do before I try to use them. Let's see. Nope, where's that stuff? Oh, it's spot hopper. Dropper. Yeah, so I need some cobble and some redstone. Okay, redstone is easy. Cobble is easy. You just have to go someplace for it. That's funny though. Dropper seems wrong. Is it dropper? No, I want a dispenser. Like, figuring stuff out. This is usually the stuff that I do off camera or cut out, but I need to fill some time. Whoop. Oh, and I stopped carrying. I used to carry a crafting table with me all the time just so I could run around and craft stuff, but I keep forgetting to do that now. Whoops. Let's go over here. Oh yeah, do not use my bow. Ooh. And I might as well make a couple. And we'll leave the redstone in just because, yeah, it might come in handy. Where am I going? Oh my gosh, I got lost. So anyway, yeah, the concert was pretty fun. I realized I'm an old man. I'm not that old, but older than some of these people, most of the people that were there. And some of the kids, man, they were, by kids, I mean, 21 or older, but just like rude. Not towards me, not even towards my family, but some of them towards my family, but they're blocking people when they didn't need to. They're just cramming in too tight. So I just felt like an old man. I'm like, oh well. So let's see. I dropped there. It sucks there. So that's a dropper. What happened to my other button? Did I break it because I don't use the right thing? Yeah, probably. I'm always losing stuff. Well, where did that go? Where'd my boat go? Did I just lose it because it just dropped it at nothing? So if I do this... Yeah, I think it just got destroyed. That's great. So not only did this not work, but I lost a... Whoa, stop that. But I lost a boat. Great. You know what would be handy? For Minecraft to work completely differently. That's what would be handy. Okay, the button stayed there. I feel like I keep losing stuff. Like, stuff I shouldn't be losing gets lost. That's what I feel like. But then again, I'm not... I was like, where did that stone come from? Duh. Then again, I'm not obviously the most technical of players, and so stuff can happen. Oh, God knows where I just pointed that. This ice is throwing me off. So let me test something else. Where'd I put that dang boat? I already lost the boat. So let me go up here. That's a little far. Wait a minute. Was it my other one? Hey. Well, the good news is I found my other boat. It shot way out there. Because the button did both of them. Because of course it did. Oh, man. So dispenser is wrong? Or did it just get sucked in? Oh, man. Okay, so this whole auto return thing. You know what? Maybe I should have paid more attention to his video. So many boats in there? Where's the name boats? This is good. Huh. Oh, you know what? I bet it only dispenses on the water. That's what he did. Alright then. So the other thing worse than playing along. Did I just lose that button? No, I have both buttons. What is going on? I am a super pro Minecrafter. That is what is happening. Alright, so let's completely forget that idea. It didn't happen. It's a non-thing. I've got another idea that'll work better. That I saw, it was something he kind of mentioned too in the video, but I saw somewhere else. Oh, I need to leave my boats over there. I also need to make more hoppers. I still need to figure out the iron farm. I spent some time in a creative world recreating one of the new iron farm designs from Ray's Works, I think. And it didn't work at all in the PS4 version, at least the current one. I haven't tested. That was on 1.9.3. We jumped a lot. So last I remember, we were on version 1.91. And then all of a sudden we were on version, then I got an update for version 1.93. And then before I could record, we got bumped up to 1.94. So now we're on I'm pretty sure we're on 1.94. Which means I have no idea. They're not major enough updates where they posted anything of like, here's something that's different. So I honestly, I don't know if I think it was probably minor bug fixes. I don't think there's a lot of different changes. The point being that just means perfect. That there might be some changes here and there to how the mechanics of certain things work, and we just have to kind of figure it out. So what we're doing here is we're going to replace the up and down arrows from my water elevator to the mob farm and AFK fish farm. I saw it on someone's video first, but Mumbo used them in his 50 builds for his compass rose. Mumbo, by the way, I know you don't watch these, but if you stumble across it somehow, the 4 points of a map that show you northwest, east, south, it's a compass rose. So yeah, there you go. It's an old mapping term. Anyway, or for the few people who do watch, there you go. It's a compass rose. Hey, look, I have just enough sticks. So the idea is that you make an item frame, and then you use the steps, as I have here, to those cats. Every time I'm in that section of my world, my cats are like, ears perk up, like, what's going on? Because, you know, of course, they used a lot of actual animal recordings. But use item frames and stairs kind of point up and down or left, right, whatever. So I've got this right here, which is fairly useless, let's face it, because you can barely see it. So we'll do that, we'll do that. I'm almost certain this will work. You do that and turn it, and do that and turn it. Cool. Well, those are nice and bright too. I really wish I hadn't built this out of cobblestone. I don't know, cobblestone always looks like that to me. Let's go over here because I'm low on fish. Because I burned through a lot of fish, and even though I burned through a lot of fish eating it, I still have infinite supplies, it seems, of cooked fish. And I've also obviously been going through and... So I got my... I don't know if I showed off my... showed off. If I showed anyone my almost pointless kelp farm. Oh yeah, it hasn't harvested. So basically kelp will grow up to 15 blocks tall, and so all I did was when I bought some kelp from a wandering trader is I built a glass tube next to this wall that I already have from this elevator, blocked off the water with a couple of signs, and now it just grows. And to harvest it, I walk in here and I knock this, and then I go in, I swim up, fall down, and then I got some more kelp. And then, whoa, don't know about you, that kind of messed with my perception there. And then I just dump it off in my super smelter, and it eventually gets smelted. Why am I collecting kelp? Like, you know, I was kind of like, ooh, I wish I had that. I don't know. I've been cooking most of, or maybe all of it for the right now, just because it, you know, you can block it up and it takes up less storage space. I guess there's not a lot of reason to it. I also bought some puffer fish and tropical fish from the cod and the salmon I caught naturally. But puffer fish and tropical fish don't spawn in my world. So Wonder Trader allowed me to have those. Puffer fish, I'm thinking I might use a puffer fish switch at some point for something. I have no idea what. I just kind of think those switches are cool. And the tropical fish, I will no doubt do an aquarium at some point. It would be nice to have something other than salmon and cod swimming through an aquarium, because that's like very not exciting fish. I think some things I'm going to build soon is I want to build some kind of potion brewing setup. Now that I've got some more blaze rods, not many, I really need to actually sit down and do a proper blaze farm, but it's good enough. But also, that's not it. That's where did I put this stuff? Here it is now. I've got a ton of bookshelves that I've stolen from the villages, or in some case, like there was a bunch of them in the woodland mansion I tore down, and some of them I think I purchased from the new villagers. But I got a ton of them. I've not done an enchantment setup at all. What do I need to make an enchantment table? Like, I've never even made an enchantment table in this world. Where is it? It's got to be here, right? I've never done a fire. I need a campfire too. What are these? Stripped logs. That's weird. Okay. Anyway, enchantment table. 4 obsidian, 2 diamond, and a book. And so let me do that. And I'm going to build a campfire, because I want to build a campfire. And I'll put them kind of randomly, and then I'll probably end up using campfires for some builds. Get your booty in there. Horse is trying to escape all the time. Just to have, like, you know, put chimneys in some of my builds. Wait, I have a house already that has a chimney, don't I? I can hide it in there. Let's do that. Let's build a cool campfire. Find that house and put a chimney in there. So I need stripped oak. That is so odd. And coal and some sticks. Alright. And then for that I need obsidian, a book, and diamonds. 4. And hold on, I need 3 of these, but I need them stripped. And then I need some of these to make this. I didn't need that many, but that's okay. And over here for some charcoal or some coal. And then What's the other thing I needed? I needed a couple of diamonds. Oh, good. I have 8 here. And a book over here. Why am I building 2 things at a time? Because that's really weird. Okay. Oh my gosh. This goes back to that. Remember how it used to be nice to be on the PS4 thing? Okay, new enchantment table. And a campfire. See? Never built an enchantment table on this version yet. Oh, man. That's because I just fished for books. I didn't need them. Here, I'm going to take a stack of these. Oh, yeah. Here's a good spot. In fact, if we set it up here, we can kind of use up some of that space that'll be over there. You know what? We'll probably end up moving it anyway, so who cares? So let's put that there. And a good enchantment setup. Let's see. Remember, in order to count, the bookshelves have to be... there has to be a gap between them for the different things. And there has to be this many of them, or is it 2 stacks? What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, that should be it. So now if I go into here, and let's just say we throw that on to there, and then I would need lapis, which why would I have on me? Because I forgot all about it. Alright, so let's go get some lapis. Just to mess around. Oh, good. Really? Okay. Let's go back. Run! You know, I realized I was doing the math. So this world, the classic size world, remember, is about 860 by 860. Well, each of these blocks is a meter, which means that this world is less than a kilometer on each side. It's a very small world compared to, you know, the PC Java version, which takes up 9 Earths or something ridiculous like that. Oh yeah, this didn't work at all. Oh, you know why? It's because that thing is probably way overdone. What can I? What do I have that I can enchant? Can I enchant that? Can I enchant that? Can I enchant that? All I'm doing is ruining everything. Can I enchant sticks? No. This is really a well thought out episode, isn't it? Don't worry. Next week I'll have something really good. Oh, and in case anyone watches this one and then actually watches my Monday stream, I won't be able to stream Monday because I'm directing another play and auditions are tomorrow and Monday night. So that's fun. Where's my weapons chest? Here. A completely unenchanted trident. That will do. That'll do, Big. That'll do. I'm doing this right? I mean, it's an enchantment table. There's gaps all around by 1 block. So that should be cool. Hey, there we go. So there we go. Unbreaking 3, Loyalty 1, Impaling 1. So, whatever. You know what? Let's go ahead and do it. Just Unbreaking 3. Oh, you suck. Anyway, yay, we enchanted something. I'm gonna think... Okay, I'm done thinking. Anyway, obviously you can't just... So apparently something broke in this version where I can't just boat straight anymore? Where am I? Which way am I facing? Yeah, there's my fake chimney. Well, at least I remember that that was. Oh my gosh. This is why I try to spend a bunch of time on my builds and planning and doing all sorts of cool stuff. So at least I get what looks like a passably professional looking video out of it. Oh, brother. Okay, so anyway, let's jump up here to this. Oh, I was like, to this massive spawn. No, I put a. Like, jeez, this mob farm I just built up here. Let's see. Let me throw this here. And then I'm assuming that this won't work, and so I'll have to come up with a better plan. Whoops. Oh, hey, that will work. Will these get caught on fire? Probably, you say? Alright. Do. Hey, that's pretty cool. Alright. Why don't I use a shovel? Something worked out. Neat! Yeah, we all know I don't usually bother decorating these things, but since I had that anyway. Oh, and look at that. Even actually accidentally matches a theme. Well, while I'm over here, I mean, I might as well go and get some more blaze rods. So yeah, I mean, we've seen this before, but every time I'm in this area, I kind of like to just hop over here and give it a good go. The last time I wasn't really collecting anything. I think I killed 2 or 3 of them without getting any good loot out of them. But right now I've got 25 blaze rods and 4 glowstone. Powder. Dust. Yeah, this system works a lot nicer. And as soon as I hit one of them, they blow up. Oh, look at that. 2 more blaze rods. Looting 3 swords. Strikes again. Literally. Come on. There you go. Die, my darling. Only 1. So, usually what happens is I kill 1 or 2, and then pretty much we're done. They shoot over my head, but whatever. So yeah, sorry about this video. You know what they say, you know, if you're going to upload to YouTube, if you're going to be a proper YouTuber, you should always put out good content. Don't worry about your schedule necessarily. You know, you shoot for a schedule, but you always make sure you got solid content. Well, in the absence of the potential absence of solid content, although we learned we can't dispense boats onto ice. Which should have been so obvious to me. I'm so sad. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe, or unlike, whatever. Thank you for those who have been liking my videos, by the way. I don't know who it is, but, you know, I've been getting regularly double-digit views, which for me is kind of nice, and positive feedback so far. Not comments, which is cool. You guys don't want to write anything. I watch most of my videos on the PS4, so I can't comment unless I jump on my phone anyway. So, thanks for the likes you guys have been giving me. Thanks for watching if you do. And if you don't, if you just stop by and wonder what's going on, please, before you judge me completely, jump to a more interesting video. Alright? You know, there was some good learning here. You know, we can't... The failing doesn't count necessarily. If you don't learn anything, we certainly learned. So, I'll catch y'all later. Bye. So, in theory, I haven't broken anything. Oh, well, that was handy, wasn't it? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 51. Woo, woo, woo. What are we doing here? What are we doing today? Hey, look in the background. I've been taking down some of that mountain. Yeah. So while I've been taking down this mountain, you know, this farm has been running. This lovely sea pickle farm, eventually. The problem is, as predicted, was this doesn't produce enough sugarcane to really make it worth my while to try to farm sea pickles. So today we're going to build this up. Work through adding a layer and then add a bunch more layers, which means the build I wanted to do around this won't fit around it. No big deal. I'll just throw it somewhere else. It really doesn't matter. Is my iron golem still alive over there? I can't see him. It's kind of messy over there. I should go check. He was last time I looked. Anyway, so what my plan is to remove some of this glass, but not all this glass. So on this line, right above this other sugarcane, we're going to put a line of dirt. Now, in order for sugarcane to be planted and grow, it has to be next to water, but I don't want to use like multiple water streams. I just want to use that one. So what I'm going to do over here, thank you, Aquatic Update. Is it Aquatic Update? I think it was Aquatic Update. Whatever recent update, and by recent I mean within the last year or two. No, it's been more recently than that on PS4. I'm going to put stairs over here and waterlog them, and that should be enough water, I hope, to keep the dirt wet and whatever have you grow. What are these things I just said the name of 3 times? Oh, brother. Sugarcane. This is good. This is going to be good. And then I will, through the magic of redstone and my own ineptitude with redstone, see last video, although that wasn't much redstone, but it was still a nice failure. We will just take this signal and move it up. So how many of our layers we have will still just be based upon these 2 signals. That's when they'll run. That's when they'll push in and break the sugarcane that's there. And, you know, I should have done a flying machine farm on this. It would have been a lot more efficient. Ah, well, whatever. Too late now. Well, not really. I got some space and materials, but I'm not doing it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go to sleep, make sure I have everything, and by make sure I mean I think I already have everything, but I don't think it's going to work. And then we'll come back and start the first layer. So the supplies we got for this are, let's see, some dirt, some water, some leaves, slime blocks, building blocks, definitely some sticky pistons. There's an acacia log I didn't realize was in here, and some random redstone components. I don't know what I'm going to need to use. Oh yeah, and some glass. And, you know, some sort of scaffolding to use as scaffolding. I'm going to use scaffolding. So let's do this kind of piecemeal. So I'm going to break... I'm going to lose my glass. I'm going to lose so much glass. That's fine. We'll lose it or we won't lose it, and it'll be totally fine either way. Break this. So this is all going to be dirt. And this absolutely... absolutely what? Oh, yeah, if you're going to build this, like, from scratch, obviously just, you know, don't put the glass here. I think that's what I was going to say. It has. You know what else I absolutely I'm going to need is some sugar cane, which I don't have right now. That's okay. Look, there's a bunch of it below me. I could just grab some and be cool. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Everything's cool. And that, I'm going to go ahead and do my trick of going down here to get some of my stuff back, including some sugarcane I see didn't get picked up. Because this one just fired, obviously, which means it's semi-safe for me to do this. Figured the other one's going to trigger and scare the heck out of me. There's glass down there, too. Am I even picking this up? Okay. I wanted to make sure I had enough empty. Whoop. Don't do that. Getting cocky while running. So, on this layer, I'm trying to see. Will that be fine? Huh. Yeah, that'll be fine. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to get anything stuck up when I put, you know what I don't have? I don't have the stairs. See, I knew there'd be something. I gotta go make a bunch of stairs. For right here. So we'll put some stairs along here. Waterlog them so that this dirt can support sugar cane. How much sugar cane did I pick up? Oh, 17. That's a good start. You know what else I don't have right next to me, which I should? A crafting table. Let's try something. Let's see. Am I smart enough to keep a crafting table in here? The answer is no. But I have wood on me. Okay. I kind of tunneled through here just to make sure I knew what part of the mountain I was cutting off. And I always check to see, is there someone going to try to kill me through there? Let's put that there. Okay, let's go pick this up so I don't forget where it is. And now you know why I don't usually do step-by-step tutorials, because that's the wrong button. Stop doing that. Okay. Because I wander around a lot and never plan, even when I'm doing things off camera. We have our building block du jour, so we'll build a few stairs. It's 19, I think. I'm going to lose a bunch of my building blocks here. Okay, almost a stack. That's good. And I've wasted so much time, it's almost time for bed. You know what? I should have a bed over here, too. In fact, I should just build... I was thinking about this before. Just a hut for each one of these builds. That kind of matches the theme. But I don't know what this theme would be. I don't want to build a hut out of sugarcane. It's not very useful. I guess I could put a roof on it, but I can't. You can just walk through it. Not very safe for mobs. Alright, let me sleep and get back there again. Jeesh. Well, that was like a full day wasted by not being prepared. That's fine. That's how I do. So let's put the stairs here. I said here. You listen to me, stairs. And we'll get a bucket and put it here. And we'll get a bucket and put it here. I want it to flow. Why won't it flow? Well, that's annoying. While we're here... Okay, that will work. I just wanted to make sure before we went any further that my plans would work, despite the fact that I don't have a water source. Why? Why is this game so difficult? Alright. More like, why is this game different for every version and every minute you play it? So what I'm going to do here, the word is skiz. So what I'm going to do is just build a quick water source. And I would use slabs, but I don't have slabs, so I'm not using slabs. That's how that works. You can't build a water source out of sugarcane. Come on, people. Of course, what I really don't want to do is... Why won't these flow? There's some reason. There's some reason I obviously have no idea what is. And it's going to be easier just to do this one bucket at a time. Alright, well, let's time-lapse some bucket placement. Okay, so let's figure out some next steps here. So let's throw a wall here. So I'm going to have to get rid of this middle section of glass so that it will fall down into the center. I probably should be able to do this. What did I do? I did 2 up. So let's go down here and just make this wall a little bit higher so we've got some room to build stuff off of. There, so now we have an end wall so we can place stuff, because the glass... Okay, let's go back to me not being a doofus. I need glass panes, not just glass blocks. Oh, brother. Yeah, so I should be able to put glass panes in here as opposed to glass blocks, which apparently I got way too many of, but that's okay. So that's water there, which means I can put leaves on top of this water. Let's put the spruce first. The spruce looks nicer, I think, for this. Stop that. Oops, I just lost that. You know what? I can use my pick. It's not insta like on other things, so I'm trying to think here. So in the middle, I need these kind of built the same way. Let's go look how I built that one because I don't remember. It's been too long. And also, don't do that. Don't kill me! I just broke that slime block. Because slime blocks are insta. Like in all cases. Okay. So on this stack, on the middles, because we're going to split these up. Remember, these slime block sections are too big to do as one. So in the middle section, we still need to put a couple of glass blocks, as opposed to the thingy-bobs. Right? Yeah, that way this glass slides past it. Okay, so let me do that so I don't forget. And let me hopefully not do it too wrong, because, you know, that's what I tend to do sometimes. So I do that and that. That'll be where the slime goes. So let's finish this. Then I want glass at the end. No, not on this side. I mean, yes, obviously, because it looks better. What am I talking about? Okay, I'm trying to get it to match up. If you remember in the last time, I used a bunch of glass where I didn't need to. I used a bunch of glass where I couldn't. Because I keep forgetting glass does stick to slime blocks. I don't know why that's a problem for me. Like, it seems fairly obvious. But whatever. Okay. But glass there, right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. And then these can be all slime blocks. Okay, and then above that, we'll do glass here. And more leaves. And as far as the center goes, so down there we've got our observer. I'm just going to put a piece of glass. I'm not thinking of the mechanics right now, so I don't know if that's right, but that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to accidentally fall and give myself a mini heart attack. Okay, I'm good. I didn't die. But did you die? And now I need to get to the back side of this and do some stuff. Oh yeah, let me take this out too. Okay. So let's get down here, get our scaffolding ready. And scaffold. Got myself up here. And I'm not sure how to get down. No, I know how to get down. I'm not sure. So I need to put the things in the things. Let's go down a bit to the next level. So I need to put sticky pistons pointing into that. So if I do that and that and that and not fall off on my butt, that and that. Now, what are the likelihoods that I can get this to work? That's kind of what I pictured. That's pictured. That's kind of what I feared. If I go up, can I do it easier from above? Probably like one level too high everywhere, aren't I? You know what I can do? What? Hey. Let's try not to be losing any of this stuff. Alright. Sheesh. Cool your jets, man. Seriously? That's one of these things where I think it's easier in the PC versions than the PlayStation versions. It just feels like that's a problem we have that they don't. Being able to like choose where you want to go more easily than we can. And there's, I mean, I guess I could try playing the PC version just to see if that's the case, but I don't know if I'll ever remember to. I don't care that much. I'm just kind of curious, like, is that what's going on? Okay, so somehow we've got to not really charge, power that from this. And what I want to say is that I'm going to do something wrong that won't work, because that typically is what happens. So like that's powered, but I need it to not. Okay, you think I would know how to do torch towers by now, so that, hold on. So I'm thinking this is in the wrong spot, because I need to maybe power blocks out here. So if I could do the cool pro trick of standing in my way so I can't do what I want to do, because that's what pros do. What I'm trying to do is just pink. Alright, forget it. You know what I can do? No, I can't, because I'm standing right in my way. I can do that. Will that work? Will that power this? I don't think it will. Okay, you know how people who like are good at redstone, like Impulse and Mumbo, don't often do redstone on camera? I mean, Mumbo does some. As we talked about last time I tried to do something like this, I'm not good at it, especially on camera, so I'm going to play around with this, probably look up some more torch towers again, because I keep forgetting how they work, and I'll get back when I figured something out. Turns out I figured out the bulk of it almost as soon as I stopped recording the last segment. So here's the original one. There's my observer. I threw a, what's this thing called? A repeater around in here to power this block, which, you know, will trigger that. And there's a little a torch tower here. So let's go to the top. Torch tower powers this block, which triggers that, which triggers both of these. And we can easily test it by going down here and faking growth. So I do this, and then I do this, and then I look up. Ah! So we're good. So the next part is to, you know, get rid of these, and start putting in our glass panes for this half. I think what I'm going to do is just make sure this one half is working. And then we'll, you know, throw up the other one. So let's sleep again. So I took out the glass blocks down there and put glass panes here. Once I remembered, you know, before to use panes, not blocks. Ha 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 on me. So I think we're ready to plant this row and see if it works. Doop-a-doo. So we go plant, plant, plant. Hopefully this still plants right. Am I going to run my butt off the edge? Oh, I certainly am. Maybe do this a little slower. Or maybe do it from over here. That's safer. So in theory, I haven't broken anything. Oh, well, that was handy, wasn't it? Yes, that works. Alright, so I'm going to build this section here. And then I think another whole row. If I am correct, and history shows that there's at least a 50% chance that I am, I can continue this torch tower up to this level and pretty much any other level I need to for how many I ever want to stack. But I'm going to stop at 3, and we'll see what kind of results we're getting from that. And hopefully it produces enough to make a good amount of bone meal so we can actually use the seed pickle farm to once again remember, gather seed pickles that I will never use. So, you know, but you may want to use them on your world, and so this is how you can do it. All right. Let me build this other section in the layer above, and we'll check in and see if I've broken anything else by then. Got the third layer on, covered it up. Hope it works, because I covered it up. And yeah, the torch tower I was just able to extend all the way up. Luckily the spacing was exactly right. I was kind of hoping that was the case. I'm pretty sure people have done this for years. Then this guy almost got killed. They show up in these mountains after dark, you know, and I'm like, oh, gotta kill him. I don't show up after dark. I just see them after dark, because I want to think that they're, you know, a zombie or something. I've actually seen this work. I'm sure it's fine. Fine. It's gonna be fine. Fine? Yeah, I think it's fine. It'll be fine. And if not, I guess we'll have to address that later. So let me... Yeah, it could be... Peace. Apparently if you're crouching already, you can't walk on it. I don't know what I was doing wrong. Something. Let's go from a distance to try to get a good shot of this. Let's see. I should remove this scaffolding. Nah, scaffolding's fine. Well, now with the bottom I have like a ship and how tall it is, it feels like it's like a mini cruise ship. Should build out some little prow on it. The bow would be fine, and then you know, a pool and a swimming and a water slide that goes woo out there. Anyway, I'm kind of happy with this. Hopefully it'll work. We'll have to see if the rates are getting any better as I tear down that mountain, spend some time over here. It's gonna be better than it was. I mean, we know it's not lossless, which yeah, Flying Farm could have done it lossless and done it a bunch of different ways, but once again, I didn't do it that way, and I'm not changing it now. So if you want to do that, go right ahead. Here, let's get a glamour shot for the thumbnail. That's not it. Looks like it's in progress because that's scaffolding everywhere. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later.